Hello guys, welcome to Harry Crossover Fiction. So in this video, we will see, what if Harry was adopted by Morticia and Gomez and learned to duel like an Addams at age 11. If you enjoy these kinds of stories, don't forget to show us some love by hitting the like button and subscribing to the channel. Your support means the world to us. Now, let's start the story. Chapter 1, The Devil's Doorstep. The killing curse flew 3 inches past Harry's left ear. He didn't flinch. Flinching was for people who hadn't spent the last 6 years training with Wednesday Addams, and Wednesday considered flinching a personal insult worthy of escalation. Too slow, his sister called from across the cemetery, already moving between the crooked headstones. Morning fog curled around her ankles like affectionate cats. You're supposed to dodge before I cast, not after. Harry rolled behind a marble angel missing its head. Great-great-uncle Vlad's grave, lovely man, still visited on holidays, and fired back 3 spells in rapid succession. A bone breaker, a paralysis hex, and something Grandmama had taught him last month that technically didn't have a name yet. Wednesday blocked the first 2 and twisted sideways to avoid the third. It struck the mausoleum behind her and the ancient stone screamed. Interesting, she said, in the tone most people reserved for commenting on weather. Grandmama's been teaching you her specialties. Jealous? Intrigued? Wednesday's wand carved a symbol in the air that made Harry's teeth ache. Show me what else you've learned, little brother. Harry grinned and stopped hiding. This was his favorite part of the morning. The Addams family cemetery sprawled across 3 acres of prime real estate that any developer would kill for, and several had tried, which explained why the cemetery kept expanding. Harry loved every crooked inch of it. The moss-covered stones, the wrought iron fencing that whispered warnings to trespassers, the way the morning sun filtered through dead oak trees and turned the fog into something almost alive. It was home. It was beautiful. Wednesday came at him with a combination that would have killed a normal wizard 6 times over. Harry met her halfway. Their wands clashed, magic sparking where offensive spells collided, and for a few glorious seconds they weren't siblings, they were predators recognizing equal predators, testing each other with every tool at their disposal. Harry fainted left with a cutting curse and swept her legs with a low-powered bludgeoning hex when she moved to counter. Wednesday hit the ground, rolled, and came up with a spell on her lips that he'd never seen before, something that made the shadows around them solidify. The darkness grabbed his ankles. Neat trick, Harry admitted, blasting the shadow bindings apart with raw magical force. It hurt, brute force always hurt, but pain was an old friend. Uncle Fester. Mother. Wednesday was already casting again. She's been concerned about your fundamentals. My fundamentals are, Harry ducked a curse that would have turned his blood to ice. Perfectly fine, thank you. You rely too heavily on Grandmama's offensive techniques. Your defensive repertoire is lacking. I don't need defense if my enemy is already dead. Spoken like someone who's never faced a real opponent. That stung, mostly because it was true. Harry was 11 years old, and despite the Addams family's best efforts, he hadn't actually killed anyone yet. Not for lack of opportunity, the family had enemies, and those enemies occasionally made the mistake of testing their defenses. But Gomez and Morticia had very specific ideas about when Harry should take his first life. On your own terms, Father had explained, sharpening one of his favorite fencing sabers. When you're ready. When it means something. Not in defense of property or pride, but in defense of what matters. What matters? Harry had asked, 8 years old and genuinely curious. Family, Mijo. Gomez's dark eyes had sparkled with warmth that transformed his whole face. Always family. Harry loved that memory. He loved his father. He loved this whole gloriously twisted family that had chosen him. Which was why he absolutely intended to win this duel. Wednesday's shadow magic was impressive, but it had a weakness. She needed ambient darkness to fuel it, and the sun was rising. Harry made a calculated decision and burned 3 months' worth of stored magical energy in a single blast of pure light. The cemetery blazed like midday. Wednesday hissed, her shadows dissolving, and Harry was already moving, closing the distance, dropping his wand, and going for the knife at his belt instead. Addams' dueling rule number 1, always have a backup. His blade kissed her throat just as her wand pressed against his heart. They stood frozen, breathing hard, perfectly balanced on the edge of mutual destruction. Draw. Harry offered. Wednesday's lips twitched. Coming from her, it was practically hysterical laughter. Draw. They separated slowly, weapons lowering, and Harry felt the adrenaline begin to fade into something warmer. Pride. Satisfaction. The bone-deep contentment of pushing yourself to your limits against someone who understood exactly what that meant. You've improved, Wednesday said. It was high praise from her. I've had good teachers. You've had adequate teachers. The improvement is your own. She sheathed her wand with precise, economical movements. I suppose you'll do. For what? Wednesday looked at him with those dark, unreadable eyes. For whatever's coming. Before Harry could ask what she meant, applause drifted from the cemetery gates. Morticia Addams stood framed against the sunrise, elegant as a moonflower, deadly as nightshade. Her black dress pooled around her feet like liquid shadow, and her smile held secrets that empires had died to learn. Beautifully done, my darlings, she said, gliding forward. Even her walk was graceful, each step deliberate, hypnotic, like watching a snake that had decided not to strike. I particularly enjoyed the shadow work, Wednesday. And Harry, that light burst was inspired. Wasteful, but inspired. It worked, Harry pointed out. Many things work, mon cher. The question is whether they work elegantly. Morticia reached them and brushed a strand of hair from Harry's forehead, her fingers cool and gentle. But we can discuss technique over breakfast. Something's arrived for you. For me. Her smile sharpened. A letter. Delivered by the most traumatized owl I've ever seen. It made the mistake of flying through the front door. Harry's heart did something strange. He'd known this was coming, had been waiting for it, in fact, but knowing and experiencing were different things. Hogwarts, he said. Indeed. Morticia's hand settled on his shoulder. Come, darling. Your father is absolutely dying to discuss it. Metaphorically, unfortunately, I keep trying, but he refuses to cooperate. The Addams mansion loomed against the morning sky like a threat from a better era. 3 stories of Gothic architecture, gargoyles that actually moved, windows that seemed to watch visitors with hungry attention. The grounds were immaculate in the specific way that suggested the gardener was either a genius or a monster. In this case, Lurch was both. Harry loved every inch of it. They found Gomez in the breakfast room, which was really more of a breakfast hall, complete with a table long enough to seat 30 and a chandelier made from something that might have been crystal but probably wasn't. Gomez stood at the head of the table, vibrating with barely contained excitement, an envelope clutched in his hands like a winning lottery ticket. There he is. The man of the hour. Mi hijo magnifico. Gomez rushed forward and swept Harry into a hug that lifted him off his feet. I knew this day would come. I've been preparing. I have plans. Darling, Morticia said mildly, he needs to breathe. Breathing is overrated. But Gomez released him, beaming with such intense pride that Harry felt his cheeks warm. Look at you. 11 years old, ready to take on the world. I was a nervous wreck at your age. Couldn't duel my way out of a paper bag. But you're going to make history, Harry. I can feel it. You've never been nervous about anything in your life, Harry said. Complete slander. I was terrified the night I met your mother. One look at her across that graveyard, and I thought I might actually die. You tried to duel my father, Morticia recalled fondly. For my hand. He cheated. He used magic, darling. We're wizards. That's rather the point. It was ungentlemanly magic. Gomez sniffed, but his eyes danced. Point is, Harry, whatever you're feeling right now, it's valid. Excitement, nervousness, bloodlust, all reasonable responses. Harry considered. Mostly hungry. That's my boy. Gomez clapped him on the back. Sit, sit. Grandmama's been cooking all morning. Something about wanting to give you proper nutrients before you're exposed to institutional swill. They sat, and Harry found himself at the center of the table, family arranged around him like protective gargoyles. Wednesday to his left, already picking at something that smelled like sulfur. Pugsley across from her, somehow already covered in what appeared to be engine grease despite the early hour. Uncle Fester at the far end, reading a newspaper that occasionally sparked with electrical discharge. And at the head of the table, Gomez and Morticia, watching him with matching expressions of adoration and anticipation. Well? Harry gestured at the envelope still in his father's hands. Are you going to give it to me, or frame it? Both. Eventually. After I've had it properly illuminated and, Gomez, Morticia said. Right, right. He handed the envelope over with obvious reluctance. But I want it back for the family archives. This is historical, Harry. The first Addams to attend Hogwarts in centuries. The Potter heir returning to British Magical Society. Our family's names united in one glorious package. Harry turned the envelope over in his hands. Heavy parchment, good quality. Green ink spelling out his name and address with startling precision, Mr. H. Addams Potter, the Cemetery Room, Addams Family Manor, Westfield, New Jersey, United States of America. They know where I sleep, Harry observed. The Hogwarts registry is magically updated, Wednesday said, not looking up from her breakfast. It tracks every magical child on Earth. Rather invasive, but useful. You've researched it? I research everything. She finally met his eyes. I also researched the political situation you're walking into. You may want to sit down for this. I am sitting. Then brace yourself. Harry opened the envelope. The letter was standard, acceptance, term start date, supply list. But he barely processed the words because his mind was already racing ahead, connecting dots that the letter didn't explicitly state. Harry Potter. The boy who lived. The child who had survived the killing curse and destroyed the Dark Lord Voldemort. Except Harry knew the truth, he hadn't destroyed anything. He'd survived. And the magical world had built an entire mythology around his survival without ever consulting him. They're going to expect a hero, Harry said quietly. Or a savior. Something to worship. Yes, Morticia agreed. The British magical community has been waiting 11 years for your return. You are, in their minds, a symbol of hope and victory. They will have expectations. And opinions, Gomez added, his usual cheerfulness dimmed. About how you were raised. Where you've been. Why you haven't been available for their parades and commemorations. They wanted parades. Several. Annually. We declined on your behalf. Harry absorbed this. It wasn't entirely surprising. Gomez and Morticia had always been honest about his origins, about the night his biological parents died and the circumstances of his adoption. But hearing it stated so plainly made it more real. There's more, Wednesday said. Albus Dumbledore. The name landed like a stone in still water. Harry had heard it before, in hushed references and careful explanations. The one who left me on a doorstep, Harry said. The Supreme Mugwump. Chief Warlock of the Wizengamot. Headmaster of Hogwarts. Wednesday's voice was flat, clinical. The most politically powerful wizard in Britain, possibly Europe. He placed you with Lily Potter's Muggle relatives because he believed blood wards would protect you. When we took you instead, he was displeased. He tried to take me back. Once. Personally. Gomez's expression went hard in a way Harry rarely saw. Your mother explained why that would be inadvisable. Thoroughly. Harry looked at Morticia, who smiled serenely. He was standing on our property. I merely clarified the ancestral protections. She almost killed him, Pugsley said helpfully, through a mouthful of something that was definitely moving. I moderately inconvenienced him. There's a difference. The point, Wednesday continued, is that Dumbledore has spent 11 years believing you should have been raised differently. He has plans for you, Harry. He believes you're the key to defeating Voldemort when he returns. Harry frowned. Returns? The table went quiet. Even Uncle Fester looked up from his newspaper. The Dark Lord is not dead, Morticia said softly. Wounded, diminished, cast from his body, but not destroyed. Your survival proved that. A killing curse cannot simply fail. It must go somewhere. In your case, it rebounded and struck Voldemort, but even that only destroyed his physical form. He made preparations, Gomez added. Dark magic. Anchors that tie his soul to the mortal world. We don't know the details, that kind of magic is obscure even by our standards, but we know he'll return eventually. And Dumbledore believes you're the one destined to face him, Wednesday finished. Because of the prophecy. Prophecy? Morticia and Gomez exchanged a look. Some unspoken communication passed between them. We don't know its full contents, Morticia admitted. The magical world keeps such things carefully guarded. But we know it exists, and we know it concerns you and Voldemort. Dumbledore has shaped his entire strategy around it. Harry sat with this information, turning it over like a puzzle piece he wasn't sure where to place. A prophecy. A destiny. A Dark Lord who would return. And somewhere in the British magical world, an old man with plans that had been disrupted 11 years ago, waiting for Harry to finally come within reach. Is that why you trained me? Harry asked. The dueling, the magic, he gestured vaguely at the breakfast table, where Grandmama's cooking bubbled ominously, all of it. We trained you because you're an Addams, Gomez said firmly. All our children learn to defend themselves. All our children learn that power is a tool, not a goal. You received the same education as Wednesday and Pugsley. With modifications for his unique situation, Wednesday added. But the foundation is the same. And yes, Morticia said, reaching across to take Harry's hand, we trained you because something marked you, mon cher. That scar on your forehead is not a wound, it's a connection. The killing curse left something behind, and until we understand what, we wanted you prepared for anything. Harry's free hand rose to touch his forehead. The lightning bolt scar, normally hidden beneath his dark hair. He'd had it as long as he could remember, so familiar that he often forgot it existed. Something left behind. The dreams, he said slowly. The ones I don't remember but wake me up screaming. His parents' faces tightened. We believe so, Morticia said. The scar is a mystery, Harry. We've consulted every expert we trust, and none of them can explain exactly what it is or what it means. But we do know it's connected to Voldemort somehow. And we know that Dumbledore is obsessed with it. So going to Hogwarts means walking into his territory. Playing his game. Yes, Gomez said. But it also means learning magic we can't teach you. British wand work has its own traditions, its own strengths. The Potter family grimoire is in England. And your birthright, both Potters and Addams, requires you to understand where you came from. It's your choice, Morticia added. It has always been your choice. If you want to remain here, continue your education with us, we will support that. We will protect you from any attempt to force your compliance. But? Harry sensed there was more. But the Addams family has never hidden from challenges. We face them. We conquer them. And something is stirring in England, Harry. Something old and dark that has been waiting a very long time. Harry looked at the letter again. Then at his family, this strange, wonderful, terrifying collection of people who had given him everything. "When do we leave for Diagon Alley?" he asked. Gomez's grin could have lit the room. They took the Addams family carriage, which was pulled by two thestrals that had been with the family for generations. Most people couldn't see thestrals, they required witnessing death to become visible, but Harry had been able to see them since he was a baby. "First death you witnessed was your parents," Wednesday had explained when he'd asked, years ago. "The killing curse. You saw it happen." "I don't remember it." "Memory isn't required. Witnessing is." The thestrals were named Despair and Melancholy, and they adored Harry with a devotion that was frankly embarrassing. Despair kept trying to nuzzle his hair through the carriage window. "Stop it," Harry muttered, pushing the skeletal head away. "We're supposed to be making an impression." "We are making an impression," Gomez said cheerfully. "The right impression. When you deal with the magical world, Harry, never let them forget who you are. An Addams. A Potter. And absolutely, under no circumstances, someone to underestimate." The carriage landed in a designated apparition zone near the leaky cauldron, and the family disembarked with the kind of coordinated elegance that came from centuries of practice. Gomez in his immaculate pinstripe suit, cane that definitely concealed a sword. Morticia in flowing black that moved like smoke. Wednesday in her signature style, braids and dark dress, expression suggesting she was imagining creative violence. Pugsley had been left at home with Uncle Fester, too much paperwork if he blows something up in public, Morticia had explained, but Grandmama had insisted on coming. "The boy needs proper potions ingredients," she declared. "British suppliers are acceptable, but their quality control is garbage." And Harry, in the middle of them all, wearing charcoal robes that had been tailored to emphasize his slight frame without making him look like a child playing dress-up. His dark hair was as wild as ever, no amount of magic could tame it, but his green eyes were sharp, alert, missing nothing. They entered the leaky cauldron, and the reaction was immediate. Conversation died. Glasses paused halfway to lips. The bartender, Tom, according to the sign, went pale as milk and gripped the counter like he might collapse. "Addams," someone whispered, and the name spread through the pub like fire. Then, is that Harry Potter?" Harry felt the attention sharpen. Hungry. Desperate. He saw people start to rise from their seats, mouths opening to speak, hands reaching. "Touch my son and lose the hand," Morticia said pleasantly. She hadn't raised her voice, but everyone heard her clearly. "We're here for shopping, not socializing." A path cleared immediately. They moved through the pub and out the back, where Gomez tapped the bricks in the correct sequence. The wall melted away to reveal Diagon Alley in all its chaotic glory. Harry had seen photographs, but photographs didn't capture the smell, ink and parchment and potions ingredients and something else, something uniquely magical, like ozone before a storm. Or the sound, dozens of conversations overlapping, owls hooting, children laughing, merchants hawking their wares. "It's loud," he observed. "It's British," Grandmama muttered. "No sense of atmosphere. Look at that apothecary, their Eye of Newt display isn't even refrigerated. Amateurs." They moved through the alley with purpose, the crowd parting before them like water before a prow. Harry noticed the stares, the whispers, the pointing fingers. Some faces showed fear. Others showed curiosity. A few showed something darker, resentment, maybe, or calculation. "They're already judging," Wednesday murmured, falling into step beside him. "Let them." Harry kept his expression neutral, his posture relaxed. "Opinions are cheap. Let's give them something worth judging." Their first stop was Gringotts, the wizarding bank, where marble columns rose toward a ceiling that seemed impossibly high and goblins watched the proceedings with sharp, suspicious eyes. The Addams family had accounts here, old accounts, predating the bank's founding if family legend could be believed. Gomez conducted business with the goblins in their own language, rapid-fire negotiation that left the creatures actually smiling by the end. Goblins respect competence, he'd explained to Harry years ago. And contracts. Always honor a goblin contract, Mijo. They have long memories and creative punishments. Harry also accessed the Potter Vault for the first time. The goblin who escorted him, a weathered creature named Griphook, watched with barely concealed interest as the vault doors swung open. Gold. Towers of it. Galleons stacked in glittering columns, surrounding a central chest that radiated old, protective magic. The Potter family vault, Griphook said. Untouched since the death of James and Lily Potter. You are the sole heir, Mr. Addams Potter. These funds are yours to command. Harry approached the chest rather than the gold. His fingers brushed the lock, and he felt the magic respond, tasting his blood, his intent, his identity. The lock clicked open. Inside, nestled on velvet, lay a collection of items, a ring bearing the Potter crest, a leather journal, a sealed letter, and something else, a cloak that shimmered like captured starlight. An invisibility cloak, Griphook said, a note of surprise in his gravelly voice. Rare. Valuable. Your father was known to possess one. Harry lifted the cloak, feeling its impossible lightness, and understood immediately why it had been locked away rather than left in the open vault. Some things were more valuable than gold. He took everything in the chest, plus a moderate amount of currency, and left the vault with more questions than answers. Ollivanders was their last stop. The shop was narrow, dusty, and absolutely crammed with boxes that stretched toward a ceiling lost in shadow. It smelled like paper and polish and something else, something electric, alive, that made Harry's skin prickle with awareness. Ah, said a voice from the gloom. I wondered when I would see you. The old man who emerged from behind the counter looked exactly like Harry had expected, ancient, wild-haired, with pale eyes that seemed to see straight through flesh and bone to whatever lay beneath. Mr. Potter. Or is it Mr. Addams Potter now? Ollivander's gaze flicked to Morticia and Gomez, who had opted to wait outside with Wednesday and Grandmama. Some negotiations required privacy. Yes, yes. I remember every wand I've ever sold, Mr. Addams Potter. Your father, James Potter, favored mahogany, 11 inches, pliable. Excellent for transfiguration. Your mother, Lily, willow, 10¼ inches, swishy. Lovely for charm work. And the wand that killed them? Ollivander's expression flickered, surprise, maybe, or something darker. You and Phoenix Feather. 13½ inches. I sold that wand, too. I sold it to Tom Riddle, when he was a boy not much older than you. I have, regretted that sale. You couldn't have known. Couldn't I? The wand-maker's smile was thin, humorless. The wand chooses the wizard, Mr. Addams Potter. And sometimes the wand chooses poorly. Come. Let us see what chooses you. What followed was unlike anything Harry had experienced. Ollivander handed him wand after wand, holly, ash, oak, blackthorn, and each time Harry felt something, a flicker of response, but never the connection he sensed should be there. Some wands sparked weakly. Others did nothing at all. One actually tried to burn him, which Ollivander found fascinating rather than concerning. Difficult customer, the old man murmured, disappearing into the stacks. Very difficult. But interesting, yes, very interesting indeed. 20 wands. 30. 40. And then Ollivander paused, his hand hovering over a box that sat alone on a high shelf. Harry saw him hesitate, genuinely hesitate, before pulling it down. I wonder, Ollivander said quietly. Yes, I wonder. He opened the box. The wand inside was black. Not dark wood, black, the color of starless void, with silver-white patterns that seemed to shift when Harry looked at them directly. It was beautiful in the way a hunting cat was beautiful, the way a perfectly balanced blade was beautiful. This wand should not exist, Ollivander said. I did not make it. I found it, 20 years ago, in the ruins of a very old place. The wood is death wood, from a tree that grows only in places where many have died. The core is thestral heartstring. I have never been able to sell it, Mr. Addams Potter. It rejected every hand that touched it. Harry reached for the wand. The moment his fingers closed around the handle, the world shifted. Power, raw, pure, endless, flooded through him. The shop trembled. Boxes fell from shelves. The shadows in the corners deepened, reaching toward him like welcoming arms. And somewhere far away, Harry heard a whisper. Found you. Curious, Ollivander breathed, his pale eyes wide. Very curious indeed. Harry lowered the wand, and the world settled. But something had changed, he could feel it. A door had opened, somewhere deep inside him, and whatever lay beyond that door was watching. The wand has chosen, Ollivander said. But I think, Mr. Addams Potter, that more than the wand has taken notice today. There are old echoes in that wood. Old powers. And they will be interested in you. Good, Harry said, and meant it. I'd hate to be boring. He paid for the wand. Ollivander refused to set a price, so Harry left a vault draft that made the old man's eyes nearly pop out of his skull, and walked out into the afternoon sun. His family was waiting. Morticia took one look at his new wand and raised an elegant eyebrow. Interesting choice. It chose me. Of course it did. She smiled, and there was something ancient and knowing in her expression. The Addams family has always had an affinity for things that shouldn't exist. Welcome to the tradition, mon cher. The night before September 1st, Harry couldn't sleep. He stood at his window, the one overlooking the cemetery, because he'd insisted on that room as a child and his parents had been delighted, watching fog curl between the headstones. His packed trunk sat at the foot of his bed. His wand lay on the nightstand, still faintly warm to the touch, still whispering at the edge of his consciousness. A knock at his door. Soft, precise. Come in, Wednesday. His sister entered without surprise at being identified. She'd stopped questioning his instincts years ago. You're nervous. I'm prepared. Those aren't mutually exclusive. She moved to stand beside him at the window. I've seen something. Wednesday's visions were unpredictable, fragments of possible futures, images that rarely made complete sense until after the fact. She hated talking about them, which meant whatever she'd seen was important enough to overcome that hatred. Tell me. I see you standing alone. Something vast and dark behind you, not threatening you, but watching. Waiting. You're holding your wand in one hand and something else in the other. A crown, I think. Black iron. Harry frowned. A crown? I don't know what it means. The vision ends there. Wednesday's jaw tightened. I don't like not knowing. Neither do I. They stood in silence for a long moment. You're right, Wednesday said. It wasn't a question. Every week. More if something interesting happens. Something interesting will happen. It always does with you. She turned to leave, paused at the door. Don't die, Harry. I mean it. I haven't finished beating you yet. I love you too. Wednesday made a sound that might have been amusement and disappeared into the shadows of the hallway. Harry returned his attention to the cemetery. Somewhere out there, beyond the fog and the familiar territory of home, an entire world was waiting for him. A world that thought it knew who Harry Potter was. A world that had built a mythology around a baby's survival. They had no idea what was coming. Found you, the whisper came again, so faint he might have imagined it. Found you at last. Harry touched his wand, felt its power thrumming in response to his touch. He should have been afraid. Any sane person would be afraid, hearing voices from impossible artifacts, dreaming of vast dark things. But Harry Addams Potter wasn't sane, not by ordinary standards. He'd been raised by people who considered death a minor inconvenience and dark magic a family tradition. He'd learned to duel before he learned to read. He'd spent his childhood surrounded by things that would drive normal wizards mad. And he was excited. "Found me," he murmured to the knight. "Now let's see if you can keep me." Platform 9 3/4 was chaos organized by tradition. Harry arrived with his family through the magical barrier, trunk floating behind him, new owl, a magnificent snowy creature he'd named Hedwig, perched on his shoulder. The platform was crowded with students and parents, trunks and pets, tearful goodbyes and excited chatter. The Addams family's arrival cut through the noise like a blade through silk. People noticed. How could they not? Gomez strode through the crowd like he owned it, which, given the Addams family's investments, wasn't entirely inaccurate. Morticia glided at his side, every eye drawn to her impossible elegance. Wednesday followed, her expression promising violence to anyone who got too close. And Harry, in the center, the calm eye of a very dark storm. "Blimey," someone said. "Is that Harry Potter? With the Addams family? I heard they adopted him, dark wizards, the lot of them, but he's the boy who lived." Harry ignored the whispers. He'd been prepared for this. What he hadn't been prepared for was the red-haired family struggling with their own chaos near the train. There were a lot of them. A harried-looking woman was trying to organize what appeared to be at least 4 children while a trunk rebelled against being loaded. 2 of the children, identical twins, were taking advantage of the distraction to set something on fire. "The Weasleys," Morticia murmured. "Old family, good standing. Light-aligned but not fanatics. The children might be useful allies." "Mother," Harry said mildly, "I'm going to school, not conquering territory." "One can do both, darling." "I certainly did." Before Harry could respond, one of the Weasley children broke away from the group, a boy about Harry's age, with the same red hair and a smudge of dirt on his nose, and barreled directly into him. "Sorry. Sorry, didn't see." The boy looked up, took in Harry's appearance, and went pale. "Bloody hell. You're Harry Potter." "Harry Addams Potter," Harry corrected. "And you're a Weasley." "Ron. Ron Weasley." The boy seemed torn between fascination and terror. "Are you really, I mean, is it true, the scar, Ron?" The Weasley mother had noticed. She hurried over, face flushed, already apologizing. "I'm so sorry, I don't know what's gotten into him." Then she saw the rest of the Addams family and stopped dead. "Mrs. Weasley," Morticia said smoothly. "Lovely to meet you. I'm Morticia Addams. This is my husband Gomez, our daughter Wednesday, and of course, Harry." That is." Molly Weasley collected herself with visible effort. "How do you do? We've heard, well. We've heard. Nothing good, I'm sure." Gomez's grin was disarming. "All of it true, unfortunately. We're absolutely dreadful. But Harry's been looking forward to making friends at school, and I hear Weasleys are good people to know." "Dad." Harry's voice held a warning. Right. No embarrassing the boy." "Got it." Gomez winked at Ron, who seemed to have relaxed slightly. "Take care of my son, young man. He's more delicate than he looks." "I will literally set you on fire," Harry said pleasantly. "He's kidding," Morticia assured Mrs. Weasley. "Probably." The train whistle blew, final boarding call. The moment Harry had been waiting for, dreading, anticipating. Goodbyes were brief but intense. Gomez hugged him hard enough to crack ribs. Morticia kissed his forehead and murmured something in a language Harry didn't recognize, a blessing, maybe, or a curse. Wednesday simply nodded and said, "Don't lose." Then he was on the train, trunk stowed, Hedwig settled in her cage, standing in the corridor as the platform slid away behind him. Ron Weasley appeared at his elbow. "Want to find a compartment?" The good ones fill up fast. Harry considered. The boy seemed genuine enough, nervous but not calculating. And having an ally from a light-aligned family might be politically useful. Lead the way, he said. They found a compartment near the back of the train. Ron talked, a lot, about his family, about Hogwarts, about what house he hoped to be sorted into. Harry listened, interjected occasionally, and got a crash course in ordinary wizarding childhood. It was fascinating. Ron had grown up without learning any combat magic. He didn't know what a blood ward was. He thought Quidditch was the most dangerous thing a person could do. What about you? Ron asked eventually. What was it like, growing up with, the Addamses? Yeah. Are they really as dark as people say? Harry considered the question. Define dark. I don't know. Dark magic. Curses. Dangerous stuff. My sister tried to kill me at least once a week growing up. My uncle generates electrical fields that can power small cities. My grandmother's cooking is literally toxic to anyone not immunized. And my parents. Harry smiled. My parents love each other in a way that terrifies most people who witness it. Ron blinked. That's not what I expected. What did you expect? Evil, I guess. Like you know who. Voldemort, Harry said, and Ron flinched. You can say his name. He's not a god. He's just a wizard who made very bad choices. You sound like you've thought about this. I have. He killed my parents. He tried to kill me. I've spent 11 years preparing for the day I face him again. Harry's voice was calm, matter-of-fact. The Addamses aren't evil, Ron. They're dangerous. There's a difference. Before Ron could respond, the compartment door slid open. Is it true? A girl stood in the doorway, bushy brown hair framing a face tight with determination. Someone said Harry Potter was on the train. Is it you? Harry rose. Harry Addams Potter. And you are? Hermione Granger. She stepped inside, closed the door behind her. I've read everything about you. Well, everything that's been published. The stories about the night you know who fell, the theories about what actually happened, most of them are wrong, Harry said. I suspected. The primary sources are unreliable at best. Hermione studied him with sharp, evaluating eyes. You don't look like the stories describe. Let me guess. They describe a humble hero, tragically orphaned, waiting to be guided by wise mentors. Something like that. Harry laughed. It wasn't a kind sound. I'm not humble. I'm not a hero, not yet, anyway. And the last thing I need is guidance. I've had 11 years of excellent teachers. Hermione's eyes lit up. The Addams family. I tried to research them, but the records are incomplete. Deliberately so. We value privacy. I noticed. She sat down without being invited, which Harry found oddly refreshing. I'm Muggle-born. First-generation witch. Everyone keeps telling me that'll be a problem. Only for small-minded people, Harry said. Magic doesn't care about blood. Anyone who tells you otherwise is selling something. Ron shifted uncomfortably, and Harry wondered what prejudices the boy had absorbed growing up. Something to watch. The train continued its journey. Harry talked with Hermione, actually talked, not the careful conversational fencing he'd practiced with his family. She was sharp, curious, fearless in her pursuit of knowledge. She reminded him of Wednesday in some ways, though with considerably more enthusiasm and fewer weapons. Ron watched them, occasionally interjecting, clearly out of his depth but gamely trying to keep up. An hour into the journey, another interruption. The door slid open to reveal a blond boy with a pointed face and two large companions flanking him like bodyguards. So it's true. The boy's voice dripped with practiced disdain. Harry Potter. Or should I say Harry Addams? He made the name sound like an insult. I'm Malfoy. Draco Malfoy. Ron made a noise that might have been suppressed laughter. Something funny, Weasley. Draco's eyes narrowed. Let me guess, your family couldn't afford a compartment, so you had to beg for space. I invited him, Harry said quietly. Draco's attention snapped back. A mistake. Some families are better than others. The Weasleys are blood traitors, barely above mudbloods. If you want to associate with proper wizards, I'm going to stop you there. Harry didn't raise his voice. He didn't need to. Draco Malfoy. Son of Lucius Malfoy, grandson of Abraxas. Old family, wealthy, politically connected. You've done your research. I've done more than research. I know your family's history, the alliances, the debts, the secrets. I know your father served Voldemort and bought his way out of Azkaban. I know your mother comes from the Black family, which has its own tangled web of loyalties. Harry stood, slowly, and was pleased to see Draco's companions shift nervously. The Addams family has been around longer than the Malfoys, longer than the Blacks, longer than most of the names in the Sacred 28. We have no interest in blood status because blood status is a recent invention. Magic is older than your prejudices, Draco. Much older. Draco's face had gone red. You dare, I dare quite a lot. Harry smiled, and it wasn't a pleasant expression. But I'm not your enemy. Not yet. You have potential, I can see it. The question is whether you'll waste that potential on your father's grudges, or whether you'll decide what you actually want. The compartment was silent. Even Hermione, usually ready with words, said nothing. Draco opened his mouth. Closed it. His eyes were conflicted, uncertain, nothing like the confident mask he'd worn moments ago. This isn't over, he said finally. No, Harry agreed. It's just beginning. Draco left, his companions trailing behind. Harry settled back into his seat. What was that? Ron demanded. You talked to Draco Malfoy like an equal. Like someone who might be worth knowing despite his family's history. Harry shrugged. Making enemies is easy, Ron. Making allies takes work. Malfoy could be useful or he could be a problem. Right now, he's undecided. I'd rather have him undecided than hostile. Hermione was studying him with new intensity. You're not what I expected at all. I get that a lot. The sorting hat was a ratty, ancient thing that somehow managed to look judgmental. Harry stood in the great hall, surrounded by his fellow first-years, watching the hat sing its song and sort students one by one. The hall itself was magnificent, floating candles, an enchanted ceiling showing the night sky, for long tables packed with students in colored robes. The school was watching him. He felt the weight of attention like a physical pressure. Addams Potter, Harry. The hall went silent. Actually, truly silent, the kind of silence that happens when an entire room holds its breath. Harry walked to the stool, sat, and felt the hat descend over his eyes. Well, well, well. The voice was in his head, amused and ancient. Harry Potter. Or Harry Addams. Or both. What an interesting mind you have. Thank you, Harry thought back. I try. Modesty would become you, but that's rather beside the point. Let me see, courage, yes, plenty of that. Loyalty, fierce, almost frightening. Intelligence, cunning, ambition. I've been told I'm complicated. You've been told correctly. The hat seemed to settle deeper, its presence probing further into Harry's thoughts. Ah. And what's this? Something else. Something that doesn't belong. Harry felt the hat's attention sharpen, focus on something deep inside him, a door, or a shadow, or a whisper that he'd carried since infancy. Interesting. Very interesting. I haven't felt anything like this in, well, a very long time. The Hat's mental voice grew more serious. You carry something, Harry Addams Potter. Something old and dark and hungry. Do you know what it is? Not yet. But you intend to find out. Yes. And if what you find is dangerous? If it threatens everything you care about? Harry didn't hesitate. Then I'll destroy it. Or die trying. The Hat was quiet for a long moment. I believe you would. Something like approval colored its words. You could succeed anywhere, you know. Gryffindor would give you heroes to emulate, challenges to overcome. Ravenclaw would give you knowledge, understanding. Slytherin would give you power, connections. And Hufflepuff, though you might scoff, would give you something you need more than you realize, belonging without conditions. What do you recommend? I recommend nothing. The choice is yours. It has always been yours. But I will tell you this, the path you walk will be difficult regardless of which house you choose. Darkness is coming, Harry. The thing that whispers in your dreams is stirring. And you will need every ally you can find. Then put me where I'll find the best ones. The Hat laughed, actually laughed, a sound that echoed not just in Harry's mind but audibly through the hall. Better be. Gryffindor. The word rang out, and the hall exploded. Not in applause, in reaction. Cheers from the Gryffindor table, groans from Slytherin, shocked murmurs from everywhere else. Harry removed the hat and walked toward the red and gold table, where the Weasley twins were leading a chant of his name. He sat down among strangers who wanted to be friends, enemies who wanted to understand, and a whole school that thought they knew who he was. They had no idea. Under the table, his wand pulsed with warmth. In his dreams tonight, he knew, the whispers would come again. Found you. Yes, Harry thought, watching the candlelight dance across faces full of expectation and wonder. You found me. Now let's see what happens next. The Sorting Hat, back on its shelf, kept its own counsel. But if anyone had been watching closely, they might have seen it shiver, just once, as Harry Addams Potter took his place among the lions. Something was coming. Something old. Something dark. And the boy with the lightning scar had just announced himself to the world. That night, after the feast, after the introductions, after Percy Weasley's interminable tour of Gryffindor Tower, Harry lay in his four-poster bed and stared at the ceiling. The dormitory was quiet. Neville Longbottom snored softly in the bed next to his. Seamus Finnegan muttered in his sleep. Dean Thomas was silent as stone. And Ron Weasley, directly across from Harry, was definitely pretending to be asleep while actually watching him. You can stop pretending, Harry said quietly. I don't mind. A pause. Then, how'd you know? Your breathing pattern changed when I shifted position. Harry sat up, wand in hand, he'd slept with it since he was old enough to hold one. Can't sleep. Can you? No. Too much to think about. Ron sat up too, moonlight catching his red hair. You really aren't what I expected. You mentioned that. I know. It's just. Ron struggled for words. Everyone talks about the boy who lived like he's some kind of legend. But you're a person. A weird, scary, kind of amazing person, but still a person. Thank you. I think. It's a compliment. Ron hesitated. What you said to Malfoy. About his potential. Did you mean it? Harry considered. I never say things I don't mean. It's inefficient. But he's a Malfoy. His family is his family. He's himself. Harry met Ron's eyes in the darkness. My family is considered dark by most of the magical world. My name makes people flinch. If I judged everyone by their family's reputation, I'd never give anyone a chance. That's actually a good point. I have those occasionally. Ron laughed quietly. Yeah. I'm starting to get that. He lay back down, staring at his own ceiling. Hey, Harry. Yes. I'm glad you're in Gryffindor. Even if you are weird. I'm glad too. Harry smiled in the darkness. Now get some sleep. Tomorrow is going to be interesting. How do you know? Because I'm going to make it interesting. He felt more than saw Ron's grin. A few minutes later, the other boys' breathing evened out into genuine sleep. Harry remained awake. In the silence, between one heartbeat and the next, he felt it again, that vast, dark presence at the edge of consciousness. Watching. Waiting. Patient as stone, hungry as flame. Found you, the whisper came. Yes, Harry replied, and his grip tightened on his wand. But finding is just the beginning. Let's see who catches whom. The presence laughed, a sound like mountains crumbling, like stars dying, like the echo of ancient things that had slumbered too long. Oh, little Addams. We are going to have such fun. Harry closed his eyes. Tomorrow, classes would begin. Tomorrow, the real game would start. Tomorrow, he would begin learning everything Hogwarts had to teach, and everything it tried to hide. But tonight, in the darkness of Gryffindor Tower, Harry Addams Potter allowed himself one moment of simple, uncomplicated excitement. He was at Hogwarts. He had friends, potential friends, at least. He had enemies worth facing and mysteries worth solving and a whole world waiting to be conquered. And somewhere in the depths of the castle, something ancient was watching. Perfect. Chapter 1 and Chapter 2, Blood remembers the first week of classes taught Harry something important. Hogwarts had no idea what to do with him. It started in Transfiguration. Professor McGonagall, a stern Scottish witch with spectacles that seemed to see through excuses, had set them the task of turning a match into a needle. Simple work, she explained. Foundational. The building blocks of all transfiguration theory. Harry stared at his match and felt absolutely nothing. Around him, students waved their wands with varying degrees of success. Hermione had already produced a perfect needle and was working on adding decorative elements. Ron's match had gone slightly silver. Neville's had caught fire, which wasn't supposed to be possible. And Harry sat there, stubbornly wooden, refusing to cooperate. Focus on the transformation, McGonagall advised, pausing by his desk. Visualize the needle. Feel the change. I'm trying, Professor. Try harder. He tried harder. Nothing happened. The problem, Harry realized, was fundamental. McGonagall taught transfiguration as a process of willing change, imposing your vision onto reality through precise wand movements and focused intention. It was elegant, controlled, and absolutely nothing like what Grandmama had taught him. Addams' transfiguration didn't impose. It negotiated. After class, Harry stayed behind. McGonagall watched him approach with the wariness she'd shown all week, not hostile, exactly, but deeply uncertain. Professor, may I ask a question? Of course, Mr. Addams Potter. The method you teach, is it the only way to transfigure? McGonagall's expression sharpened. It is the correct way. The standardized approach taught to all British magical students for over 3 centuries. But not the only way. There are alternative methodologies. Some cultures approach transfiguration differently. The results are generally comparable, though the techniques vary. She paused. Why do you ask? Harry pulled out his wand and pointed it at the match he'd brought with him. Instead of the movements McGonagall had demonstrated, he traced a symbol in the air, a requesting gesture, his grandmother had called it, and asked the match to become a needle. The match considered the request. Then it flowed, shifted, transformed, not into a simple needle, but into something ornate and slightly unsettling. The needle was black steel, wickedly sharp, with a handle shaped like a tiny skull. Interesting, McGonagall said, her voice carefully neutral. That is not the technique I taught. No, Professor. It's what I learned at home. The Addams method. One of them. McGonagall picked up the needle, examining it with professional interest. The transformation is complete. More than complete, you've added elements that weren't present in the original match. The magic wanted to do something interesting. I let it. Magic doesn't want things, Mr. Addams Potter. Harry smiled. Respectfully, Professor, I think it does. We just don't always listen. McGonagall set the needle down. For a long moment, she simply studied him, this 11-year-old who spoke about magic like an equal, who had been raised in shadows and seemed utterly comfortable there. You're going to be trouble, she said finally. Aren't you? I prefer challenging, Professor. I'm certain you do. But her lips twitched, just slightly. Very well. You may continue using your alternative methodology, provided your results meet course standards. However, I expect you to also learn the traditional approach. A wizard who knows only one way to accomplish a task is a wizard with a critical weakness. Yes, Professor. And Mr. Addams Potter? Yes. That needle is genuinely unsettling. Well done. Harry left Transfiguration with the distinct impression that he'd just passed a test he hadn't known he was taking. Charms went better. Professor Flitwick, a tiny, excitable man who stood on a stack of books to see over his desk, was delighted by Harry's unconventional approach. Fascinating. Absolutely fascinating. Flitwick examined the feather Harry had just levitated. It was floating normally, except for the fact that it was also glowing faintly and humming a tune that sounded suspiciously like a funeral march. You've combined the levitation charm with an animation effect and some form of light conjuration. That's an EWT-level integration, Mr. Addams Potter. I just wanted it to be more interesting, Harry admitted. And you succeeded admirably. 10 points to Gryffindor. Flitwick beamed at him. Though perhaps in the future, you might aim for effects that are slightly less morbid. I'll consider it, Professor. That's all I ask. History of Magic was a disaster, but that was because Professor Binns was a ghost who had apparently died of boredom and now inflicted that same condition on his students. Harry spent the class period reading ahead in his defense textbook while Binns droned about goblin rebellions. Herbology was interesting. Professor Sprout treated plants with a respect Harry appreciated, and several of the more dangerous specimens seemed to recognize him, or at least, they stopped trying to bite him after the first day. Neville Longbottom, who had been nervous and fumbling in other classes, came alive among the greenery. How did you calm down the fanged geranium? Harry asked after class, genuinely curious. Neville blinked, surprised by the attention. Oh. I just talked to it. Plants respond to intention. If you approach them with respect, they usually cooperate. Negotiation, not domination. I suppose so, yeah. Harry filed that information away. Neville was more interesting than he appeared. But all of that was prelude. The class Harry had actually been waiting for was potions. The dungeons were cold. Not the pleasant, atmospheric cold of the Addams family cellars, this was institutional cold, the kind that seeped into bones and made you understand why British wizards were so obsessed with warming charms. Harry descended the stone steps with his fellow first-years and entered Professor Snape's classroom. It was impressive, Harry had to admit. Jars of preserved specimens lined the walls, catching the flickering torchlight in ways that made their contents seem almost alive. The workstations were arranged with precise efficiency. And at the front of the room, seated behind a massive desk like a spider in its web, sat Severus Snape. Harry had done his research. He knew Snape had been a Death Eater who turned spy for Dumbledore. He knew Snape had loved Lily Potter, Harry's biological mother, and hated James Potter with a passion that had apparently survived death itself. He knew Snape was a potions master of genuine brilliance, respected even by those who despised him. What he didn't know was how Snape would react to Harry Addams Potter. The professor's dark eyes tracked Harry to his seat, and something complicated moved behind them: recognition, resentment, and something else that might have been curiosity. "You are here to learn the subtle science and exact art of potion making," Snape began, his voice soft but somehow filling the room. "As there is little foolish wand-waving here, many of you will hardly believe this is magic. I don't expect you will really understand the beauty of the softly simmering cauldron with its shimmering fumes, the delicate power of liquids that creep through human veins, bewitching the mind, and snaring the senses." Harry found himself leaning forward. This was poetry, dark poetry, delivered by someone who genuinely loved their craft. "I can teach you how to bottle fame, brew glory, even stopper death, if you aren't as big a bunch of dunderheads as I usually have to teach." Silence. The students barely breathed. "Potter." Snape's attention snapped to Harry like a predator sighting prey. "Our new celebrity. Tell me, what would I get if I added powdered root of asphodel to an infusion of wormwood?" The answer came automatically. "The draught of living death, Professor. Though Grandmama prefers to substitute moon petals for the wormwood, she says it gives a cleaner sleep." Snape's expression flickered. "And where would you look if I told you to find me a bezoar?" "The stomach of a goat, traditionally. But the Addams family keeps a supply in our east wine cellar, between the 1847 Bordeaux and the paralytic mushrooms." "And what is the difference between monkshood and wolfsbane?" "They're the same plant, also called aconite. Extremely toxic. We use it in our garden as a decorative border." The class was utterly silent. Even Hermione, whose hand had shot up at the first question, looked stunned. Snape studied Harry for a long moment. His face was unreadable, but Harry caught something in his eyes, a reassessment. Whatever he'd expected from Harry Potter, this wasn't it. "It seems the boy who lived actually opens a book occasionally. 5 points to Gryffindor." The words sounded like they caused Snape physical pain to utter. "And 5 points from Gryffindor for mentioning your family's illegal storage of controlled substances." "It's only illegal in Britain, Professor. American magical law is considerably more permissive." "I'm certain it is." Snape's lip curled. "Today we will be brewing a simple cure for boils. Instructions are on the board. You have 1 hour. Begin." Harry set to work. Potions, unlike transfiguration, felt natural. Grandmama had trained him extensively, and he found himself falling into the rhythm without conscious effort, measuring ingredients with precision, adjusting heat with instinct, stirring in patterns that were more ritual than recipe. Halfway through the class, he noticed Snape watching him again. "Your technique is unconventional," Snape said quietly, appearing at Harry's station like a particularly dour ghost. "Grandmama believes potions are as much art as science." Harry didn't stop working. "She says the standard approach is technically correct but spiritually dead. Your grandmother sounds like a remarkably annoying woman. She's killed 4 husbands, Professor. Deliberately. Annoying doesn't quite cover it." Snape's expression did something complicated, half horror, half reluctant amusement. "And she taught you potions. Among other things." "What other things?" Harry looked up from his cauldron and met Snape's eyes directly. "Everything I needed to survive." Something passed between them, not understanding exactly, but recognition. Snape had survived his own darkness. He knew what it meant to be raised in shadows. "Your potion is acceptable," Snape said finally. "Marginally better than acceptable, in fact. Continue." He swept away, robes billowing, and Harry returned his attention to the cauldron. Across the room, Neville's potion was beginning to melt his cauldron, but Harry decided that wasn't his problem. At the end of class, only 3 students had produced usable potions: Harry, Hermione, and, surprisingly, Draco Malfoy, who had clearly received private tutoring of his own. "Mr. Addams Potter, Snape said as students filed out. Remain behind. Harry waited while the room emptied. Ron shot him a worried look, but Harry shook his head slightly. I'll be fine. When they were alone, Snape's mask slipped slightly. The cold disdain softened into something more complicated. You're not what I expected, Snape said. I get that a lot. I knew your father. Your biological father. Snape's voice was careful, controlled. We were, not friends. I expected his arrogance in you. I didn't know him, Harry said simply. The Addamses are my family. Whatever James Potter was, I'm not him. No. You're not. Snape was quiet for a moment. Your mother, on the other hand, you have her eyes. So I'm told. She was remarkable. Brilliant, kind, fierce when necessary. Snape looked away. I was sorry when she died. Harry considered his response carefully. This was dangerous territory, old wounds that had never properly healed. I've seen pictures, he said finally. Letters, too, that were in the Potter vault. She seems like she was worth knowing. She was. Then I'm sorry you lost her. Snape's head snapped toward him, searching for mockery or manipulation. Finding neither, he seemed to deflate slightly. You may go, Mr. Addams Potter. Professor? What? Grandmama's technique for the cure for boils, the one that makes you uncomfortable, it produces a version that works 30% faster and doesn't leave scarring. I could share the modification if you're interested. Snape stared at him. You're offering to teach me? Knowledge should be shared, Professor. That's what my grandmother says. Usually while threatening to poison someone, but the principle is sound. For a moment, just a moment, Snape's lips twitched in something that might have been a smile. Get out of my classroom, Mr. Addams Potter. Yes, Professor. Harry left, but he felt Snape's gaze on his back all the way to the door. Whatever their relationship would become, it wouldn't be simple hatred. That was interesting. That was useful. The note arrived on Wednesday, slipped under Harry's dormitory door sometime during dinner. Trophy room. Midnight. Wizard's duel. Bring your second if you dare. DM Ron found it first and immediately started panicking. He's setting you up. It's a trap. He's going to tell Filch and get us expelled. It's not a trap, Harry said calmly. How can you possibly know that? Because Draco wants to prove something. To himself as much as anyone. Harry tucked the note into his pocket. He's not trying to get me expelled. He's trying to understand me. By challenging you to a duel. It's how purebloods communicate, Ron. Direct confrontation. He respects it. Hermione, who had been eavesdropping from the common room doorway, stepped into the dormitory with her arms crossed. This is incredibly stupid. Even if it's not a trap, you could get caught. Expelled. Sent back to the Addamses. Harry smiled. That's not exactly a threat, Hermione. You know what I mean. I do. And I appreciate the concern. But I'm going. Then I'm coming too. And me, Ron added, surprising everyone, possibly including himself. Someone's got to watch your back. Harry looked at them both, this bushy-haired Muggleborn who was too curious for her own good, this gangly pureblood who was slowly becoming a friend despite his prejudices. An unlikely alliance, but alliances often were. Fine. But stay out of the way once the duel starts. This is between Draco and me. The trophy room gleamed silver in the moonlight. Harry entered through the door, wand in hand, senses extended for any sign of ambush. Behind him, Ron and Hermione hovered nervously. Well, Hermione hovered nervously. Ron just looked vaguely ill. Draco was already there. He stood in the center of the room, flanked by his usual companions, Crabbe and Goyle, neither of whom looked capable of complex thought. His wand was drawn, and his expression was a careful mask of aristocratic contempt. "You came," Draco said. "You invited me. I wasn't sure you would. Some Gryffindors are all talk. And some Slytherins hide behind their father's reputation." Harry moved forward, positioning himself opposite Draco. "We've established that neither of us is typical. Can we skip the posturing?" Draco's mask flickered, irritation, maybe, or something else. "Weasley? That's your second?" He volunteered. "My father's house elf would be a more dignified choice." "Your father's house elf isn't here." Harry raised his wand. "Standard rules. First blood or incapacitation." "First blood." Draco mirrored his stance. "Crabbe, count us in." Crabbe grunted, which Draco apparently interpreted as assent. 3, Crabbe managed. 2. 1. Draco was fast. Harry had to give him that. The stinging hex crossed the space between them in a blur, aimed precisely at Harry's face. Harry wasn't there. He'd moved before the spell was cast, not in response to it, but in anticipation. Reading the slight tension in Draco's shoulders, the direction of his wand tip, the intake of breath that preceded the incantation. Addams' training didn't teach you to react. It taught you to predict. Harry's return volley was 3 spells in rapid succession. A trip jinx, a disarming charm, and something Grandmama had called gentle encouragement, a curse that made the target feel like their bones were vibrating. Draco blocked the first, dodged the second, and caught the third full in the chest. He gasped, staggered, but didn't fall. That was impressive. Most adults couldn't stay standing when their skeleton felt like a tuning fork. "What was that?" Draco gritted out. "Family recipe." Harry circled slowly, watching for an opening. "Keep your guard up." Draco snarled and attacked again. The next 30 seconds were a flurry of spell fire, not the measured exchange of a formal duel, but something raw. Draco fought with technical precision and growing desperation. Harry fought like he was dancing, each movement flowing into the next, never quite where Draco expected him to be. It wasn't fair. Harry knew that. Draco had trained with tutors who followed rules and taught proper form. Harry had trained with Wednesday, who believed that if you weren't bleeding, you weren't learning. But fairness wasn't the point. Understanding was. Harry ended it with a move that Gomez had shown him, a feint left, a sudden close, and a spell delivered not from his wand but from his empty hand. Raw magic, shaped by will, catching Draco in the chest and slamming him into a trophy case. Glass shattered. Trophies fell. Draco slumped to the floor, winded and bleeding from a dozen small cuts. "First blood," Harry said quietly. "I win." The room was silent. Crabbe and Goyle looked terrified. Ron looked odd. Hermione looked like she was reassessing everything she thought she knew about Harry. Harry walked to where Draco lay and extended his hand. "What?" Draco coughed. "What are you doing?" "Helping you up." "I don't need your help." "No, you don't. But I'm offering it anyway." Harry waited, hand still extended. "You're good, Draco. Better than most your age. Your footwork needs improvement, and you telegraph your feints, but your raw ability is impressive." "You're complimenting me?" "I'm being honest. There's a difference." Harry met his eyes. "You challenged me because you wanted to know if you could beat me. You can't. Not yet. Maybe not ever. I've got a decade of Addams training that you'll never have. But that's not the right question." "What's the right question?" "What do you want?" "Not your father, not your family legacy. You." Draco stared at him. Blood trickled down his cheek from a glass cut, but he didn't seem to notice. "I don't know," he said finally. "Then figure it out." Harry's hand was still there, waiting. "When you do, come find me." I'd rather have you as an ally than an enemy, Draco. You're more interesting than you think you are. Slowly, hesitantly, Draco took his hand. Harry pulled him to his feet and something shifted between them, not friendship, not yet, but the possibility of it. A door that hadn't been there before. This isn't over, Draco said, but there was no venom in it. I hope not. Things would get boring. A noise in the corridor. Footsteps. Everyone froze. Filch, Hermione hissed. We need to go. Now. The six of them, former enemies temporarily united by the prospect of detention, fled into the darkness of sleeping Hogwarts. They scattered at the first intersection, Slytherins going one way, Gryffindors another. But before they separated, Draco caught Harry's eye. The third-floor corridor, he said quietly. Something's hidden there. Something Dumbledore once protected. I don't know what, but my father's mentioned it. Why tell me? Because you're going to figure it out anyway. Draco's expression was strange, not friendly, exactly, but no longer hostile. Consider it a gesture of good faith. Then he was gone, shadows swallowing him, and Harry was left with questions multiplying in his mind. 3 days later, the Ministry came knocking. Harry was eating breakfast in the Great Hall when the doors burst open and a delegation of official-looking wizards swept in. At their head was a woman in pink robes that hurt Harry's eyes just to look at, a round, toad-like figure who smiled in a way that didn't reach her eyes. Dolores Umbridge, Hermione whispered, having done her research. Senior Undersecretary to the Minister. She's problematic. How so? She's been pushing legislation to restrict werewolf rights, regulate half-breed magical creatures, and increase ministry oversight of potentially dangerous magical families. Like the Addamses? Like the Addamses. Harry watched Umbridge approach the staff table, where Dumbledore rose to meet her with the calm assurance of a man who had faced worse than bureaucrats. Their conversation was too quiet to hear, but body language spoke volumes. Dumbledore's polite immovability, Umbridge's barely contained frustration. Then Umbridge turned and looked directly at Harry. Her smile widened. Mr. Potter. She bustled toward the Gryffindor table, trailing officials like ducklings. Or should I say Mr. Addams Potter? How confusing these hyphenated names can be. Harry rose, because he'd been taught manners even if he didn't always use them. Madam Umbridge. How unexpected. Oh, we've been meaning to visit for quite some time. The Ministry takes such an interest in our young people, especially those who've experienced unusual circumstances. Her eyes flickered to his scar. We simply wanted to ensure you're adjusting well to Hogwarts. Such a transition, after being raised abroad. I'm adjusting perfectly, thank you. Wonderful. Wonderful. Umbridge's smile didn't waver. Still, we must follow proper procedures. A brief interview, purely routine. Nothing to worry about. An interview about what? Your welfare, of course. Your education. Your family situation. The way she said family made it sound like something scraped off her shoe. The Addams family has such an interesting reputation, don't they? Harry felt the great hall watching. Students at every table, staff at the high table, hundreds of eyes fixed on this confrontation. Whatever happened next would be remembered. Good. The Addams family, Harry said clearly, has existed since before the Ministry was founded. We have treaties with 17 magical governments, alliances with families your records don't even acknowledge, and resources that would make your budget committee weep. If the Ministry has concerns about my welfare, I suggest they put those concerns in writing and send them to our legal representatives. Umbridge's smile froze. Furthermore, Harry continued, any interview regarding a minor requires parental notification under both British magical law and the International Statute of Wizarding Secrecy, which still applies to British citizens raised abroad. Have my parents been notified? Well, I thought not. Harry sat back down and returned his attention to his breakfast. "Thank you for your concern, Madam Umbridge. I'm sure the Ministry has more pressing matters to attend to." The silence in the great hall was absolute. Umbridge's face had gone from pink to purple. Her officials shifted uncomfortably, clearly aware that their boss had just been outmaneuvered by an 11-year-old. "This isn't over, Mr. Addams Potter," Umbridge said softly. "I certainly hope not." Harry didn't look up from his eggs. "I so enjoy these conversations." She left. The hall erupted in whispers. At the staff table, Harry caught Dumbledore's eye. The old man's expression was complicated: respect, concern, and something that might have been a warning. Professor Snape, beside him, simply raised an eyebrow. And Professor Vale, the defense against the dark arts teacher Harry had barely noticed until now, watched with an intensity that made Harry's scar prickle. "Bloody hell," Ron breathed. "You just told off the senior undersecretary to the Minister of Magic." "Yes. In front of everyone." "Yes. You're completely mental." Harry smiled. "I've been told." That evening, he wrote to his father, "They're circling. Umbridge came personally. I handled it, but they'll be back." The response came the next morning, delivered by a raven that made Hedwig look positively cheerful: "Let them. The wolves should know who the real predators are. Your mother sends her love and a new cursing combination she's been developing. Practice it. We're proud of you, Mijo." Harry practiced until he could cast it in his sleep. The third-floor corridor called to him. Harry had been ignoring it for 2 weeks, focusing on classes and allies and the political currents swirling around him. But at night, when the castle slept and his dorm mates snored in their beds, he felt the pull. Something was down there. Something old. And whatever it was, it knew he was here. Wednesday's vision haunted him. A crown of black iron. A vast dark presence. And his wand whispering found you in the voice of something that shouldn't exist. The night he finally went, he went alone. The corridor was forbidden for obvious reasons. A massive 3-headed dog filled most of the available space, drool pooling on the stones, 6 eyes tracking Harry as he slipped through the door. It should have attacked. The dog was clearly designed as a guardian, vicious and territorial. Instead, it whimpered. "Easy," Harry murmured, approaching slowly. "I'm not here to hurt you." One of the heads, the middle one, sniffed at him. Its growl faded into something almost curious. "You can feel it too, can't you?" Harry reached out, let the massive snout press against his palm. Something underneath. Something sleeping. The dog whimpered again, all 3 heads nodding in unison. Harry looked down. The dog stood on a trapdoor, the entrance to whatever lay beneath. But he wasn't here for that. Not yet. He was here to understand. He closed his eyes and reached. The Addams family had always been sensitive to darkness. It was in their blood, their heritage, their very souls. They didn't fear the shadows because they were shadows, in some fundamental way that most wizards couldn't comprehend. Harry reached down, through stone and soil and centuries of accumulated magic, and touched Harry. The voice hit him like a physical blow. Vast. Ancient. Hungry. "We have waited so long." Images flooded his mind. A crown of black iron. A throne beneath the world. Armies of shadows bowing to a king who wore his face. "The Dark Lord serves us unknowing," the voice continued. "His anchors tie him to us, binding his soul to our purposes. But you could serve knowing. You could rule. Who are you?" Harry gasped, fighting to stay conscious. "We are the Nameless Court. The first darkness. The dream that waits beneath. What do you want? You, child of death. You who survived the killing curse. You who carry the mark of ending on your brow." The presence pressed closer, almost intimate. We made you, little Addams. The curse that struck you was ours. The power that saved you was ours. You belong to us. Harry's scar blazed with pain. The three-headed dog howled, retreating from whatever was happening to him. And somewhere deep inside, Harry felt something respond, the fragment of darkness that had been part of him since infancy, stirring at its master's call. No. The word wasn't spoken aloud, but it echoed through the connection like a thunderclap. Harry seized the darkness inside him, the piece of the nameless court that they'd left behind, and pushed. You cannot refuse us, watch me. He forced his eyes open. Forced his body to move. Forced himself to turn and walk away from the trapdoor, from the ancient presence that clawed at his mind. You will return, the court promised. They always return. And when you do, we will be waiting. The door slammed behind him. Harry staggered into the corridor and collapsed against the wall, gasping for breath. His scar was bleeding. Actually bleeding, a thin trickle of red running down his face. What the hell, he whispered to the empty corridor, was that? He didn't tell anyone about the encounter. Not Ron, not Hermione, not even his family. He needed to understand more before he could explain it. But someone had noticed something. Mr. Addams Potter. Professor Vale caught him after defense class, 3 days after the incident. Remain behind, please. Harry waited while his classmates filed out. Vale was a strange figure, competent enough in the classroom, polite without being warm, and utterly unremarkable in every way that mattered. Except for his eyes, which were too old for his face, and his interest in Harry, which was too intense for a teacher. You've been distracted, Vale said when they were alone. More than usual. Classes are demanding. Don't insult my intelligence. Vale moved to his desk, where a collection of dark artifacts sat in carefully warded cases. I know what walks in your dreams, Harry. I know what you touched under this castle. Harry's wand slid into his hand. You're very well informed. I have to be. Vale turned, and something in his posture had changed, something predatory rising to the surface. An Addams at Hogwarts. I thought I'd never see the day. Your family has been protecting its secrets for so long, and then they send you here, where everything old and dark is already stirring. What do you know about the Nameless Court? Vale's smile was cold. Everything, Mr. Addams Potter. I know they existed before wizards, before this island rose from the sea. I know they were imprisoned by the original Addams, in blood and shadow and sacrifice. I know they've been trying to escape for 1,000 years. And you know they contacted me. Of course. The court needs a vessel, a living anchor to pull themselves back into the world. They thought Voldemort might serve, but he's too broken, too fragmented. His soul is scattered across too many anchors. Vale's eyes glittered. But you survived the killing curse. You carry their mark. You're perfect. Harry's grip tightened on his wand. You're one of them. A servant. A student. An aspirant. The court offers power, Harry, and I've been waiting for them long enough to be rewarded. Vale drew his own wand slowly. I was hoping to do this gradually, earn your trust, guide you toward accepting what you are. But you're too clever for that, aren't you? Too suspicious. My family raised me to be suspicious. Your family raised you to be paranoid. But paranoia won't save you from what's coming. Vale raised his wand. The court will have their vessel, Harry. The only question is whether you cooperate or whether I have to make you cooperate. Harry had been waiting for this. Not Vale specifically, but something like him, an agent of the darkness that had touched him, making a move before Harry was ready. The Addams family had taught him what to do when you weren't ready, improvise. He attacked first. The spell that left his wand was something Grandmama had called Grandmother's Greeting, a curse that made the target feel like their skin was covered in crawling insects. Vale blocked it, barely, and retaliated with a bolt of black fire that Harry sidestepped. Impressive, Vale admitted. The Addams training lives up to its reputation. You haven't seen anything yet. They dueled. Vale was decades more experienced, with spells that Harry had only read about. But Harry was faster, more unpredictable, and absolutely willing to fight dirty. When Vale's curse shattered a display case, Harry used the flying glass as weapons. When Vale tried to bind him with shadows, Harry ate the shadows, absorbed them into himself, which hurt like hell but also surprised Vale enough for Harry to land a cutting curse across his arm. First blood, Harry gasped. This isn't a formal duel, Vale snarled. This is a reckoning. He cast something that made the room itself seem to twist, walls bending at impossible angles. Harry's sense of direction vanished. Up and down became meaningless. Addams' training included disorientation exercises, but nothing like this. Harry fell, rolled, tried to right himself, and found Vale standing over him with his wand aimed at Harry's heart. The court was right about you, Vale said. You're magnificent. All that potential, just waiting to be shaped. I almost regret what I have to do. Then don't do it. I don't have a choice. None of us do, once they're in our heads. Vale's expression flickered, something like regret, quickly buried. I'll make it quick, Harry. A small mercy. He raised his wand. The door exploded. Professor Snape swept through the wreckage like an avenging spectre, his wand already firing curses that lit the room with lethal light. Vale barely managed to shield, staggering back from the onslaught. Severus, Vale growled. This doesn't concern you. A professor attacking a student in my school? Snape's voice was cold enough to freeze flame. I think it concerns me very much. You don't understand what he is. I understand that you're one breath away from death. Snape's curse shattered Vale's shield and sent him crashing into his own desk. The headmaster is on his way. As are several Aurors. I suggest you surrender. Vale laughed, a broken sound with no humor in it. Surrender? You think any prison can hold what I serve? He looked at Harry, still struggling to stand. This isn't over, little Addams. The court has marked you. They'll never stop coming. Then he dissolved into shadow and vanished. Snape cursed, checked the corners of the room, then turned to Harry. His expression was unreadable, but his hand was surprisingly gentle as he helped Harry to his feet. Can you walk? I think so. Then walk. The headmaster will want to hear about this, and I prefer to explain somewhere that doesn't smell like dark magic. They left the defense classroom behind, but Harry knew Vale was right about one thing: this was only the beginning. Dumbledore's office was cluttered with curiosities, spinning silver instruments, portraits of former headmasters, and a magnificent phoenix who watched Harry with ancient, knowing eyes. Harry sat in a comfortable chair, his wounds healed by Madame Pomfrey, his wand still humming with residual energy. Snape stood by the door like a particularly dour sentinel. And Dumbledore himself sat behind his desk, fingers steepled, expression grave. Vale has escaped, Dumbledore said finally. The Aurors found no trace of him. He dissolved into shadow, Harry replied. Some kind of transportation spell. Very advanced. Indeed. Dumbledore's blue eyes studied him. You fought him? He attacked me. I defended myself. Professor Snape tells me your defense was impressive. Harry glanced at Snape, who looked like acknowledging this caused him physical pain. I've been trained. Yes. The Addams training. Dumbledore was quiet for a moment. Harry, I must ask you something, and I need you to answer honestly. I'll try. What did Vale want with you? Harry considered lying. It would be easy, a half-truth, an evasion. Dumbledore didn't need to know about the nameless court, about the voice in his head, about the thing that had marked him since infancy. But lies had a way of unraveling, and Harry had a feeling he was going to need allies before this was over. He wanted me to serve something, Harry said. Something he called the Nameless Court. An ancient power that's been imprisoned for 1,000 years. He met Dumbledore's eyes. They're connected to my family somehow. And they think I belong to them. Dumbledore's face went pale. Actually pale, which Harry hadn't thought possible for someone with his composure. The Nameless Court, Dumbledore repeated. You're certain? They spoke to me. In my mind. Through something under this castle, something you're protecting. The stone. Dumbledore's voice was barely a whisper. Of course. Flamel's stone has ancient origins, far older than Nicholas himself. If the court's influence has touched it. What's the stone? The Philosopher's Stone. An artifact capable of producing the elixir of life. Nicholas Flamel, a very old friend, asked me to protect it. But if the court is using it as a beacon. Dumbledore stood abruptly, pacing. This changes everything. Professor, Harry said, with respect, I need more information. The Addams family has been guarding something for generations, something connected to the court. I can feel it in my blood. But no one will tell me the whole truth. Dumbledore stopped pacing. Perhaps because the whole truth is dangerous, Harry. More dangerous than ignorance. Sometimes, yes. Not for me. Harry's voice was steady. I've been raised to face darkness, Professor. Whatever the court is, whatever my family's connection to it, I need to know. Because they're coming for me whether I understand them or not. The office was silent except for Fawkes' quiet trilling. Finally, Dumbledore sighed. You are far too clever for an 11-year-old. I've been told. Very well. I will tell you what I know, though I warn you, it is incomplete. Dumbledore returned to his desk, suddenly looking every one of his many years. The Nameless Court was not always nameless. In the earliest days of magic, they were gods. Or something close to it. They ruled the darkness before wizards learned to light their first flames. What happened to them? They were bound. Imprisoned. By the first magical families, those who would eventually become the sacred bloodlines, though that terminology came later. The Addamses were among them, perhaps the most powerful. They sealed the court beneath the earth, using their own blood as the chain. So my family are jailers. Guardians, Harry. And as long as Addams' blood flows, the court remains contained. Dumbledore's eyes were sad. But you are the last true Addams of your generation with magical power. The bloodline has thinned. And the court knows it. They've been working for centuries to escape, and they believe you are the key. Because I survived the killing curse. Because the killing curse is theirs. The Unforgivables were created using knowledge taken from the court's prison, power that should never have been unleashed. When Voldemort cast that curse at you and it rebounded, it created a connection. You are tied to the court in ways we don't fully understand. Harry absorbed this. It explained the whispers, the dreams, the thing inside him that stirred when the court called. What about Voldemort? He has been their unwitting servant for decades. His horcruxes, the anchors that keep his soul bound to this world, were created using court magic. He believes he's conquering death. In truth, he's bargaining with it. And death always collects. So when he returns, he will be more dangerous than ever, and more tied to the court's purposes. Dumbledore leaned forward. This is why I have watched you so carefully, Harry. This is why I placed you with the Dursleys all those years ago, blood relatives, connected to your mother's sacrifice. The Addamses disrupted my plans, but perhaps they were right to do so. You needed training I could not provide. I need more, Harry said. I need to understand the court, understand my family's history, understand what I actually am. I will help where I can. But much of this knowledge rests with the Addamses themselves. They have kept their secrets for good reason. Then I'll ask them. Harry stood. Thank you for being honest, Professor. Harry. Dumbledore's voice stopped him at the door. Vale said the court would never stop coming. He was right. This is only the beginning of a very long war. I hope you're ready. Harry turned, and his eyes were older than any 11-year-old should be. I was born ready, Professor. The Addamses made sure of it. That night, Harry wrote the longest letter he'd ever composed. He told his family everything, Vale, the court, Dumbledore's revelations. He asked questions he'd never dared ask before. He demanded answers. The response came 3 days later, not by owl or raven, but by lurch. The massive butler appeared in the Gryffindor common room during breakfast. How he got there, no one could explain, carrying a package wrapped in black velvet. From the master and mistress, Lurch groaned, handing it to Harry. They said to read carefully. Inside the package was a journal bound in leather that felt uncomfortably like skin. The first page bore the Addams family crest and a single sentence, "For our son, who is finally old enough to know the truth." Harry began reading. By the time he finished, the sun had set and risen and set again, and he understood, truly understood, what he was. The Addams family hadn't just imprisoned the nameless court. They had become part of the prison. Each generation, the bloodline absorbed a piece of the court's darkness, containing it within their own souls. It was why they were drawn to shadows, why they found comfort in death, why they could never quite be normal no matter how hard they tried. They were living chains. And Harry, who had been touched by the killing curse, who carried the court's mark on his forehead, was the strongest chain in generations. Or the weakest link, depending on whether he chose to contain the darkness or embrace it. The choice is yours, his mother had written in the margin. It has always been yours. We will love you regardless of what you decide. But remember, power accepted is different from power imposed. If you accept the darkness willingly, it serves you. If you fight it forever, you exhaust yourself. Find the balance, mon cher. Be the master, not the prisoner. Harry closed the journal and looked out the window at the stars. The court was still out there, still whispering at the edges of his consciousness. Vale was still free, still plotting. Voldemort would return someday, more powerful and more corrupted than before. And Harry was 11 years old, standing at the center of conflicts that had been building for centuries. He should have been terrified. Instead, he smiled. Found you, he murmured to the darkness. And the darkness, for once, didn't answer. Perhaps it was afraid. Good. Chapter 2 and Chapter 3, The Hollow Crown. October came to Hogwarts dressed in fog and falling leaves. Harry stood at the window of the Gryffindor common room, watching the grounds transform into something the Addams family would have appreciated, all grey skies and skeletal trees and the promise of interesting weather. Behind him, the fire crackled and his allies gathered. It was time to plan. So let me understand this correctly, Hermione said, her quill hovering over parchment already covered in notes. An ancient evil called the Nameless Court is imprisoned beneath your family's land. Your bloodline serves as living chains. A professor who serves the court attacked you, escaped, and is presumably planning something worse. And the philosopher's stone hidden in this castle may be acting as some kind of beacon. That's the summary, yes. And you want us to help you investigate. I want you to help me prepare. Harry turned from the window. Vale will be back. The court is still whispering. And somewhere in this castle, there's information I need, about my family, about the old magic, about how to fight something that predates wizardry itself. Ron shifted uncomfortably on the couch. He'd been quiet since Harry had explained everything, processing information that didn't fit neatly into his understanding of the world. This is mental, Ron said finally. Like, properly mental. Ancient gods. Blood prisons. Your family being jailers for something that shouldn't exist. Welcome to being an Addams. Harry's smile was thin. Any questions? About 1,000, mate. But mostly, Ron hesitated. Why us? You've got powerful parents, connections, money. Why do you need a bunch of first years? It was a fair question. Harry had been expecting it. Because the adults are compromised, he said. Dumbledore is playing games I don't fully understand. My family is in America, limited by distance and the ministry's monitoring. Snape helped once, but his loyalties are complicated. And everyone else either doesn't know enough or knows too much and won't share. But we don't know anything, Hermione pointed out. Exactly. You're clean. No agendas, no hidden motivations. Just, Harry searched for the right word. Friends. Or something like it. The room went quiet. Even the fire seemed to soften. Something like friends, Ron repeated slowly. Then he grinned, and it transformed his whole face. Close enough for me. What do you need? Information. Specifically, I need to find the oldest records in this castle. Hogwarts predates the ministry, predates most magical institutions. Somewhere in here, there's knowledge about the court and my family's connection to it. The library? Hermione's eyes lit up. Research was her natural element. The official library, yes. But also, Harry hesitated. There are places in Hogwarts that don't appear on any map. Hidden rooms, secret passages, sections that were sealed centuries ago. My wand reacts to them sometimes. Pulls toward them. The twins, Ron said immediately. Fred and George. They know more about secret passages than anyone. I was hoping you'd say that. The door to the common room opened, and as if summoned by the mention of their names, Fred and George Weasley tumbled in. They were covered in what appeared to be purple slime and grinning ear to ear. Little brother. Fred spotted Ron and bounded over. Excellent timing. We need an alibi. For what? Best you don't know. George winked at Harry. Oh look, it's the boy who made Umbridge cry. Loved that, by the way. Really top-notch work. She didn't actually cry, Harry said. She did in our hearts. Fred clutched his chest dramatically. Anyway, what's the gathering about? Secret society? Rebellion against authority? Dangerous adventure that could get us all expelled? All three, Harry replied. The twins exchanged glances. Their grins widened. We're in. Fred and George's knowledge of Hogwarts was encyclopedic and slightly terrifying. There's the vanishing cabinet in the room of hidden things, George explained, sketching a rough map on parchment. Been broken for decades, but it connects to one in Borgin and Berks. Then there's the passage behind the one-eyed witch, leads straight to Honeyduk's cellar. The one behind the mirror on the 4th floor collapsed in 73, so avoid that, we need something older, Harry interrupted. Pre-founding if possible. Places that were here before the founders built the castle. Fred whistled. That's deep magic territory. Most of that stuff is sealed or warded or just, gone. But not all of it. The twins exchanged another look, one of those silent communications that only siblings truly mastered. There's rumors, George said slowly. Nothing confirmed. But some of the older ghosts talk about a library that existed before Hogwarts. Before the founders. A place where the original magical families stored their knowledge. The Library of Shadows, Fred added. That's what they call it. But no one's found it in centuries. Supposedly it only opens for certain bloodlines. Harry felt his wand pulse against his hip. Where? That's the thing, we don't know. The ghosts who mention it get vague when you ask for details. Like something stopping them from saying more. Compulsion magic, Hermione murmured. Old compulsion magic, embedded in the castle itself. The founders must have layered it over existing protections. Can we break it? Not without alerting every magical sensor in the building. Hermione's brow furrowed. But if the library only opens for certain bloodlines. Harry, have you tried just asking the castle? Harry blinked. Asking? Magic responds to intent. You said your wand pulls toward hidden places. Maybe Hogwarts itself recognizes you. It was an absurd idea. It was also exactly the kind of thing Grandmama would have suggested. Harry closed his eyes. He reached out with his senses, not just his magical awareness, but the deeper connection that the Addams family had always possessed. The sense of darkness, of old things, of secrets buried so deep they'd become part of the earth. I need to find the library, he thought. Show me. For a moment, nothing happened. Then his scar burned. Harry gasped, hand flying to his forehead, and through the pain he felt, saw, a map unfolding in his mind. Corridors and staircases, walls and wards, and beneath it all, pulsing like a heart, a door that had been waiting for him. 7th floor, he breathed. Behind the tapestry of Barnabas the Barmy. There's a wall that isn't a wall. The room of requirement, Fred said, sounding stunned. We found it before, but it only shows us storage rooms and bathrooms. It shows you what you need. I need something different. Harry opened his eyes. I need what my family left behind. They went that night. The 7th floor corridor was silent, portraits slumbering in their frames. Harry walked past the tapestry, where a wizard was inexplicably trying to teach trolls to dance, and faced the blank stretch of wall beyond. I need the Library of Shadows, he thought, pacing back and forth. I need my family's knowledge. I need to understand. On the third pass, a door materialized. It wasn't like the doors he'd heard about, sturdy oak or iron-bound wood. This door was black stone, carved with symbols that hurt to look at directly. The Addams family crest was there, along with others he didn't recognize. Potters. Lestranges. Blacks. Families that had once stood against the darkness together. Bloody hell, Ron whispered. Harry reached for the handle. The moment his skin touched the stone, he felt the door taste him, his blood, his magic, his intentions. Whatever it found must have satisfied it, because the symbols flared with cold blue light and the door swung open. Beyond was darkness. Not ordinary darkness, the darkness that existed before light was invented, before stars burned in the void. It was alive, watchful, and very possibly hungry. Stay behind me, Harry said, and stepped through. The Library of Shadows announced itself with whispers. They emerged from the doorway into a vast cavern that shouldn't have existed, couldn't have existed, given Hogwarts' architecture and the 7th floor's location. Shelves stretched in every direction, carved from black stone and loaded with books that seemed to drink the light from Harry's wand. And between the shelves, drifting like smoke, were shapes that might have been ghosts or might have been something else entirely. Guardians, Harry realized. My family left guardians. One of the shapes drifted toward them. Up close, it resolved into something almost human, a tall figure in robes that shifted between styles spanning centuries, with eyes that burned like cold stars. Addams' blood, the Guardian said. Its voice was multiple voices, layered and ancient. The first to return in 300 years. I need information about the Nameless Court. Many have needed such information. Few have deserved it. The Guardian's head tilted, studying Harry with those terrible eyes. You carry their mark. You reek of death. Yet you stand unbowed. The Addamses don't bow. No. They never did. Something like approval entered the Guardian's voice. Very well, young chain-bearer. The knowledge you seek is in the third archive. But be warned, some knowledge consumes those who seek it. Are you prepared to be consumed? If necessary. An honest answer. We shall see if honesty is enough. The Guardian dissolved, and the path to the third archive opened. Harry left his friends at the entrance, over their protests, and ventured into the archive alone. The books here were older than anything he'd ever encountered. Some weren't books at all, but tablets of stone or metal, inscribed with languages that had been dead for millennia. The air tasted like dust and secrets and something else, something that made his scar pulse with remembered pain. He found what he was looking for in a crystal display case, a slim volume bound in leather that definitely wasn't animal hide, with pages that seemed to move when he wasn't looking directly at them. The Compact of Chains, the spine read. A History of the Binding. Harry opened it. The words rearranged themselves as he watched, shifting from archaic script to modern English, as if the book was adjusting to his understanding. In the time before counting, when magic was wild and the world was young, there came the Nameless Court. They were not gods, gods have names. They were the darkness before the first fire, the silence before the first word, the death before the first life. They ruled without mercy, for mercy was not yet invented. Humanity existed at their sufferance, livestock for their amusement, fuel for their hunger. But humanity learned. Humanity adapted. And in time, humanity fought back. 7 families rose against the court. 7 bloodlines, each bearing a different gift, each willing to sacrifice everything for freedom. They could not destroy the court, such entities cannot be destroyed by mortal means. But they could contain. The binding took 3 generations to complete. Thousands died. The 7 became the anchors, their blood transformed into living chains. As long as their lines continued, the court would remain imprisoned. But chains weaken. Bloodlines thin. And the court is patient. They have eternity to wait, and we have only our lives. The greatest threat is not force but seduction. The court does not wish to escape through violence, violence attracts attention, resistance. Instead, they offer power. They whisper to those who can hear them, promising dominion over death itself. Many have listened. Many have fallen. The Dark Lord Herpo was the first to accept their gifts. The Killing Curse, the Cruciatus, the Imperius, these are fragments of court magic, stolen from the edges of their prison. Every use strengthens their reach. The current pretender, Tom Riddle, believes he has conquered death through his soul anchors. He has not. He has merely sold his soul piecemeal, each horcrux a chain binding him to the court service. When he dies, truly dies, his soul will be theirs. Unless one of the 7 can break the connection. Harry stopped reading. His hands were shaking. Tom Riddle. Voldemort. Already claimed by the court, already serving their purposes without understanding what he served. And the soul anchors, the horcruxes. Harry didn't fully understand what they were, but he understood what they meant. Voldemort couldn't be killed while they existed. And destroying them might be impossible without court magic of his own. Which the court would be happy to provide. For a price. Clever, whispered a voice in his mind. You're beginning to understand. Harry slammed the book shut. Get out of my head. We're always in your head, little chain-bearer. We were there when the curse struck. We were there when you survived. We left a piece of ourselves inside you. The scar. A door. A connection. A piece of our court embedded in your soul. The voice was almost gentle. You cannot remove it without destroying yourself. You cannot ignore it without leaving yourself vulnerable. The only option is to use it, to accept what you are and claim the power that is rightfully yours. I don't want power. Liar. The voice laughed. Everyone wants power. The question is what you're willing to pay for it. Harry's grip tightened on the book. What do you want? Nothing you aren't already willing to give. Fight our enemies, Chainbearer. Fight the pretender who has stolen our magic and prostituted it for his petty ambitions. Destroy his anchors. Consume his soul. And in return, In return, we give you nothing. We are already part of you. But perhaps we choose not to take. The whisper faded, leaving Harry alone in the archive with knowledge he hadn't wanted and choices he couldn't avoid. He took the book. He would need to study it further, understand the exact nature of the horcruxes and the court's involvement. But not here, not now, not while their voice was still echoing in his mind. When he returned to his friends, they took one look at his face and didn't ask what he'd found. Some knowledge was written too clearly to need words. "You look terrible," Hermione said at breakfast the next morning. "Thank you for noticing. I mean it. You look like you haven't slept in days." She pushed a plate of toast toward him. "Eat something." Harry ate mechanically, barely tasting the food. His mind was still in the library, still processing what he'd learned. The court had left a piece of themselves in him. The scar wasn't just a wound, it was a connection, a doorway, a fragment of their prison embedded in his soul. And they were using it to communicate, to tempt, to gradually pull him toward acceptance. "You need to talk to someone," Hermione continued. "A professor, or no professors." Harry's voice was sharper than he intended. "Dumbledore already knows more than he's telling me. Snape has his own agenda. And the rest of them wouldn't understand. Then talk to us." Harry looked up. Hermione's expression was determined, fierce in the way only she could be. Beside her, Ron nodded, and across the table, the twins watched with unusual seriousness. "You've dragged us into this," George said. "Only fair you let us help." "We're not useless, you know," Fred added. "Just because we focus on pranks doesn't mean we can't handle serious stuff." "And I've been reading about ancient magical bindings," Hermione said. "Some of the concepts are fascinating, even if the applications are horrifying. There might be ways to strengthen the Addams bloodline's connection, reinforce the chains without what?" Hermione hesitated. "Without you having to sacrifice yourself." The table went quiet. "Is that what you think is going to happen?" Ron asked. "You're going to have to, die to keep these court things locked up?" "I don't know." Harry forced himself to be honest. "The book mentioned sacrifice. Generations of my family gave their lives to maintain the binding. But it also mentioned other options, ways to strengthen the chains that don't require death." "What kind of options?" "Power. Specifically, power taken from the court itself." Harry's smile was humorless. "They want me to use their magic against Voldemort. Consume his soul, they said. Take back what he stole." "That sounds like a trap," Fred observed. "It is a trap. But it might also be the only way to actually stop him." Harry pushed his plate away, appetite gone. "Voldemort has soul anchors, horcruxes. As long as they exist, he can't truly die. And destroying them requires magic that's connected to the court. They're magic. So you have to use evil to fight evil," Ron said slowly. "Magic isn't evil, Ron. It's just power. The question is whether I can use their power without becoming their servant." "Can you?" Harry didn't answer. He didn't know. The morning post arrived in a flurry of owls, and Harry's attention was drawn to a raven, distinctive among the softer birds, that landed directly in front of him. The message was short: "He's back. Hogwarts has been compromised. Watch the Halloween feast." A friend. Harry turned the note over. No signature except those two words. No indication of who had sent it. But his scar was prickling, and his instincts, honed by years of Addams training, were screaming. Vale was back. And something was going to happen at Halloween. The Halloween feast was 3 days away. Harry used every moment. He met with Draco Malfoy in the library, neutral territory, surrounded by witnesses who prevented either of them from doing something regrettable. "You wanted to see me," Draco said, managing to sound bored and curious simultaneously. "I assumed you'd forgotten our little arrangement." You gave me information about the third-floor corridor. I haven't forgotten. Harry kept his voice low. Now I need more. What kind of more? Your father has artifacts. Old ones, connected to the Dark Lord. Harry watched Draco's expression carefully. One of them is a diary. Draco's mask slipped, just for a moment. Fear flickered in his eyes before being ruthlessly suppressed. How do you know about that? I know a lot of things. Harry leaned forward. The diary is dangerous, Draco. More dangerous than your father realizes. It's not just a dark artifact, it's a soul anchor. A piece of Voldemort's actual soul, embedded in an object. That's impossible. It's advanced dark magic. The kind that corrupts everything it touches. Harry held Draco's gaze. I'm telling you this because I'm trying to help you. Whatever your father's plans for that diary, they're not his plans. They're Voldemort's. And Voldemort serves something even worse. Draco was quiet for a long moment. His hands, Harry noticed, were trembling slightly beneath the table. My father doesn't tell me his business, Draco said finally. But you know things. You observe. You're smart enough to understand what you're seeing, even if you pretend not to. Flattery. Truth. Harry softened his voice. I'm not your enemy, Draco. I could be your ally. But I need to know what we're dealing with. If that diary is in Britain, if your father is planning to use it somehow, he's planning to give it to someone. The words came out in a rush, like Draco had been waiting to say them. I don't know who. But he's been writing letters, making arrangements. Something's supposed to happen this year. At Hogwarts? I think so. He's interested in the castle. More interested than usual. Something about ancient foundations, old magic. Draco's expression was conflicted. I don't understand most of it. But he's scared, Potter. My father is scared, and I've never seen him scared before. Harry absorbed this. The diary was coming to Hogwarts. Someone was going to receive it, probably a student, probably someone vulnerable. And through that person, Voldemort would have a foothold in the castle. If you find out more, tell me. Why should I? Because your father is playing with forces he doesn't understand. Because if the diary activates, it will consume whoever possesses it. And because, Harry paused, choosing his words carefully. Because you're better than this, Draco. Better than being a pawn in your father's games. Draco stood abruptly. I'm a Malfoy. You're Draco. The name is just inheritance. The person is choice. Harry didn't move. Think about what kind of person you want to be. Then come find me. Draco left without another word. But he didn't dismiss Harry's concerns. That was something. On the morning of October 31st, Harry received another message from his mysterious friend. The troll is a distraction. Watch the dungeons. Watch the stone. Trust the snake who serves two masters. Harry read it 3 times, memorizing the words, then burned the note with a whispered incantation. The troll is a distraction. Which meant someone was planning to release a troll into the castle, a mountain troll, probably, given the difficulty of smuggling anything smaller, as a diversion while they did something else. Watch the dungeons. Watch the stone. The third-floor corridor, where the Cerberus guarded the passage to the stone. Someone was going to make an attempt. Trust the snake who serves two masters. Snape. It had to be Snape, Slytherin head of house, former Death Eater, current spy for Dumbledore. The professor who had saved Harry from Vale. But trust him to do what? Harry went to the Halloween feast with his wand ready and his senses stretched to their limits. The great hall was decorated magnificently, floating jack-o'-lanterns, live bats, a fog machine that definitely worked on magic rather than mechanics. Students laughed and chatted and stuffed themselves with food, completely unaware of the danger gathering beneath them. Harry ate nothing. He watched the doors. The attack came halfway through dessert. Professor Quirrell burst into the hall, turban askew, face contorted with terror. "Troll! In the dungeons," he screamed. "Thought you ought to know." Then he collapsed in a dramatic faint. Chaos erupted. Students screamed, teachers shouted orders, and Dumbledore's voice cut through the noise like a blade. "Silence." Everyone froze. "Prefects, lead your houses to the dormitories immediately. Teachers, with me to the dungeons." Students began filing out, and Harry let himself be swept along, but only until they reached the first intersection. Then he slipped away from the crowd, pressed himself into the shadows, and waited. The message had been clear: the troll was a distraction. He needed to find out what it was distracting from. "Harry!" Hermione's voice, urgent and close. She'd followed him, Ron at her heels. "What are you doing? The troll isn't the real threat. Someone's going after the stone." "Then let the teachers handle it," a scream echoed from somewhere above them. "Not the Great Hall, higher. The third floor." "That's not the dungeons," Ron said, face pale. They ran. The third-floor corridor was already a battleground when they arrived. The Cerberus was loose, all three heads snarling, massive paws crushing stone as it fought something in the shadows. And there, standing before the open trapdoor, was Professor Quirrell. Without the stammer. Without the fear. "Mr. Addams Potter." Quirrell turned, and his smile was nothing like the nervous instructor Harry had seen in class. "How convenient. I was hoping I might see you tonight. Where's Vale?" "Indisposed. Our master grew tired of his failures." Quirrell began to circle, positioning himself between Harry and the trapdoor. "I, on the other hand, have been far more successful. Did you think I was merely a defense professor? I've been with the Dark Lord for years, his most faithful servant, hiding in plain sight. The troll was your diversion. Crude but effective. While everyone chases shadows in the dungeons, I retrieve the stone." Quirrell's eyes glittered. "And now, thanks to your predictable heroics, I have something even more valuable. You." Behind Harry, Hermione raised her wand. Ron did the same, though his hand was shaking. "Stay back," Harry said quietly. "Both of you. Harry, stay back." Quirrell laughed. Touching. The boy who lived, protecting his little friends. "But you don't understand, do you? The stone is merely a means to an end. What my master truly wants is you. Your master serves the nameless court." Quirrell's expression flickered, genuine surprise, quickly hidden. "So you do know. Interesting. The court told us you were special, but they never explained why." "Because I'm going to destroy them." "Destroy the court?" Quirrell's laugh was louder now, edged with hysteria. "Child, you are the court. That scar on your forehead, it's not just a wound. It's a piece of the Dark Lord's soul, yes, but more than that. It's a fragment of the court themselves, planted in you the moment the curse rebounded." Harry felt his scar pulse in response. The voice he'd heard before, the whispers in the dark, stirred at the edge of his consciousness. "You're lying." "Am I?" Quirrell's smile was pitying. "Haven't you felt it? The connection? The way darkness calls to you, comforts you. You were raised by the Addamses, chain-bearers for 1,000 years. They are bound to the court, and now so are you. The only question is whether you'll serve willingly or whether we'll have to break you first." Something moved beneath Quirrell's turban. Fabric shifted, revealing, Harry stared. A face. On the back of Quirrell's head. Pale, twisted, with red eyes that burned with ancient malice. "Harry Potter," the face said, and its voice was like graveyard wind. "At last we meet. Voldemort. In the flesh. Such as it is. The lipless mouth curved into something like a smile. Quirrell has been a useful host, but limited. I require something more. The stone would have provided it, endless life, a new body. But you, Harry, could provide so much more. The Cerberus had stopped fighting. The creature in the shadows, another guardian, perhaps, or something worse, had retreated. The corridor was silent except for Voldemort's terrible voice. Join us, Voldemort said. Join the court. Together, we could accomplish wonders. Your Addams' blood combined with my knowledge, we could rule the world of the living and the dead. I've already had this offer. Harry's voice was steady despite the fear crawling up his spine. From your masters. My answer was no. They are not my masters. For a moment, Voldemort's composure cracked, rage twisting the parasitic face into something truly monstrous. I serve no one. The court's power is merely a tool, you don't even know what you are, do you? Harry stepped forward, and something in his posture made Quirrell take an involuntary step back. Your horcruxes. Your soul anchors. You think you created them yourself, but you didn't. The magic came from the court. Every piece of your soul you've hidden away is another chain binding you to their service. When you die, truly die, you won't move on. You'll belong to them. Forever. Lies. Truth. Harry drew his wand. And here's another truth, I'm going to stop you. Not for the magical world, not for glory. Because my family taught me that darkness isn't evil, but slavery is. The court wants slaves. I won't be one, and I won't let you make others. Quirrell raised his wand. Enough talk. Kill him. The fight was nothing like his duel with Draco, nothing like his clash with Vale. This was survival, pure, desperate, animal. Voldemort's magic was different from anything Harry had faced. It felt wrong, contaminated by whatever the court had done to him. Spells that should have been simple, stunners, disarmers, came at Harry twisted into something darker. He dodged. Blocked. Returned fire with everything Grandmama had taught him. Quirrell's body was limited, possessed flesh, not his true form, and Harry exploited that ruthlessly. He went for joints, for balance, for the nervous system. And Addams fought to incapacitate, to end, not to prove a point. But Voldemort was stronger. Even in this weakened state, his power dwarfed what an 11-year-old could produce. A curse caught Harry in the chest and sent him flying. He crashed into the wall, tasted blood, and saw stars. Pathetic, Voldemort said as Quirrell approached. All that potential, wasted. The court was right to mark you, you could have been magnificent. Instead, you'll be a footnote. The boy who lived, killed at 11, never fulfilling his destiny. Harry tried to rise. His limbs wouldn't cooperate. Harry. Hermione's voice, terrified and furious. A spell struck Quirrell from behind, not powerful enough to hurt him, but enough to distract. Quirrell turned with a snarl, and Harry saw his chance. He reached deep, past his training, past his knowledge, into the dark thing that coiled at the core of his being. The fragment. The door. The piece of the court that had been planted in him since infancy. Power, he thought. I need power. Take it, the court whispered. It's already yours. Harry pulled. The sensation was indescribable, like swallowing fire and ice simultaneously, like his soul was being stretched across dimensions it wasn't designed to touch. Power flooded through him, dark and terrible and beautiful. He rose. Quirrell spun back toward him, eyes widening. Impossible, Harry's spell wasn't cast from his wand. It came from everywhere and nowhere, shadow made solid, darkness given form. It struck Quirrell in the chest and the professor screamed. Not a human scream. Something deeper, something that resonated on frequencies that predated humanity. Quirrell's flesh began to dissolve. No. Voldemort's face contorted in rage. You cannot, the court's power is mine, the court doesn't own power, Harry said, and his voice echoed with something vast and ancient. They are power. And I have a better claim than you. The parasitic face began to tear away from Quirrell's skull. Voldemort's spirit, what remained of it, rose into the air like smoke, formless and furious. This isn't over, Potter. I will return. I will, Harry closed his fist. The spirit dispersed, scattered by a force it couldn't comprehend, driven back to whatever dark corner of the world it had crawled from. Quirrell's body collapsed. Harry stood over it, power still thrumming through his veins, the whispers of the court louder than ever. Yes, they breathed. You begin to understand. You begin to accept. Harry forced himself to let go. The power drained away, leaving him hollow and exhausted. He fell to his knees, gasping for breath. Harry. Hermione was at his side, Ron right behind her. Are you, what was that, later? Harry's voice was barely a whisper. Help me up. They helped him to his feet just as Professor McGonagall arrived with a squad of teachers. The headmistress took one look at Quirrell's body, still smoking, barely recognizable, and went pale. Mr. Addams Potter. Explain. Voldemort, Harry said simply. He was possessing Quirrell. He tried to steal the stone. And you stopped him. I did what I had to. McGonagall's expression was complicated, horror, respect, and something that might have been fear. You should not have been here. No, Harry agreed. But I was. And now Voldemort's gone, at least temporarily. Temporarily? He can't truly die. Not yet. Harry met her eyes. But I'm working on it. The aftermath was chaos. Dumbledore arrived, examined the scene, and sequestered Harry in the hospital wing for observation. Madame Pomfrey clucked and fussed and cast diagnostic spells that revealed nothing she could understand. There's something different about you, Mr. Addams Potter, she said finally. Something that wasn't there before. Or perhaps something that's been there all along, but more prominent now. I know. Is it dangerous? Harry considered the question carefully. Potentially. To my enemies. Pomfrey didn't look reassured, but she let him rest. Dumbledore visited that night. The old man looked tired, truly tired, in a way that had nothing to do with physical exhaustion. You used the court's power, Dumbledore said without preamble. Yes. Do you understand what that means? I understand that it worked. Harry sat up in his hospital bed. Voldemort was going to kill me. My friends were in danger. I did what I had to do. The road to hell is paved with such justifications. And the road to heaven is paved with corpses of the hesitant. Harry's voice was calm, steady. I've read my family's history, Professor. The Addamses have always walked in darkness. We're not afraid of it, we're part of it. The difference between us and people like Voldemort is that we choose our darkness. We don't let it choose us. Dumbledore was quiet for a long moment. You are not what I expected, Harry. People keep saying that. I had plans for you. A path I believed you needed to walk. Dumbledore's smile was sad. I see now that path was never going to work. You're not a weapon to be aimed, you're a force of nature to be accommodated. That sounds almost like respect. It is. Reluctant respect, perhaps, but genuine. Dumbledore stood. I underestimated you, Harry. I will not make that mistake again. But I hope, I truly hope, that when the final battle comes, you'll remember there are things worth fighting for that exist beyond darkness. I know, Professor. Harry lay back, suddenly exhausted. That's why I fight. Not for the darkness. For the people the darkness threatens. Dumbledore paused at the door. Sleep well, Harry. You've earned it. He left, and Harry was alone with his thoughts and the ever-present whisper at the edge of his consciousness. You did well, the court murmured. When you're ready for more, we'll be waiting. Harry closed his eyes. I'll be waiting too, he thought. And when I come for you, it won't be as a servant. It'll be as a conqueror. The court laughed, but there was something different in the sound now. Something almost like respect. 3 days later, Harry was released from the hospital wing. The school treated him differently now, not just as the boy who lived, but as something more. Something dangerous. He didn't mind. Let them fear him. Fear was useful. His first stop was the Gryffindor common room, where his friends waited with questions they'd been saving for days. You used dark magic, Hermione said. Not accusatory, curious. Fascinated, even. Real dark magic, not just the spells your family taught you. I could feel it. I accessed power that exists inside me, Harry admitted. The court left a piece of themselves in my scar. I've been denying it, fighting it. But when Voldemort attacked, I realized fighting it was pointless. The only option is to use it. Isn't that dangerous? Ron asked. Like, soul corruption dangerous? Probably. But so is letting Voldemort kill everyone I care about. Harry shrugged. I'll manage the risks. How? By remembering why I fight. Harry looked at them, these improbable friends who had stayed when any sane person would have run. You asked once why I need you. This is why. The court offers power, but power without purpose is just destruction. You're my purpose. My family is my purpose. Protecting what matters, that's what keeps me human. That's very touching, Fred said from somewhere behind them. But also slightly terrifying. Just so you know. Noted. We're still in, obviously. George appeared beside his twin. Someone has to keep you from going full Dark Lord. I appreciate the confidence. The portrait hole opened, and Draco Malfoy stepped into the Gryffindor common room. The reaction was immediate. Half the students in the room went for their wands. The other half just stared. Malfoy, Ron growled. You're not welcome here. I'm aware. Draco's expression was carefully neutral, but Harry could see the tension in his shoulders. I need to speak with Potter. Alone. Anything you can say to Harry, you can say to us, Hermione said firmly. No. I really can't. Draco met Harry's eyes. It's about the diary. Harry stood. Everyone relax. I'll handle this. Harry, Hermione. Trust me. They stepped into the corridor outside the common room. The portrait of the fat lady watched with obvious interest, but a look from Harry convinced her to feign sleep. Talk, Harry said. My father's decided. Draco's voice was low, urgent. The diary, he's going to place it at Hogwarts. This year. He's arranged for it to end up with someone vulnerable, someone he can control. Who? I don't know exactly. But it's someone connected to a blood traitor family. Someone young, impressionable. Draco hesitated. Someone my father thinks no one will miss. Harry's mind raced. A young student from a blood traitor family. Vulnerable, impressionable. Ginny Weasley. Ron's little sister, who had been sorted into Gryffindor. Shy, overwhelmed by her famous brothers, desperate to prove herself. Perfect prey for a fragment of Voldemort's soul. When? I don't know. But soon. The diary's already in the castle, I think my father planted it somehow, maybe during the summer break. Draco's expression was conflicted. I'm telling you because you were right. About choosing what kind of person I want to be. And what kind of person do you want to be? I don't know yet. Draco's laugh was humorless. But not a murderer. Not someone who destroys children for power. Harry studied him for a long moment. Then he extended his hand. Thank you, Draco. This helps. Draco looked at the hand like it might bite him. Then, slowly, he took it. What happens now? Now I find the diary before it can hurt anyone. Harry's grip tightened briefly. And Draco? This conversation never happened. If your father finds out you warned me, he won't. Draco pulled his hand back. I know how to keep secrets, Potter. It's a Malfoy specialty. He turned and walked away, disappearing into the shadows of the castle. Harry returned to the common room with a new mission. The horcrux was at Hogwarts. Voldemort's soul fragment, wrapped in paper and ink, waiting to claim its next victim. He had to find it. He had to destroy it. And he had to do it before the court's influence grew any stronger. The clock was ticking, and Harry Addams Potter had no intention of being late. That night, alone in his dormitory while his roommate slept, Harry pulled out the journal from the Library of Shadows and began to read again. The horcrux, one section explained, is among the foulest of magical creations. It tears the soul asunder, placing fragments in external vessels where they might survive the death of the body. The process requires murder, the ultimate act of violence, to fracture the soul's integrity. But the true horror of the horcrux is not its creation but its nature. A soul fragment is not inert, it is aware. It seeks to preserve itself, to grow, to eventually reclaim a body of its own. Given time and sustenance, a horcrux can possess the unwary, can drain life force from those who interact with it. The court's involvement in horcrux magic is documented but not well understood. Some theorists believe the court invented the technique and shared it with dark wizards as a means of recruitment. Others believe dark wizards discovered how to tap the court's power independently. The truth likely lies somewhere between. What is certain is this: every horcrux creates a connection to the court's prison. The soul fragments serve as anchors not just for the wizard but for the court's influence in the mortal world. Each horcrux destroyed weakens that influence. Each horcrux destroyed brings the court closer to final imprisonment, or final escape. Harry closed the book. The diary was a horcrux. Destroying it would weaken both Voldemort and the court. But destroying it would also require power that he could only get from one place. The same place the horcrux drew its power from. It was a trap, elegant in its simplicity. To fight the court, he had to use the court. And every time he used them, their hold on him strengthened. There has to be another way, Harry thought. There isn't, the whispers replied. But does that matter? You're Addams. You were born for darkness. Embrace what you are, and the trap becomes a tool. Harry set the book aside and stared at the ceiling. Tomorrow, he would begin the hunt for the diary. Tomorrow, the real battle would begin. But tonight, he allowed himself one moment of doubt, one moment of wondering if he was strong enough to do what needed to be done without losing himself in the process. Then he remembered his father's words: power isn't about domination. It's about protection. He remembered his mother's kiss, cool and gentle on his forehead. He remembered Wednesday's knife, given in trust, a promise between siblings. He wasn't alone. He had family, blood family and chosen family alike. And as long as he had them, he had something worth fighting for. Something worth dying for, if it came to that. Harry closed his eyes. Tomorrow, the hunt began. Chapter 3 and Chapter 4, The Blood of the Covenant. The Hogwarts Express cut through a landscape transformed by winter. Harry watched Scotland blur past his window, fields of white, skeletal forests, frozen locks that gleamed like mirrors under pale December sun. The compartment was quiet except for the rhythmic clatter of wheels on track. Ron dozed in the corner. Hermione read a book on advanced protective enchantments. And Harry thought about everything he'd learned, everything he'd done, and everything that still waited ahead. The diary remained unfound. 2 months of searching, subtle inquiries, careful observation, even a few midnight expeditions into places students weren't supposed to go, and nothing. The horcrux was somewhere in Hogwarts, poisoning some vulnerable mind, and Harry couldn't locate it. Draco had provided what intelligence he could. The diary was small, leather-bound, with Tom Riddle's name inscribed inside. It would appear innocent to anyone who didn't know what to look for. And it was patient. Voldemort's soul fragment had centuries of cunning to draw upon. "You're brooding again," Hermione said without looking up from her book. "I'm thinking. Same thing, with you." She marked her page and set the book aside. "You've done everything possible, Harry. The diary will surface eventually. Horcruxes can't resist interacting with the living. When it does, we'll be ready." "Will we?" "I've faced Voldemort once. Barely survived. And that was just a fragment, a parasite clinging to Quirrell's skull." Harry's jaw tightened. "The diary is a full horcrux. Stable. Powerful. And we don't even know how to destroy it." "Fiend fire," Hermione said promptly. "Basilisk venom. The killing curse, possibly, though the literature is unclear." And, she hesitated. "Court magic. Which brings us back to the same problem." "I know." Hermione's expression was troubled. "I've been researching alternatives. There are purification rituals in some of the older texts, ways to cleanse dark artifacts without dark magic. But they require components that are difficult to obtain. Such as phoenix tears. Unicorn blood freely given. The blessing of a dying saint." She smiled wryly. "The usual impossible things." Ron stirred, yawning. "Are we there yet?" "Another hour," Harry said. "Brilliant. Wake me when we're close." Ron settled back into his corner and was snoring again within seconds. Harry envied him. The ability to sleep, to set aside worries and simply rest, it seemed like a luxury from another life. The train carried them south, toward London and platform 9 3/4, where his family would be waiting. For the first time since September, Harry allowed himself to feel something like hope. The Addams family didn't do subtle arrivals. Harry stepped off the train to find the platform in chaos. Students and parents scattered like startled birds, clearing a path for Gomez Addams, who strode through the crowd with his sword cane tapping a jaunty rhythm on the cobblestones. Morticia glided at his side, black gown trailing shadows that seemed to have a life of their own. And behind them, Wednesday, Harry breathed. His sister stood apart from the crowd, dressed in her usual black, braids perfect despite what must have been transatlantic travel. Her expression was as unreadable as ever, but something in her posture shifted when she saw him. Relief. Carefully hidden, but there. "Mijo." Gomez swept Harry into a crushing embrace, lifting him off his feet. "Look at you. Survived your first term at Hogwarts. Your mother owes me 10 galleons, she bet you'd burn something down by October." "I technically did damage some property in October," Harry admitted. "Defending yourself against a possessed professor doesn't count." Gomez set him down, dark eyes sparkling. "That's just good reflexes." Morticia appeared at Harry's side, cool fingers brushing his cheek. "Mon cher. You've grown. It's only been 3 months. Time moves differently when family is apart." She kissed his forehead, and Harry felt something loosen in his chest, tension he hadn't known he was carrying. "Welcome home. Wednesday." Harry turned to his sister. "You didn't have to come. Don't be absurd." Wednesday's voice was flat, but her eyes tracked over him, cataloging injuries, assessing damage. "Someone had to verify you hadn't been replaced by a shapeshifter. You know how I feel about imposters." "Violently?" "Extremely violently." Harry grinned. "I missed you too." Around them, the platform watched with a mixture of fascination and terror. The Addams family, here in Britain, collecting the boy who lived like he was any ordinary child. The whispers were already spreading. Let them whisper. Harry had more important things to worry about. We should go, Morticia said, sensing the attention. The carriage is waiting. And we have much to discuss. That sounded ominous. But Harry had expected nothing less. The international portkey deposited them in the Addams family cemetery just as night fell over New Jersey. Harry breathed deep, tasting the familiar air, cold earth, old magic, the faint sweetness of decay that most people found disturbing and he found comforting. The headstones stretched in every direction, silent sentinels marking generations of family. Above them, the mansion loomed against a starless sky. Home. Lurch met them at the door, groaning a greeting that Harry had long ago learned to interpret as genuine warmth. Things scuttled down the banister, executing an enthusiastic wave before leaping onto Harry's shoulder. I missed you too, Harry told the disembodied hand. Thing patted his cheek affectionately. The family gathered in the main parlor, where a fire crackled in the massive hearth and shadows danced on walls hung with portraits of ancestors who occasionally moved. Pugsley was already there, covered in what appeared to be gunpowder residue, beaming with his usual chaotic energy. Harry. You're back. Did you really fight a professor? Did you use any of the explosives I gave you? Did you, Pugsley? Morticia's voice was gentle but firm. Let your brother breathe. Right. Later, though. I've developed some new compounds you're going to love. Looking forward to it. Uncle Fester shuffled in from somewhere in the depths of the house, electrical discharge crackling around his bald head. Grandmama followed, wiping her hands on an apron that was definitely stained with something that wasn't food. The boy needs feeding, Grandmama announced. He's too thin. Those British cooks have no understanding of proper nutrition. I've eaten plenty, not proper food. I can smell it on you, vegetables, bread, things that don't try to escape. She shook her head in disgust. Sit. I'll prepare something that will stick to your ribs. Harry knew better than to argue. He sat. The family settled around him, parents, siblings, extended relations, and for a moment, nobody spoke. They just existed together, taking comfort in proximity, in the simple fact of reunion. Then Gomez said, "Tell us everything." So Harry did. He talked for hours. The classes and the conflicts, the allies and the enemies. Dumbledore's manipulations. Snape's complicated respect. The Library of Shadows and the book he'd taken from it. The nameless court's whispers, growing louder with each passing week. Quirrell. Voldemort. The power he'd pulled from somewhere inside himself. The diary that remained hidden, a threat he couldn't neutralize. When he finished, the fire had burned low and the night pressed against the windows. His family sat in silence, processing everything he'd shared. The court spoke to you directly, Morticia said finally. Through the scar. Through the connection. The fragment they left behind. Harry touched his forehead reflexively. They want me to accept them. To use their power willingly. And you have. Used it. Once. To save my friends. Harry met his mother's eyes. I know it was dangerous. I know every time I touch that power, they get stronger inside me. But I didn't have a choice. There's always a choice, Gomez said quietly. But sometimes the alternatives are worse than the risk. You chose correctly, Mijo. Never doubt that. The question, Wednesday interjected, is what you do next. The diary must be found. The court's influence must be managed. And Voldemort will return, he's too fragmented to stay dead, too obsessed to stay quiet. I know. Then you need more training. More knowledge. And, Wednesday paused, glancing at their parents. You need to know the truth. Harry looked between them. What truth? Morticia and Gomez exchanged a long look, one of those silent communications that spoke of decades of partnership. Then Morticia rose, moving to an antique cabinet that Harry had never been allowed to open. "Your adoption was not coincidence," she said, drawing out a small wooden box. "The Addams family didn't simply find you on the Dursley doorstep and decide to take you in. I know there was a debt. An old pact with the Potter family. It was more than that." Morticia returned to her seat, the box cradled in her hands. "Your mother, Lily Potter, was not merely a Muggle-born witch who happened to be brilliant. She was the last descendant of a bloodline we thought extinct. A bloodline that had been part of the original 7. Harry went still. "The families who bound the court." "Yes." Morticia opened the box, revealing a ring that glowed faintly in the firelight. Silver, set with a dark stone that seemed to absorb rather than reflect light. "The Evansons." That was the original name, before it was shortened and corrupted through generations. They were guardians alongside the Addamses, bound by the same blood oath, committed to the same purpose. Lily didn't know. The magical line had been dormant for centuries. When it reawakened in her, she had no context for what she was. No family to explain. Morticia's expression was sad. "We didn't learn of her existence until after she died. The blood oath activated, ancient magic recognizing its own, and we felt her loss like a wound. The debt you mentioned. Not a debt owed to us. A debt owed by us." Gomez leaned forward, his usual levity gone. "The Evansson line fell because the other families failed to protect it. Because we became complacent, assumed the old alliances would maintain themselves. When Lily died, when you were orphaned, the blood oath demanded restitution. I was that restitution. You were family." Morticia's voice was fierce. "Not an obligation, Harry. Never that. But yes, the blood oath guided us to you. It ensured you would be raised as one of us, that the Evansson line would continue within Addams' protection." Harry looked at the ring. That belonged to her. No. It belonged to the Evansons, passed down through generations of guardians. Morticia held it out. "It's yours now, by right of blood. And it contains knowledge that will help you understand what you truly are." Harry took the ring. The moment it touched his palm, he felt something shift, a resonance, a recognition. The ring knew him. Had been waiting for him. "Put it on," Wednesday said. "But be prepared. Blood memory is not a gentle experience." Harry slid the ring onto his finger. The visions came like a flood. Harry saw centuries unfolding, the original binding, 7 figures standing in a circle of fire while something vast and hungry howled at the edges of reality. He saw the first Evansons, pale and fierce, wielding magic that burned white against the darkness. He saw generations of guardians living and dying, passing knowledge down through blood and ritual, each death a new link in the chain. He saw his mother. Not as a baby, not as photographs, as a young woman, fierce and brilliant, standing in a field of wildflowers while magic crackled around her like lightning. She didn't know what she was, but she felt it, the weight of generations, the call of something ancient and essential. "You are my blood," she said, though her lips didn't move. "My power. My air. Everything I was, everything I could have been, it lives in you." "I don't know how to do this," Harry told her. "Neither did I. That's what family is for." Her smile was warm, familiar despite the fact that he'd never truly known her. "The Addamses will teach you. The Evansons will guide you. And when the time comes, you'll know what to do. Trust yourself, Harry. Trust your blood." The vision faded. Harry came back to himself gasping, the ring warm on his finger, tears streaming down his face. "Harry." Morticia was at his side, concern evident despite her usual composure. "What did you see?" "Her." Harry's voice cracked. "I saw her. She spoke to me. Blood memory is not mere recording, Gomez said gently. It carries echoes of consciousness, fragments of those who wore the ring before you. In a sense, Lily has been waiting. Waiting for you to be ready. I'm not ready. You're more ready than you know. Wednesday's voice cut through his doubt. You faced Voldemort, accessed court power without losing yourself, built alliances at Hogwarts that will serve you well. The ring wouldn't have spoken if you weren't prepared to hear. Harry looked at his family, this strange, wonderful collection of people who had chosen him, raised him, loved him unconditionally. Then he looked at the ring, at the connection to a mother he'd never known but who had left everything she was inside him. What do I do now? He asked. Now, Gomez said, rising with a grin that held echoes of the man Harry had known all his life, we train. Christmas vacation is 3 weeks, Mijo. 3 weeks to teach you what the Addamses know, what the Evansons knew, and how to put it all together. 3 weeks isn't enough. It's what we have. And an Addams makes the most of what they have. Gomez's sword cane twirled in his hand. Besides, you've been slacking on your blade work. Wednesday tells me your footwork is atrocious. Harry laughed despite everything, a genuine laugh, startled out of him by the sheer normalcy of his father's complaint. My footwork saved my life against Quirrell. Then it needs to be better, so it saves your life against worse. Gomez pointed toward the door. Training begins tomorrow, dawn. For tonight, rest. Eat whatever your grandmother puts in front of you. And remember, family first. Family always, Mijo. That's what makes us strong. The training was brutal. Gomez was a master swordsman, taught by ancestors who had dueled devils and won. He pushed Harry beyond anything they'd done before, not just technique, but philosophy. The Addams style of combat was theatrical by design, meant to intimidate as much as injure. A fight begins before the first blow, Gomez explained, circling Harry in the practice room. Your enemy should be afraid before your blade ever touches them. That fear is a weapon, learn to wield it. Show, don't tell. Exactly. Gomez lunged, his blade a silver blur. Harry parried, barely, and the riposte nearly took him off his feet. Your enemy should see death in your eyes before they see steel in your hand. They trained for hours each day, blade work, hand-to-hand combat, the integration of magic and physical movement. By the third day, Harry was covered in bruises. By the fifth, the bruises had bruises. But he was improving. He could feel it, the way his body was learning to move instinctively, the way magic flowed more naturally through combat. Morticia's training was different. She taught him shadow work, the Addams' ability to manipulate darkness, to slip through it, to make it an extension of will. Shadows are not the absence of light, she explained in her study, curtains drawn, a single candle providing the only illumination. They are a presence of their own. The first Addams understood this. They didn't fear darkness, they became it. Like the court. The court is something else entirely. They are darkness, primordial and consuming. We are humans who have learned to walk in darkness without being swallowed. Morticia's eyes gleamed in the candlelight. The distinction matters, mon cher. Never forget who you are. Harry practiced until he could make shadows dance at his fingertips, until he could step from one patch of darkness to another across the room, until his perception extended into the lightless corners where normal senses couldn't reach. It was exhilarating. It was terrifying. It was exactly what he needed. Wednesday's contribution was more practical. The ring gave you access to Evansson techniques, she said, dragging him to the family library. Ancient purification magic, the opposite of what the court offers. Study. I thought the Evansons were guardians. Chains. They were. But chains must be maintained, Harry. The Evansons developed methods for cleansing court corruption without relying on court power. Wednesday pulled a tome from a shelf that definitely hadn't been there a moment ago. This is their grimoire. Only someone of the blood can read it. Harry opened the book. The pages were blank. Give it time, Wednesday said. The knowledge will reveal itself as you're ready to receive it. That's frustratingly cryptic. Welcome to ancient magic. Her expression shifted, something almost like affection. I've been researching on my own. The diary you're hunting, if it's a true horcrux, the Evansson methods should be able to destroy it without requiring court magic. Should be. There's no recorded instance of an Evansson purifying a horcrux. The technique is theoretical. Wednesday's jaw tightened. But it's your best option that doesn't involve sinking deeper into the court's influence. And if it doesn't work? Then we find another way. We always find another way. She met his eyes, and for a moment, the mask slipped entirely. I won't lose you, Harry. Not to Voldemort, not to the court. Whatever happens, we face it together. Wednesday, don't get emotional. It's unbecoming. She turned away, but not before Harry saw the glint of moisture in her eyes. Now study. You have work to do. Christmas morning at the Addams mansion was unlike Christmas anywhere else. The tree was a twisted black thing, decorated with bones and candles that burned with green fire. Presents were wrapped in paper that occasionally tried to bite the unwary. Carols drifted from somewhere in the house, though the lyrics had been modified in ways that would have traumatized traditional carolers. Harry woke to find the Evansson grimoire open on his pillow, pages no longer blank. On the nature of soul magic, the first chapter was titled, "And How It Might Be Undone." He read while the family gathered, absorbing concepts that made his head spin. The Evanssons had understood the soul in ways that modern wizardry had forgotten, not as a metaphor or abstraction, but as a tangible thing, subject to manipulation and healing alike. Horcruxes, they wrote, were wounds. Not just in the creator's soul, but in the fabric of reality itself. Every horcrux was a violation of natural law, a tear that allowed the court's influence to seep through. And wounds could be healed. The grimoire outlined a ritual, complex, demanding, but theoretically capable of purifying a horcrux without destroying the vessel. The soul fragment would be cleansed, untethered from the creator, and released to whatever afterlife awaited it. But there was a cost. There was always a cost. The purifier must touch the corruption directly, the grimoire warned. Must draw it into themselves and burn it away with the light of their own soul. The process is dangerous. Many have been consumed attempting it. Harry closed the book. Interesting reading. Gomez appeared in his doorway, dressed in a robe that would have been festive if not for the skull patterns. You have the look of someone who's just learned something important and terrible. I found how to destroy horcruxes. The Evansson way. Ah. Gomez entered, settling into a chair near Harry's bed. And the price is high. I have to draw the corruption into myself. Burn it away with, Harry shook his head. With my own soul, apparently. That does sound dangerous. Gomez was quiet for a moment. Will you do it? I don't know. Maybe. If there's no other option. There's always another option, Harry. The question is whether the other options are worse. That's not very comforting. I wasn't trying to comfort you. Gomez leaned forward, his dark eyes serious. I was trying to tell you the truth. The Addams family has never been afraid to sacrifice for what matters. Your grandmother has killed husbands. Your uncle has exploded himself more times than we can count. I've walked into situations that should have killed me, knowing the odds, because the alternative was allowing something precious to be lost. But you survived. I did. Because I was prepared to die, but I fought to live. Gomez reached out, gripping Harry's shoulder. If the time comes to use that ritual, use it with full awareness of what you're risking. But also fight to survive it, Mijo. Fight with everything you have. That's what an Addams does. Harry looked at his father, this man who had chosen him, raised him, loved him. What if I fail? Then you fail trying to do something that matters. There are worse epitaphs. Gomez's smile was warm despite the topic. Now come downstairs. Your grandmother's made her special eggnog, and Pugsley's been waiting to show you his new demolition charges. It's Christmas, Harry. Let's celebrate. The celebration was everything Harry had hoped for. Presents were exchanged. Uncle Fester gave Harry a lamp that generated electricity from screams, Harry's or anyone else's, the instructions noted. Grandmama's gift was a potion kit containing ingredients that would get him expelled if discovered at Hogwarts. Wednesday gave him a knife, as promised, obsidian blade, silver hilt, enchanted to always find vital organs. You didn't have to, I know. She didn't quite look at him. I wanted to. Pugsley's gift was indeed demolition charges, cunningly designed to look like ordinary quills. The trigger phrase is, I really must study, he explained. Just say it near the quill, and boom. That's incredibly dangerous. Thank you. Gomez and Morticia's gift was more practical, a communication mirror, paired with one they would keep at the mansion. Through it, Harry could contact them anytime, anywhere, without risk of owl interception. For when you need us, Morticia said. And you will need us, mon cher. Don't hesitate to call. Harry's eyes stung. I love you. All of you. We know, Gomez said cheerfully. We're very lovable. It's one of our many qualities. The day passed in warmth and chaos, the Addams family way. They ate Grandmama's horrifying cooking. They played games that would have been felonies in most jurisdictions. They told stories about ancestors who had done terrible, wonderful things. And when night fell, Harry sat in the cemetery with Wednesday, watching stars wheel overhead, and felt something like peace. You're worried, Wednesday said. Always. More than usual, I mean. She didn't look at him. You think you might have to use the Evansson ritual. The one that could kill you. It might be the only way. It's not. There are always other ways. Father said so. Father has a lot of faith. Father has experience. Wednesday turned to face him finally, and her expression was fierce. You are not going to die, Harry. Not to the court, not to Voldemort, not to a horcrux. I won't allow it. You might not have a choice. I always have a choice. Her hand found his in the darkness, gripping hard. I saw it again. The vision. You standing alone against something vast. But you weren't dying, Harry. You were winning. Visions aren't certain. No. But this one felt right. Felt true. She squeezed his hand. Trust it. Trust yourself. And when the time comes, remember that you're not alone. Even when you feel like you are. Harry leaned his head against her shoulder, breathing in the familiar scent of embalming fluid and old books. Thank you, Wednesday. Don't thank me yet. Thank me when you've saved the world and survived to complain about it. He laughed, and she almost smiled, and the stars kept wheeling overhead. Tomorrow, he would return to Hogwarts. Tomorrow, the hunt for the diary would continue. Tomorrow, everything might change. But tonight, he had family. He had love. He had a peace that nothing could take from him. It would have to be enough. The return journey was somber despite the Christmas cheer still lingering in the air. Harry stood in the entrance hall, trunk packed, Hedwig hooting softly in her cage. His family had gathered to see him off, everyone, even Thing, who was perched on Lurch's shoulder looking mournful. 3 months, Morticia said, pressing a kiss to his forehead. Then summer, and you'll be home again. It'll go fast, Harry lied. It always does. Her smile was sad but proud. Be careful, mon cher. Be brave. And remember, family first. Family always. Gomez hugged him hard, then held him at arm's length, studying his face. "You're going to do great things, Mijo. Terrible, wonderful things. I believe in you. I'll try not to disappoint." "You couldn't if you tried." Wednesday stepped forward last. She didn't hug him, that wasn't her way, but she pressed something into his hand. The obsidian knife, the one she'd given him for Christmas. "Keep it with you," she said. "And when you use it, think of me. Wednesday, go, before I get sentimental." She stepped back, expression locked down tight. "And right. Every week. If I don't hear from you, I'm coming to find you, and I won't be gentle about it." "Understood." Harry touched the portkey Gomez held out, an antique compass that spun wildly regardless of direction, and felt the familiar hook behind his navel. The last thing he saw was his family, waving goodbye, shadows gathering around them like protective wings. Then he was gone. Hogwarts in January was cold and quiet. Most students hadn't returned yet, taking advantage of the full holiday break. Harry had come back early by design, more time to search, more time to prepare. He dropped his trunk in the empty Gryffindor dormitory and went hunting. The diary had to be somewhere. It couldn't have vanished, horcruxes weren't subtle, couldn't just blend into the background forever. They needed attention, needed victims, needed to act. Which meant whoever had the diary was already being affected. Harry started with observation. He watched the great hall during meals, noting who looked tired, withdrawn, different than they had before Christmas. He checked the library records, looking for students researching topics they shouldn't know about. He even asked the portraits, though they were frustratingly vague. Nothing. The diary was either very patient or very well hidden. On his third night back, he found himself standing before the mirror of Erised. He'd heard about it from the older students, a mirror that showed your deepest desires, hidden somewhere in the castle's depths. Finding it had been almost easy once he knew what to look for. The magic practically called to him. The mirror stood in an unused classroom, covered in dust, its golden frame tarnished with age. Harry approached slowly, unsure what he would see. His reflection shifted. He saw himself older, powerful, surrounded by people he loved, his Addams family on one side, his Hogwarts friends on the other. Hermione and Ron, the twins, even Draco standing apart but present. And in front of them all, two figures he recognized from the blood memory. James and Lily Potter, whole and alive, smiling at the son they'd never had the chance to know. But that wasn't all. At his feet, shattered and broken, lay a crown of black iron. The symbol of the nameless court, destroyed. Defeated. And Harry, Mirror Harry, was holding a sword that burned with white fire, wearing the Evansson ring on one hand and an Addams signet on the other. I want this, Harry realized. Not the power, the victory. The people I love, safe. The darkness, ended. Interesting, said a voice behind him. Harry spun, wand in hand, to find Albus Dumbledore standing in the doorway. Professor. Harry. Dumbledore entered slowly, his eyes never leaving Harry's face. I see you found my hiding place. I've been using this room to store the mirror while we determine what to do with it. What is it? The mirror of Erised. It shows us nothing more or less than the deepest desire of our hearts. Dumbledore moved to stand beside Harry, looking into the mirror himself. A beautiful and terrible thing. Many have lost themselves staring into it, chasing reflections that can never be. What do you see? Dumbledore smiled, but it didn't reach his eyes. An old man's regrets, Harry. Nothing you need to concern yourself with. He turned away from the mirror. What did you see? Harry considered lying. Decided against it. Victory, he said. My family, both families, alive and safe. And the court destroyed. A worthy desire. Dumbledore's expression was complicated. Though perhaps not an achievable one. The court has existed since before time was counted. Destroying them may be beyond even you. Maybe. But I'd rather die trying than live knowing I didn't. Your parents would be proud. Both sets of them. Dumbledore was quiet for a moment. Harry, I owe you an apology. For what? For many things, but primarily for underestimating you. For believing I knew best, that I could guide you toward a predetermined destiny without considering who you actually were. The old man sighed. The Addamses did what I should have done, they raised you to be strong, independent, capable of making your own choices. I planned to make you into a weapon. They made you into a person. A person who's still a weapon, Harry pointed out. Perhaps. But a weapon who chooses their own battles. Dumbledore's smile was genuine this time. I cannot undo my mistakes, Harry. But I can promise to be more honest with you going forward. You face threats that most adults couldn't comprehend. You deserve allies who treat you as an equal. That sounds suspiciously like an offer. It is. The Order of the Phoenix is reforming, quietly, carefully. When the time comes, I would be honored to fight alongside you. Not as your general or your mentor, but as your partner. Harry studied the old man, the weight in his eyes, the genuine respect in his voice. This wasn't manipulation, or at least not only manipulation. This was Dumbledore recognizing that the world had changed. I'll consider it, Harry said finally. That's all I ask. Dumbledore turned toward the door. One more thing, Harry. The mirror will be moved tomorrow. I suggest you don't come searching for it again. The desires it shows can become obsession, if we're not careful. I don't obsess, Professor. I act. Indeed you do. Dumbledore paused at the threshold. That's what makes you dangerous. And what gives me hope. He left, and Harry was alone with the mirror and the reflection of everything he wanted. He looked once more at his parents, both sets, standing together, and then turned away. There was work to do. The diary revealed itself 3 days later. Harry was in the common room, reviewing the Evansson grimoire, when Ron burst through the portrait hole with his face the color of old parchment. Harry. It's Jinny. Something's wrong with Jinny. Harry was on his feet before Ron finished speaking. Where? The hospital wing. She collapsed during dinner. Wouldn't wake up, and when she did, she didn't, Ron's voice cracked. She didn't recognize me, Harry. Her own brother, and she looked at me like I was a stranger. The diary. It had to be the diary. Lucius Malfoy had planned to plant it with someone vulnerable, someone from a blood traitor family. Ginny Weasley. Ron's little sister. Take me to her. They ran through the castle, Harry's mind racing. The diary had clearly been working on Ginny for months, draining her life force, implanting Voldemort's memories, preparing her to serve as a vessel. The possession was advanced, maybe too advanced to reverse. But he had the Evansson grimoire. He had the ring. He had knowledge that no one had used in centuries. If anyone could save Ginny Weasley, it was him. The hospital wing was chaos. Madame Pomfrey bustled between beds, administering potions that weren't working. Professor McGonagall stood near the door, face tight with worry. And in the center bed, pale as death, lay Ginny. Her eyes were open, but they weren't her eyes. The color was wrong, too dark, too old, too knowing. The diary, Harry said. Where is it? What diary? McGonagall demanded. The thing that's doing this to her. Tom Riddle's diary, where is it? Understanding dawned in McGonagall's expression. I don't, we found nothing on her person, check her dorm. Her bag. Anywhere she might have hidden something. Harry moved toward the bed, ignoring the adults' protests. And someone get Dumbledore. Now. He stood at Ginny's bedside, looking down at the girl who wasn't entirely a girl anymore. The presence inside her looked back, and it smiled. Harry Potter. Voldemort's voice, coming from Jinny's mouth. We meet again. Though this is a more intimate setting than our last encounter. Let her go. I don't think so. She's been a wonderful host, so eager to please, so desperate for attention. She poured her soul into my diary, and I've been drinking it ever since. The smile widened. Soon there won't be enough of her left to miss. Harry's hand closed on the ring. He felt the Evansson power stir, responding to his need. You're making a mistake, he said quietly. You think you're winning, but you've given me exactly what I need. I know what you are now, Tom. I know how to end you. Do you? Voldemort laughed with Jinny's voice. I am immortal, Harry. I cannot be ended. I cannot be destroyed. I am a fragment. Harry leaned close, letting the court's shadow stir behind his eyes. A piece of a soul, torn away and trapped in paper. You're not the Dark Lord, Tom. You're his leftovers. For the first time, uncertainty flickered across Jinny's face. The diary is coming, Harry continued. They're searching for it right now. And when they bring it to me, I'm going to show you what an Evansson can do. You can't destroy me without dark magic, I don't need dark magic. Harry touched the ring, and white light blazed from his hand. I have something older. Something purer. And you, Tom Riddle, are about to learn why your master's enemies have survived for 1,000 years. Professor Flitwick appeared in the doorway, clutching a small leather-bound diary that radiated wrongness. We found it, he said. Hidden under her pillow. Harry took the diary. The moment his skin touched the leather, he felt Voldemort's soul fragment writhing inside, terrified, furious, desperate to escape. Now, he thought. It's time. He opened the grimoire to the ritual page, and began to read. The Evansson purification ritual was not gentle. Harry stood in the center of the hospital wing, diary in one hand, ring blazing on the other. Around him, the adults had retreated, driven back by a barrier of white light that his magic had raised without conscious direction. Harry, stop. McGonagall's voice, distant and desperate. You don't know what you're doing. I know exactly what I'm doing, Harry replied, and his voice echoed with power that wasn't entirely his own. The grimoire had shown him the way. Draw the corruption into yourself. Burn it away with the light of your own soul. Simple. Devastating. Quite possibly fatal. Harry opened his mind. The diary screamed as he tore into it, ripping Voldemort's soul fragment from its paper prison. Black smoke poured from the leather, coiling around Harry like living darkness, trying to find purchase in his consciousness. For a moment, just a moment, Harry felt Tom Riddle. The loneliness of an orphan who'd never known love. The fury of a child who'd been abandoned, abused, dismissed. The desperate hunger for power that had driven every terrible choice. They weren't so different, Harry realized. Both orphans. Both raised by people who weren't their parents. Both touched by darkness from their earliest moments. But Harry had been loved. The Addamses had taken him in, raised him, chosen him. They'd shown him that darkness didn't have to mean destruction, that power could be wielded for protection rather than domination. They'd given him something Tom Riddle had never had. Family. I pity you, Harry thought at the writhing fragment. I really do. Give me your body, Voldemort demanded. Give me your soul. I will not be destroyed, you already are. Harry activated the ring. White fire erupted from his hand, pouring into the darkness that surrounded him. It burned, not just the fragment, but Harry himself, his very essence being used as fuel for the purification. For a moment, he thought he was dying. Then he remembered Wednesday's vision. Standing alone against something vast. Winning. He pushed harder. The darkness shrieked, convulsed, and dissolved. The diary in Harry's hand crumbled to ash. The black smoke vanished, leaving behind only the smell of burning and the faint trace of something that might have been a teenager crying out for a mother who had never loved him. Harry fell to his knees. The barrier dropped. Adults rushed in, voices overlapping, hands reaching. But Harry's eyes were on Jinny, who was sitting up in bed, her eyes her own again, confusion replacing possession. Did it work? Ron demanded, appearing at Harry's side. She's free. Harry's voice was a whisper. The diary's destroyed. Voldemort's fragment is gone. Harry. Hermione was there too, her face pale with terror. You're bleeding, your scar, he touched his forehead. His fingers came away red. But beneath the blood, he felt something new. The door in his mind, the connection to the court, was still there. Still open. But somehow, impossibly, it felt smaller. Like he'd burned away part of it along with the horcrux. I'm okay, he said, and found that it was true. I'm going to be okay. Dumbledore appeared, his face grave but impressed. Harry. What you just did, was necessary. Harry let Hermione help him to his feet. The diary was a horcrux. Voldemort's soul fragment. I destroyed it using Evansson magic. Evansson. Understanding dawned in Dumbledore's eyes. Your mother's bloodline. I didn't know, neither did I, until recently. Harry swayed, caught himself. Professor, there are more. More horcruxes. Voldemort made several, to anchor himself to life. We need to find them all, or he'll never truly die. How do you know this? The court told me. And my family's records confirmed it. Harry met Dumbledore's gaze. I know we have different methods, Professor. Different approaches. But this is bigger than either of us. Help me end him. Help me end this. Dumbledore was quiet for a long moment. Then he nodded. Tell me everything you know. And we'll hunt the rest together. That night, Harry wrote to his family. The diary is destroyed. Voldemort's fragment is gone. I used the Evansson ritual, it worked, though I'm still recovering. There are more horcruxes. More soul fragments to find and destroy. Dumbledore has agreed to help. I don't know how long this will take. I don't know if I'll survive it. But I know what I'm fighting for now. I know who I am. I'm Harry Addams Potter. I'm the son of Gomez and Morticia, brother of Wednesday and Pugsley. I'm the heir of the Evansons and the champion of the chains that bind the court. And I'm going to win. Tell Wednesday I used her knife to cut the diary before I burned it. She'll appreciate that. Love, Harry the Raven carried his letter into the night, and Harry turned to look out the window at the stars. One horcrux down. An unknown number to go. But for the first time since this all started, Harry felt something like hope. The court was still out there. Voldemort would return. The war was far from over. But Harry had his family. His friends. His purpose. And that made all the difference. Chapter 4 and Chapter 5, A Murder of Raven. Spring came to Hogwarts like a promise, melting the winter snow, painting the grounds in green and gold. The castle shook off its winter torpor, and students emerged blinking into sunlight they'd almost forgotten existed. Harry barely noticed. 3 months had passed since the diary's destruction, and every day brought new developments. Dumbledore had established a secure communication channel between them, sharing information about Voldemort's history, potential horcrux locations, and the movements of those who served the darkness. The Order of the Phoenix was reforming in secret, reaching out to old allies and recruiting new ones. And Harry was building something of his own. The Marauders map shows Filch heading toward the 4th floor, George Weasley reported, smoothing out the ancient parchment on the library table. We've got about 20 minutes before he circles back. That's enough. Harry studied the map, a gift from the twins, who had deemed him worthy of their most treasured possession. "Hermione, what did you find?" Hermione pulled a stack of books toward her, eyes bright with that particular intensity she got when research was going well. "The Chamber of Secrets. It's real, Harry. Not just a legend. Salazar Slytherin built it before he left Hogwarts, and according to these records, there's something inside it." "The basilisk," Draco said quietly from his corner of the table. Everyone turned to look at him. Even now, 3 months after he'd started attending their meetings, his presence still felt strange. Malfoy, sitting with Gryffindors and Muggleborns, contributing to their plans. But strange didn't mean unwelcome. "You know about it?" Harry asked. "Family rumors. The Malfoys have always claimed connection to Slytherin's line." Draco's expression was complicated. "My father used to tell stories. A monster that obeyed only the heir of Slytherin. I thought it was just pure-blood fantasy." "It's not." Hermione tapped one of her books. "The chamber was opened 50 years ago. A student died, Myrtle Warren, now Moaning Myrtle. The official story says it was an accident, but the timing matches rumors of attacks on Muggle-born students." "Voldemort," Harry said. "He was a student here 50 years ago. Tom Riddle. He must have been the one who opened it." "Which means there's a horcrux in the chamber," Ron concluded. He'd grown sharper over the past months, his tactical mind emerging from beneath years of being overshadowed by older brothers. Or there was. The diary came from somewhere. The diary was a horcrux, but it was portable. Something that could be passed around, used as a weapon. Harry frowned, thinking. If I were Voldemort and I had access to a secret chamber with a giant monster, I might hide something more permanent there. The basilisk itself? Neville offered. He'd been the most surprising addition to their group, quiet Neville, who had trouble with magic and confidence both. But Harry had seen something in him, a core of steel that just needed the right encouragement to emerge. Could the monster be a horcrux? "Living things can't be horcruxes," Hermione said. "The soul fragment is too unstable. It needs an object to anchor it. Then we need to search the chamber." Harry looked around at his allies, this strange, wonderful collection of people who had chosen to follow him into darkness. "We need to find whatever Voldemort left behind." "Small problem," Fred pointed out. "Nobody knows where the chamber is. The entrance has been lost for centuries. Myrtle knows." Harry stood, already planning. "She died there. She must have seen something. Ron, you and Hermione talk to her. Be diplomatic." "Diplomatic with a ghost who haunts a bathroom?" Ron looked skeptical. "She's been dead for 50 years with no one to talk to. Be kind. Be patient. She'll help." "What about the rest of us?" George asked. "Keep watching. Something's coming, I can feel it. The court has been quiet since I destroyed the diary, and that worries me more than anything they could say." Harry's hand drifted to his scar, which had been mercifully silent for weeks. "When they move, I want us ready." The meeting broke up, members slipping away in different directions to avoid suspicion. But Draco lingered, waiting until they were alone. "You trust them," he said. "All of them. I trust them to do what's right when it matters." Harry gathered his books. "Trust doesn't mean certainty, Draco. It means faith. Faith is dangerous. So is everything worth doing." Harry met his eyes. "You've proven yourself. 3 months of meetings, of information, of risk. You could have betrayed us a dozen times. I still could. But you won't." Harry smiled slightly. "I know you, Draco. Better than you think. You're not your father. You never were." Draco's expression flickered, something vulnerable, quickly hidden. "You put a lot of faith in that assessment." "I put faith in what I see." A person who wants to be better than he was raised to be. A person who's choosing his own path. Harry clapped him on the shoulder. That's not weakness, Draco. That's the most difficult kind of strength. He left Draco standing in the library, knowing that sometimes seeds needed time to grow. The answer came 3 days later. Ron and Hermione found Harry in the common room, practically vibrating with excitement. The bathroom, Hermione said. The entrance to the chamber is in Moaning Myrtle's bathroom. There's a tap that doesn't work, never has worked, with a snake carved into it. Myrtle saw something, Ron added. Right before she died. Yellow eyes, huge and horrible. Then nothing. She didn't realize what killed her until decades later. The basilisk kills with its gaze. Harry felt pieces clicking into place. That's why she's a ghost. She didn't see the whole creature, just caught a glimpse of its eyes in a reflection or something. So we found the entrance. Great. Ron's enthusiasm dimmed slightly. How do we get in? And what do we do about the giant murder snake? One problem at a time. Harry stood, mind racing. The entrance requires Parseltongue. I can handle that. Since when do you speak Parseltongue? Harry paused. He'd never told them, hadn't even confirmed it to himself until this moment. But he'd known, on some level, since the night Voldemort's fragment had tried to possess him. The connection between them ran deeper than he'd admitted. Since Voldemort put a piece of himself in my scar, he said quietly. His abilities bled through. I've been trying to ignore it, but it might be useful. Hermione's expression was understanding rather than horrified. Harry, that's not your fault. It's just another tool. A tool that connects me to a dark wizard's soul. A tool that gets us into the chamber. She touched his arm gently. Use it. Then we'll figure out the rest. Harry nodded, grateful for her pragmatism. The basilisk is the bigger problem. A direct look kills. An indirect look petrifies. We'll need mirrors, something to see around corners. I can work on that, Ron said. Fred and George have been developing periscope pranks. We can modify them. Good. And we'll need backup. If something goes wrong down there. Neville, Hermione said. He's been researching magical creatures. He might know something about basilisk weaknesses. And Draco. Harry hesitated. He's proven himself, but the chamber is Slytherin's legacy. I want to see how he reacts. They spent the next week preparing. Mirrors were acquired and enchanted. Research was compiled. And slowly, carefully, Harry assembled his team for the descent into darkness. The night they entered the chamber, the moon hung full and heavy over Hogwarts. Harry led 6 people into Moaning Myrtle's bathroom, Ron, Hermione, Draco, Neville, and the twins. Myrtle herself watched from her usual U-bend, alternating between excitement at having visitors and morose predictions of their deaths. You'll all die down there, she said cheerfully. And then you can keep me company forever. That's not encouraging, Ron muttered. Harry approached the tap with the snake carving. The metal was cold under his fingers, ancient, waiting. He focused on the snake, let his mind shift into that strange space where Parseltongue lived, and hissed, open. The sink moved. The whole section of wall shifted, revealing a massive pipe leading down into darkness. Well, George said after a moment, that's not ominous at all. They descended one by one, sliding down the pipe into Hogwarts' forgotten depths. The landing was uncomfortable, a pile of small bones cushioning their fall, remnants of the basilisk's meals over centuries. Nobody mention what we're standing on, Fred suggested. For morale. The chamber's antechamber was vast and dark, lit only by their wand tips. Stone columns carved with serpents rose toward a ceiling lost in shadow. The air was cold, still, heavy with magic that had been festering for 1,000 years. Spread out, Harry ordered. Look for anything that might be a horcrux, objects that feel wrong, items that don't belong. And keep your mirrors ready. We don't know if the basilisk is still alive. They searched in tense silence. The chamber proper was through a massive door carved with intertwined snakes, which Harry opened with another Parseltongue command. Beyond lay a long hall lined with still more serpent pillars, and at the far end. Merlin's beard, Ron breathed. A massive stone face dominated the wall, Salazar Slytherin himself, rendered in imposing glory. And coiled before it, scales glinting in the wandlight, was the basilisk. Dead. The creature was enormous, easily 60 feet long, its eyes dulled and clouded, its great body still. It had been dead for some time, years, perhaps decades. What killed it? Hermione whispered. Harry approached carefully, studying the corpse. There, a wound in the roof of its mouth, where something had pierced up into the brain. A sword, he said. Someone stabbed it through the mouth. Probably the only vulnerable spot. Who would have fought this thing? I don't know. But they won. Harry turned his attention to the rest of the chamber. The basilisk isn't our target. Spread out. Find what we came for. They searched for nearly an hour. The chamber was full of debris, ancient scrolls, rotted furniture, remnants of Slytherin's personal belongings, but nothing that felt like a horcrux. Nothing that called to Harry's scar the way the diary had. Over here. Neville's voice echoed from a side passage Harry hadn't noticed. There's another room. They gathered at the entrance to what appeared to be Slytherin's private study. A desk, a chair, shelves of books that had somehow survived the centuries. And on the desk, sitting in a place of honor, a small golden cup with two handles, badgers engraved on its sides. Hufflepuff's cup, Hermione breathed. It's one of the Founder's artifacts. How did Slytherin get? The cup pulsed. Harry felt it like a blow to the chest, pure malevolence radiating from the golden surface, a soul fragment that recognized him and hated him. That's it, he said. That's the horcrux. Can you destroy it? Like you did the diary. Harry reached for the ring, felt the Evansson power stir. I can try. Everyone back up. They retreated to the doorway while Harry approached the cup. The horcrux's presence grew stronger with each step, pushing against his mind, trying to find purchase. Boy, it whispered. Little chain-bearer. Do you really think you can destroy us all? We are infinite. We are eternal. Strike us down and we rise again. You're a fragment, Harry replied. A piece of a broken soul. Nothing infinite about that. We are more than one man's soul. We are the court's investment. Every horcrux anchors not just the Dark Lord but our influence in your world. Harry paused. That was new information, confirmation of what he'd suspected but hadn't proven. The horcruxes weren't just Voldemort's lifelines. They were doors through which the court could act. Then I'll close all the doors, he said, and reached for the cup. The purification was harder this time. The cup's fragment was older than the diaries, more entrenched, more desperate. It fought him with everything it had, visions of his friends dying, memories of Voldemort's childhood that tried to elicit sympathy, promises of power that would make him a god. Harry burned through all of it. The Evansson fire roared, white and pure, consuming darkness wherever it found purchase. The cup screamed, actually screamed, a high keening note that shattered what remained of Slytherin's ancient scrolls. And then, with a final agonized wail, the horcrux died. Harry slumped against the desk, gasping. Blood dripped from his scar, but less than last time. Less damage, less cost. He was getting better at this. 2 down, he said to the concerned faces of his friends. Unknown number to go. They emerged from the chamber as dawn broke over the castle. The journey back was quiet, everyone processing what they'd seen. 2 Founder's artifacts, defiled by Voldemort's soul. An ancient monster, slain by some unknown hero. And Harry, who could destroy horcruxes with fire that came from his own soul. We need to tell Dumbledore, Hermione said as they slipped through the corridors. About the cup, about what the horcrux said. If they're all connected to the court, I'll tell him today. Harry paused at a corridor intersection. But I want all of you to go to bed first. We've been awake all night, and we have classes in, he checked his watch, 3 hours. You're not going to bed, are you? Ron asked. I need to process. Think. Harry managed a tired smile. I'll be fine. I've functioned on less sleep before. They dispersed reluctantly, leaving Harry alone in the waking castle. He found his way to the astronomy tower, climbing the endless stairs until he emerged into cold morning air, the sun just cresting the horizon. He wasn't alone. Professor Snape stood at the railing, robes billowing in the wind, expression unreadable. Mr. Addams Potter. The name no longer carried hostility, more an acknowledgement, a recognition of complicated truths. You look terrible. Long night. So I gathered. Snape didn't turn from the view. The wards detected powerful magic in the lower levels. Very old magic, very bright. Dumbledore has been pacing his office for hours. I destroyed another horcrux. Hufflepuff's cup, hidden in the Chamber of Secrets. Snape was silent for a long moment. The chamber exists, then. And you found a way in. Parseltongue. A gift from the scar. A gift. Snape's voice was dry. What a charming way to describe soul contamination. I use what I have. Harry moved to stand beside him at the railing. Professor, can I ask you something? You seem to be asking regardless of my permission. Why did you save me from Vale? Back in October. You put yourself at risk. You could have let him kill me and claimed you arrived too late. Snape was quiet so long that Harry thought he wouldn't answer. Your mother, he said finally. Lily. We were close, once. Before Hogwarts, before everything that came after. She was the first person who ever showed me kindness. And you loved her. Yes. The word was barely audible. I loved her. And I failed her, in every way that mattered. I joined the Dark Lord. I carried the prophecy to him. I made him target your family. Harry absorbed this. It wasn't a surprise, he'd pieced together most of it from hints and implications. But hearing it stated so plainly. That's why you spy for Dumbledore. Guilt. Atonement. Or an attempt at it. Snape finally turned to face him. I cannot bring Lily back. I cannot undo what I did. But I can protect her son. Even when that son is an insufferable Addams with delusions of heroism. I'm not delusional. Just stubborn. The distinction is academic. But something in Snape's expression softened, just slightly. You have her eyes. Her courage. Her damnable ability to see good in people who don't deserve it. You deserve better than you give yourself credit for, Professor. And you are far too optimistic for your own good. Snape straightened, the moment of vulnerability passing. Go to bed, Mr. Addams Potter. You'll be useless in class today regardless, but there's no reason to make it worse. Yes, Professor. Harry left the tower, but something had changed. Snape wasn't an ally in the traditional sense, too bitter, too damaged, too wrapped up in his own guilt. But he was something. A connection. A bridge between past and future. Every ally mattered. Every connection strengthened the whole. And they would need all the strength they could find for what was coming. 3 weeks later, Vale returned. Harry was in the Great Hall when it happened, eating breakfast with his friends, reviewing notes for an upcoming exam. The morning was ordinary, unremarkable, the kind of day when danger felt impossibly far away. Then the doors exploded. Not metaphorically, actually exploded, wood and iron flying inward, students screaming as they dove for cover. Through the smoking debris walked Professor Erasmus Vale, looking exactly as he had the night he tried to recruit Harry. Behind him came the army. Students. Dozens of them, their eyes blank, their movements synchronized. Harry recognized some of them, a Hufflepuff 6th year, a Ravenclaw 3rd year, even a few Slytherins who had disappeared over the past months, presumed to have transferred or dropped out. They hadn't dropped out. They'd been claimed. Good morning, Hogwarts. Vale's voice rang through the hall, magically amplified. I apologize for the dramatic entrance, but I find it sets the proper tone. Teachers were rising, drawing wands. Dumbledore stood at the high table, his expression grave, power gathering around him like a storm. Erasmus. Dumbledore's voice carried without amplification. You should not have come back. Should. What an interesting word. I should have had the Potter boy months ago. I should have completed the court's work without interference. But here we are. Vale spread his arms wide. The nameless court is done waiting, Dumbledore. The seals are weakening. The awakening approaches. And this time, I've brought enough friends to ensure success. These children are not your friends. They are your victims. They are ascended. Vale's smile was beatific. The court has blessed them, as it will bless all of humanity. Resistance is merely a delay of the inevitable. Harry stood slowly, drawing attention from across the hall. Vale's eyes fixed on him immediately, and that terrible smile widened. Ah, the young chain-bearer. How wonderful that you're here. The court has been eager to see you again. I destroyed 2 of their anchors, Harry said. The diary. The cup. Your masters are weaker than they were. Weaker? Vale laughed. You've closed 2 doors, boy. But there are others. And every moment you waste fighting us, the final seal degrades further. He gestured at the possessed students. These children are just the beginning. The court can touch any mind that opens to them, anyone who has used dark magic, anyone who has heard their whispers and not rejected them utterly. How many wizards do you think that includes? Too many. Harry knew it was too many. What do you want? He demanded. Today. Just you. Vale's wand came up. Surrender yourself, come with me willingly, and I'll release these children. The court wants you breathing and reasonably intact. Your friends can go free. Harry, don't, Hermione started. If I don't, you'll kill them all. I'll try. Dumbledore will try to stop me. People will die on both sides. The children I've brought are innocent, victims, as your headmaster so correctly identified. Their deaths will be on your conscience, Harry, not mine. It was manipulation, obvious and crude. But it was also true. Those students hadn't chosen possession. They were weapons, not warriors, and any fight would see them harmed. Harry looked at Dumbledore. The old wizard's expression was conflicted, wanting to refuse, knowing the cost. Harry looked at his friends. Hermione, pale but fierce. Ron, wand already drawn. Draco, positioned to fight or flee. The twins, flanking their brother. And he made his choice. No. Vale blinked. No. You're bluffing. Harry stepped forward, power gathering around him. The court wants me willing, you said. They can't use me if I'm broken. But these children, they're already broken. Already claimed. You can't threaten to hurt what you've already destroyed. I can still kill your friends, try it. Harry's voice dropped to something cold and terrible. Try to hurt anyone I care about, Vale. See what happens. The court might want me intact, but I guarantee you they don't feel the same way about you. The great hall was silent. Vale's expression flickered, doubt creeping in, calculation replacing confidence. "You're bluffing," he said. "I destroyed Voldemort's fragment with my bare hands. I walked into the Chamber of Secrets and unmade a 1,000-year-old horcrux." Harry smiled, and it was an Addams smile, dark, dangerous, absolutely sincere. "I'm not bluffing. I'm just getting started." Vale attacked. The spell that left his wand was nothing Harry had seen before, black fire that screamed as it flew, court magic in its purest form. Harry met it with Evansson light, the two forces colliding in the center of the hall with enough force to shatter windows. And then everything became chaos. Teachers engaged the possessed students, trying to subdue without killing. Dumbledore moved against Vale directly, the two of them exchanging spells that cracked stone and shattered air. And Harry. Harry went for the children. Ron. Hermione. Keep them from hurting themselves. He dove into the crowd of possessed students, white fire dancing on his fingertips. "I'm going to try to break the court's hold. It shouldn't have been possible." The purification ritual was meant for objects, for horcruxes, for things without consciousness of their own. But the children were being used as vessels, the court's influence imposed on them, not integrated into them. Maybe, just maybe, he could burn it out without burning them. Harry grabbed the nearest student, the Hufflepuff 6th year, a girl named Hannah Abbott, and reached. The court's presence fought him. It screamed and clawed and threatened, trying to force him back. But Harry was ready now, experienced, and he had something the court didn't expect. Family. He thought of Gomez's laughter, Morticia's cool fingers on his cheek. Wednesday's knife in his pocket. Pugsley's chaotic enthusiasm, Uncle Fester's crackling presence, Grandmama's terrifying cooking. He thought of Ron and Hermione, standing beside him in the chamber. Of Draco, choosing to be better. Of Neville finding his courage, the twins sharing their map, Snape admitting truths he'd hidden for years. Love wasn't just protection. It was power, the power to face darkness without being consumed, to burn without being burned. The court's hold on Hannah Abbott shattered. She collapsed, gasping, eyes suddenly her own again. Harry was already moving to the next student, and the next, purging possession with fire that was light rather than heat. Some of the students fought back, or rather, the court fought back through them, sending curses that Harry had to dodge or deflect. His friends helped, stunning the possessed to give Harry clear access, forming a protective cordon around him as he worked. "There's too many." Ron shouted, batting aside a hex. "Harry, we can't hold them all." "I just need more time," a curse caught Hermione in the side. She went down hard, blood spreading across her robes, and something in Harry shifted. Time slowed. He felt the court stir, not the fragment in his scar, but the full weight of their attention, turning toward him from whatever prison held them. "Yes," they whispered. "Let it out. Let us help you. Your friend is dying, we can save her. Just accept what you are." Harry's response was not words but action. He reached into the connection, the door, the fragment, the contamination, and instead of pushing it away, he pulled. Power flooded through him. Dark power, court power, the same force that had corrupted Voldemort and possessed these children. But Harry didn't let it possess him. He channeled it, shaped it, bent it to his will. And then he turned it against its source. The wave of magic that exploded from Harry was neither light nor dark, it was something else entirely, a fusion of Evansson purity and court shadow that shouldn't have been possible. It washed over the great hall, passing through possessed students and leaving them gasping, suddenly free. Vale screamed. The court's avatar, cut off from his anchors, staggered as his stolen power evaporated. And Dumbledore struck. The headmaster's spell was elegant, precise, and utterly devastating. Vale crumpled, bound by chains of silver light, and didn't rise again. Silence fell over the great hall. Harry rushed to Hermione's side, falling to his knees beside her. The wound was bad, a cutting curse to the ribs, blood pooling beneath her, but she was breathing, eyes fluttering. Madame Pomfrey! Harry shouted. Someone get Madame Pomfrey. Already here. The healer appeared, face grim, wand already moving in diagnostic patterns. Everyone back. Give me room to work. Harry retreated, numb. Around him, the aftermath was becoming clear, dozens of students freed from possession but traumatized, teachers injured, the great hall's magnificent ceiling cracked in places. They had won. But the cost? Harry. Dumbledore appeared at his side, looking every one of his considerable years. What you did, that fusion of powers, it should not have been possible. I know. The court's magic and the Evansson light, they're antithetical. Opposed. Combining them should have destroyed you. It didn't. No. Dumbledore's eyes were searching. It didn't. And I think we both need to understand why. Hermione survived. The cutting curse had nicked a lung, but Madame Pomfrey's expertise and a well-stocked potions cabinet pulled her through. Within a week, she was sitting up in the hospital wing, demanding books and complaining about missed classes. You almost died, Harry pointed out during one visit. And I still have exams, she countered. Priorities, Harry. He laughed despite everything, grateful beyond words that she was alive to argue with him. The aftermath of Vale's attack reshaped Hogwarts in ways both obvious and subtle. Security was increased dramatically, Aurors patrolled the grounds, additional wards were layered over the castle, and students were escorted between classes by prefects. The freed children were receiving treatment from mind healers summoned from St. Mungo's, working to repair the damage the court had inflicted. And Harry found himself at the center of everything. Not by choice, he would have preferred to stay in the shadows, continue his work quietly. But his display in the Great Hall had been witnessed by hundreds. The boy who lived was now the boy who broke possessions, the wizard who had done something even Dumbledore couldn't explain. They're calling you a prodigy, Ron reported glumly. Some of the younger students have started a fan club. That's horrifying. That's Hogwarts. Ron shrugged. At least you're popular. Silver linings and all that. The real consequences were more serious. The ministry sent investigators, demanding explanations for the attack and Harry's role in ending it. Fudge himself arrived, flanked by Umbridge, who looked at Harry with barely concealed fury, demanding that the dark magic Harry had used be formally classified and potentially outlawed. Dumbledore handled most of it, deflecting and redirecting with political skill that Harry could only admire. But some interviews couldn't be avoided. Mr. Addams Potter. Umbridge sat across from him in a borrowed classroom, her pink cardigan clashing violently with her poisonous smile. Let's discuss exactly what happened in the Great Hall. I defended myself and others against possessed students. Professor Vale was captured. The end. The magic you used, is family magic. Old, inherited, perfectly legal under both British and international wizarding law. Harry met her eyes without flinching. I'm sure the ministry has more pressing concerns than interrogating an 11-year-old about his defensive techniques. You're not just any 11-year-old. You're the boy who lived. A symbol. And symbols must be carefully managed. I'm not a symbol, Madame Umbridge. I'm a person. One who will continue defending himself and his friends regardless of how that makes the ministry feel. The interview ended badly, but Harry didn't care. Umbridge was a nuisance, not a threat, and he had much larger problems to focus on. You combined two opposing magical forces, Dumbledore said. They sat in the headmaster's office, the evening after Umbridge's departure. Fawkes trilled softly on his perch, and portraits of former headmasters watched with varying degrees of interest. I didn't plan to, Harry admitted. It just happened. I reached for power, and everything came at once. The Evansson light is purification magic. It burns away darkness, cleanses corruption. The court's power is the opposite, primordial darkness, entropy given form. Dumbledore steepled his fingers. Combining them should have resulted in mutual annihilation. At best, you should have been knocked unconscious. At worst, I should have died. Or worse than died. Soul destruction is a theoretical possibility when dealing with forces this fundamental. Harry considered this. He should have been frightened, should have felt the weight of what he'd risked. Instead, he felt only curiosity. Why didn't it destroy me? I have a theory. Dumbledore rose, moving to a cabinet filled with strange instruments. The soul, Harry, is not a simple thing. It's not uniform or homogeneous. It has layers, aspects, elements that interact in complex ways. I know. Voldemort's horcruxes prove that souls can be divided. Indeed. But there's another possibility, one suggested by your unique circumstances. Dumbledore pulled out a small crystal sphere, within which something dark and something bright seemed to orbit each other endlessly. A soul might also be integrated. Multiple elements, combined into something new. You think my soul is integrated? I think when the killing curse struck you, it didn't just leave a fragment of Voldemort, a piece of the court's darkness. It merged with something already present. The Evansson light, inherited from your mother. The Addams shadow, adopted through love and magic both. Harry stared at the sphere. So I'm not just carrying the court's mark. I'm, what? A fusion? A synthesis. Dumbledore returned to his seat. 3 elements, unified in a single soul, Evansson light, Addams shadow, and court darkness. Each balancing the others. Each preventing the others from dominating. That's why the court can't possess me. Why their whispers never take hold completely. I'm already balanced internally. Precisely. And that's why you could combine their power with the Evansson light, because both forces already exist within you, already integrated at the deepest level. Harry absorbed this. It made a strange kind of sense. He'd always felt comfortable in darkness without being consumed by it. He'd always been able to use court power without losing himself. Not because he was stronger than others, but because his very soul was structured differently. What does this mean for destroying horcruxes? It means you might be uniquely capable of it. The Evansson purification ritual is dangerous because it requires drawing corruption into yourself. But you already carry corruption, balanced, controlled, integrated. You can take in more without being overwhelmed. There are limits, though. There are always limits. Each horcrux you destroy still costs you, I can see it in your aura, the slight dimming after each purification. You're not immune to the damage. You're just better able to recover from it. Harry nodded slowly. How many more horcruxes are there? Unknown. Voldemort is obsessive, paranoid, and drawn to symbolically significant numbers. 7 is traditional in magical numerology. If he made 7 horcruxes. The diary, the cup, and 5 more. Plus whatever remains in your scar. Dumbledore's expression was troubled. We may need to address that eventually, Harry. The fragment in you is stable for now, but if the others are destroyed, it may become the court's primary anchor in this world. One problem at a time, Professor. Harry stood. For now, I need to find the others. Do you have any leads? Several possibilities. Slytherin's locket. Ravenclaw's diadem. Objects of power that disappeared over the centuries. Dumbledore pulled a folder from his desk. I've been researching while you've been recovering. Let me share what I've found. The weeks that followed were a blur of research, training, and cautious investigation. Dumbledore's leads pointed to several possible horcrux locations: a seaside cave Voldemort had visited as a child, a manor house belonging to the Gaunt family, and Hogwarts itself, where the Ravenclaw diadem was rumored to be hidden. Harry focused on Hogwarts first. The castle was his territory, and if a horcrux was hidden here, he wanted it found. The room of requirement, Hermione suggested during one of their meetings. She was recovered now, though a faint scar marked where the curse had struck. It can become anything you need. Maybe it can become a hiding place for something you want to hide. You'd need to know exactly what to ask for, Draco pointed out. The room responds to intention. If you ask for a place to hide things, you might get the junk room the twins mentioned. Then we ask for the diadem specifically. Harry considered the possibilities. If I think about finding Rowena Ravenclaw's lost diadem, the room might lead me right to it. They tried it that night. Harry paced before the blank wall, focusing his intention. I need to find Rowena Ravenclaw's diadem. I need to find the horcrux hidden in Hogwarts. The door appeared. Beyond it was not the cluttered junk room of previous visits. This was something else, a small, circular chamber with a single pedestal at its center. On the pedestal sat a tarnished silver crown, set with a sapphire that seemed to absorb light. The diadem pulsed with malevolence. "Stay back," Harry ordered. "I'll handle this." The purification was becoming familiar now, almost routine. He reached for the Evansson light, drew the corruption into himself, and burned it away. The diadem screamed, Voldemort's soul fragment raging against its destruction, but it couldn't resist. Another anchor fell. 3 down. 4 to go, plus the fragment in his scar. Harry emerged from the room exhausted but triumphant. His friends were waiting, faces tight with concern that melted into relief when they saw him standing. "It's done," he said. "That's 3. 4, Draco corrected quietly. "There's something I need to tell you." Everyone turned to look at him. Draco's expression was complicated, guilt and determination mixing in equal measure. "My father's diary. The one I warned you about, that he gave to Ginny Weasley." Draco hesitated. "He has another artifact. Something he's kept hidden even from my mother. I found it over Christmas, a ring, with a black stone." Harry's heart rate spiked. A ring? Old. Powerful. It felt wrong when I touched it. Like it was watching me. Draco met Harry's eyes. "I think it might be what you're looking for." "Where is it now?" "The Malfoy family vault at Gringotts. Heavily warded, nearly impossible to access without family blood." Draco's jaw set. "But I have family blood. And I'm willing to help you get it." The implications were staggering. Draco, betraying his father, risking everything to help destroy Voldemort's anchors. "You know what this means," Harry said. "If your father finds out, he'll disown me. Probably try to kill me." Draco's smile was thin, humorless. "I've made my choice, Potter. The same choice you told me to make back in September. I'm deciding what kind of person I want to be." Harry extended his hand. Draco took it. "Welcome to the right side of history," Harry said. "It's messier than the alternative, but the company is better." The infiltration of Gringotts took 3 weeks to plan. They couldn't simply walk in, even with Draco's blood, the security on the Malfoy vault was legendary. They needed a distraction, a cover story, and a way to get in and out without triggering every alarm in the building. "Polyjuice potion," Hermione suggested. "Draco takes his father's place for a day. Visits the vault with a legitimate reason. Switches the ring for a decoy. The goblins will know," Draco countered. "They have ways of detecting magical disguises. Not if the disguise is perfect." Harry had been thinking about this problem for days. The goblins detect external disguises, polyjuice, glamours, transfiguration. But what if the disguise is internal? "What do you mean?" "The court's power includes something called soul masking. I've read about it in the Library of Shadows. You don't change your appearance, you change how others perceive you. Make them see what they expect to see." "That sounds extremely dangerous," Hermione said. "Everything we do is extremely dangerous." Harry smiled grimly. "But this could work. Draco goes in as himself, but with a soul mask that makes the goblins perceive him as authorized to access the vault. I provide the power, he provides the presence. And if it fails? Then we fight our way out and deal with the consequences. Harry looked around at his allies, friends who had become family, enemies who had become friends. Are we doing this? One by one, they nodded. The day of the infiltration dawned bright and clear. Draco entered Gringotts alone, Harry's magic wrapped around him like an invisible cloak. The rest of them waited in a safe house nearby, monitoring through enchanted mirrors that Hermione had created. The plan was simple: Draco would access the vault, retrieve the ring, replace it with a decoy, and leave. If anything went wrong, he had emergency portkeys provided by Dumbledore himself. For an hour, everything proceeded perfectly. Then Lucius Malfoy arrived. They watched through the mirror as Draco's father strode into the bank, heading directly toward his own vault. His timing couldn't have been worse, or perhaps it was intentional, some alarm triggered by Draco's access. He knows, Ron breathed. How does he know? Blood wards. Hermione's face was pale. The vault must have blood wards that alert the owner when family members access it. Draco's trapped. Not yet. Harry was already moving, grabbing his wand, heading for the door. I'm going in. Harry, you can't, I'm not leaving him in there alone. Harry's voice was hard, certain. Keep monitoring. If we're not out in 20 minutes, get Dumbledore. He operated without waiting for an answer. Gringotts' marble halls were quieter than usual, most customers having fled at the first sign of disturbance. Harry moved through the bank like a shadow, following the pull of his soul mask toward Draco. He found them in the vault. Lucius Malfoy had his son backed against a wall, wand raised, fury twisting his aristocratic features. Thought you could betray your family, your blood, for that Potter boy? I'm not betraying my family. Draco's voice was steady despite the fear in his eyes. I'm saving it. Can't you see what you've become? What the Dark Lord has made you? The Dark Lord will restore our glory, the Dark Lord is a puppet. Draco's composure cracked. He serves the nameless court, father. Everything he promises is a lie. His immortality, his power, all of it comes from something that wants to consume humanity, not rule it. Lucius laughed. The ravings of a child who's been corrupted by mudbloods and blood traders. I should have sent you to Durmstrang. You should have been a better man. Lucius raised his wand. Harry stepped out of the shadows. I wouldn't do that, Mr. Malfoy. Lucius spun, wand redirecting. Potter. Of course. Come to collect your lapdog. Come to give you a choice. Harry didn't draw his wand, not yet. You can let Draco go and walk away from this. Return to your master, if you want. But your son is under my protection now. Your protection? Lucius sneered. You're a child. An aberration. The Dark Lord will crush you like the insect you are. The Dark Lord couldn't crush me when he was possessing a professor and backed by the court's full attention. What makes you think you'll do better? Something flickered in Lucius's expression, doubt, quickly suppressed. He didn't want to believe, but on some level, he'd heard the stories. The boy who lived, destroying horcruxes, breaking possessions, standing against forces that should have obliterated him. Draco. Lucius's voice changed, became something that might have been pleading. Come home. We can forget this happened. We can, no, father. Draco moved to stand beside Harry. I've chosen. I'm sorry it hurts you, but I can't be what you want me to be. I can only be what I am. And what is that? Someone who wants to be better. Draco's chin lifted. Goodbye, father. They left together, walking out of the vault with the ring hidden in Harry's pocket. Lucius didn't follow, whether from shock or strategy, Harry didn't know. But as they emerged into sunlight, Draco was shaking. He'll disown me. Turn my mother against me. Tell everyone I'm a traitor. Probably. Harry gripped his shoulder. And you'll survive it. You'll build a new family, a family of choice. It's what I did. I don't know if I'm strong enough. You just stood up to your father with nothing but words and conviction. You're strong enough, Draco. Trust me. They returned to their friends, another horcrux in hand, another victory won. But Harry couldn't shake the feeling that the real battles were still ahead. May brought warmth and new dangers. The court's whispers had returned, not just in Harry's dreams, but waking now, hovering at the edge of consciousness like predators waiting to strike. You're destroying our anchors, they said. Do you know what happens when they're all gone? You lose your hold on this world, Harry replied, alone in his dormitory, speaking to shadows that might or might not be listening. No. We lose our patience. Every anchor you destroy forces us to move faster, push harder. The final seal is cracking, little chain bearer. And when it breaks, I'll be waiting. Will you? The whisper was almost amused. The Dark Lord is coming. We've given him everything he needs to return. When he rises, he will come for you, not to kill, but to claim. And then you will see what our patience has earned. Harry pushed the voices back, reinforcing his mental barriers. They were trying to frighten him, demoralize him. It wouldn't work. But the warning stuck with him. Voldemort was returning. The court was using him as an instrument, directing his resurrection toward whatever endgame they'd planned for centuries. And Harry was running out of time to stop it. He went to Dumbledore. 4 horcruxes destroyed, the headmaster confirmed. The diary, the cup, the diadem, and the ring. 3 remain, the locket, the snake, and the fragment in you. The snake. Nagini. Voldemort's familiar. I believe he made her a horcrux sometime in the past decade, using the murder of an unfortunate ministry employee. A living horcrux. That's supposed to be impossible. Difficult, not impossible. The soul fragment is unstable in living hosts, but Nagini is magically enhanced, capable of bearing the burden. Dumbledore's expression was grave. Destroying her will be challenging. And the locket? We believe it's hidden in a cave on the coast, a place Voldemort visited as a child, during his time at an orphanage. I've been researching the location, preparing an expedition. I want to come. I know you do. And I've decided to let you. Dumbledore held up a hand to forestall Harry's surprise. You've earned it, Harry. And frankly, your abilities may be necessary. The cave's defenses are rumored to be substantial. When? Soon. Before term ends. We'll go together, retrieve the locket, and destroy it. Dumbledore's eyes were distant. And then we'll deal with whatever comes next. The night before the expedition, Harry sat in a common room writing letters. To his family, Gomez, Morticia, Wednesday, Pugsley, all of them, explaining what he was doing and why. Thanking them for everything. Promising to return. To his friends, Ron, Hermione, Draco, Neville, the twins, with instructions to continue their work if he didn't come back. Locations of his research, copies of important information, everything they'd need to carry on without him. That's a lot of letters, Ron observed, watching from the couch. Just being prepared. Those look like goodbye letters. Harry set down his quill. They might be. Harry, I'm going into a cave full of dark magic to retrieve a piece of Voldemort's soul. With an old wizard who, brilliant as he is, isn't in the best health. Harry met Ron's eyes. I might not come back, Ron. And if I don't, I want you all to know that it wasn't because I didn't care. It was because some things are worth dying for. Ron was quiet for a long moment. Then he stood, walked over, and pulled Harry into a fierce hug. You're coming back, Ron said. I refuse to accept any other outcome. And when you do, I'm going to hit you for making me worry. Fair enough. They stayed like that for a moment, two boys who had become brothers, facing darkness together. Then Ron released him and headed for bed, and Harry returned to his letters. Some things needed to be said, just in case. The cave was everything Dumbledore had warned about and worse. They arrived by apparition, landing on a cliff face that dropped into churning sea. The cave entrance was hidden behind a wall of rock that required blood to open, Harry's blood, the blood of someone marked by Voldemort. Charming security system, Harry muttered, healing the cut on his hand. Beyond the entrance lay a vast underground lake, its waters black and still, concealing whatever horrors Voldemort had left behind. A small boat waited at the shore, magically bound to carry visitors to the island at the lake center. The island held a basin of glowing green potion, within which the locket rested. The potion must be consumed to reach the locket, Dumbledore observed. A cruel defense. The drinker will suffer greatly. You're not drinking it. Harry, you're not drinking it. Harry stepped forward, studying the basin. We don't know what the potion does. It could kill you, or worse. But I can regenerate from court damage. My soul is protected. That doesn't mean you should, it means I'm the logical choice. Harry pulled a cup from his robes, brought specifically for this purpose. Cast whatever protective charms you think will help. Then let me do what I came to do. Dumbledore argued, but Harry was immovable. Finally, the old wizard conceded, layering defensive magic over Harry until he glowed with protective runes. Harry drank. The potion was agony. It forced him to relive his worst memories, the killing curse, the moment his parents died, nightmares he'd suppressed for years. It showed him futures that might come to pass, his friends dead, his family consumed, the court triumphant. But Harry had been trained by Addamses. He knew how to endure pain, how to push through suffering, how to maintain focus when everything in him screamed for release. He drank. And drank. And drank. When the basin finally emptied, Harry collapsed to his knees, gasping, the locket clutched in trembling fingers. Harry. Dumbledore was at his side, concern evident. I'm alive. Harry forced himself to stand. Get us out of here. They tried. But the lake had other ideas. The moment Dumbledore attempted to apparate, the water erupted. Figures rose from the depths, inferi, dozens of them, reaching with skeletal hands, mouths gaping in silent screams. Harry's fire came without conscious thought. White flames, Evansson pure, burning across the lake's surface. The inferi shrieked and fell back, but more kept coming, an endless tide of the dead. The boat. Dumbledore shouted. We have to reach the boat. They ran, fought, burned their way across the island. Inferi grabbed at Harry's robes, his legs, trying to drag him into the water. He kicked free, kept casting, refused to fall. The boat was too small. Too slow. The inferi were everywhere. And then, something in Harry snapped. Not broke, opened. The door in his mind, the connection to the court, the fusion of powers that made him what he was. It all flowed outward in a wave of force that cleared the lake, disintegrated the inferi, and left him standing at the center of a circle of utter calm. The water steamed. The air crackled. And the locket pulsed with terror in his hand. That, Dumbledore breathed, was extraordinary. That was survival. Harry staggered toward the boat. Let's go before anything else happens. They destroyed the locket on the shore, Harry too exhausted to wait for a safer location. The purification was rough, ragged, nearly too much for his depleted reserves. But he forced the fire through anyway, burning away the soul fragment with the last of his strength. 5 horcruxes destroyed. 2 remaining. Harry collapsed onto the rocks, looking up at stars that wheeled overhead. Nagini, he whispered. And me. We'll find a way, Dumbledore said, settling beside him. For both. The fragment in my scar, can you remove it? I don't know. No one has ever tried. Dumbledore's voice was heavy. But we'll find a way, Harry. Together. Harry closed his eyes. He was so tired. Tired of fighting, tired of bleeding, tired of carrying the weight of worlds on 11-year-old shoulders. But he wasn't done yet. Voldemort was returning. The court was moving. And Harry Addams Potter had promises to keep. He let himself rest, just for a moment. Tomorrow, the war would continue. Chapter 5 and Chapter 6, The Addams' Inheritance. The last week of term arrived wrapped in summer heat and false peace. Harry stood at the window of Gryffindor Tower, watching students cross the grounds below. They laughed, studied for finals, made plans for holidays. Normal concerns. Normal lives. They had no idea what was coming. 5 horcruxes destroyed. Nagini and the fragment in his scar remained. And Voldemort was returning. Harry felt it in his bones, in the scar that prickled constantly now, in the whispers that had grown from occasional intrusions to a constant background hum. The court was gathering its strength. Their avatar was preparing to rise. You look like someone standing at his own funeral, Draco observed from the doorway. Just thinking. Dangerous habit. Draco entered, closing the door behind him. The others are gathering in the room of requirement. Dumbledore sent word, he's found something. Something good or something bad? He didn't specify. With Dumbledore, it could be either. Draco paused. Or both. They walked through the castle together, an image that still drew stares from students who remembered when Malfoy and Potter had been enemies. The whispers followed them, traitor, dark wizard, hero, monster, but Harry had long since stopped caring about whispers. The room of requirement had configured itself as a war room. Maps covered the walls. Books on dark magic, defensive strategies, and ancient bindings lay stacked on tables. And gathered around the central table were the people Harry trusted most, Ron, Hermione, Neville, the Weasley twins, and, stepping through a fireplace that definitely hadn't been there before, Professor Snape, Harry said. Mr. Addams Potter. Snape's robes were travel-worn, his expression grimmer than usual. I bring news from the Dark Lord's camp. You've been spying. I've been surviving. The distinction matters. Snape moved to the table, spreading out documents covered in cramped handwriting. The ritual is tonight. Voldemort will rise at midnight, in the graveyard at Little Hangleton. The court has provided him with power beyond anything he possessed before. How much power? Enough to challenge Dumbledore directly. Enough to breach Hogwarts wards. Snape's dark eyes met Harry's. Enough to claim you, if you're not prepared. I'm prepared. Are you? Snape's voice was sharp. You've destroyed 5 horcruxes. You've wielded powers that should have killed you. But Voldemort has been preparing for this moment for 14 years. He knows you're coming. He wants you to come. Because the court wants me. Because they believe you'll serve them willingly once you see what they offer. Immortality. Power beyond imagination. The chance to reshape the world according to your will. Snape leaned forward. They don't understand that you've already been offered these things and refused them. They don't understand what you are. What am I? An Addams. The word carried weight Harry hadn't expected. I've spent months researching your family, Mr. Addams Potter. The Addamses have faced the court before, generations of them, standing against the darkness when others fell. They've always chosen family over power. Love over dominion. You think that will save me? I think it's the only thing that can. The door opened, and Dumbledore entered with McGonagall and Flitwick at his heels. The headmaster looked older than Harry had ever seen him, but his eyes still burned with fierce determination. The order is mobilizing, Dumbledore announced. We'll strike at Little Hangleton before the ritual completes. Our goal is to prevent Voldemort's resurrection, or, if that fails, to destroy him before he can consolidate his power. And Nagini will be present. The snake never leaves his side. Dumbledore's gaze was heavy. Harry, I must ask you something difficult. The fragment in my scar. Yes. If Voldemort returns with the court's full backing, your fragment becomes their last anchor in this world. They'll try to activate it, to use you as a vessel, willing or not. Can you remove it? Not safely. Not in the time we have. Dumbledore hesitated. But there may be another option. Tell me. The Evansson Purification Ritual. You've used it on objects. In theory, it could be used on yourself, burning away the fragment from within. That's suicide, Hermione said sharply. Harry's soul is integrated with the fragment. Burning it out would require perfect control and absolute will to survive, Dumbledore agreed. I'm not recommending it, Miss Granger. I'm informing Harry that the option exists. Harry absorbed this. The ritual he'd used 5 times, applied to himself. Drawing the corruption inward, then burning it away. Except this time, the corruption was part of him, had been part of him since he was a baby. If I do it wrong, I die. If you do it wrong, yes. And if Voldemort completes his ritual with the fragment still active? Then the court will have a direct conduit to you. They'll be able to influence you, possibly control you. Dumbledore's expression was pained. I've spent months searching for alternatives, Harry. If there were another way, there isn't. Harry's voice was calm. I've known since I discovered what the scar really was. Sooner or later, it would come to this. Harry, you can't, Ron started. I can. I have to. Harry looked around at his friends, these people who had followed him into darkness, who had trusted him when they had every reason not to. The fragment has to be destroyed. If I can't do it myself, the court wins. If I can. If you can, you might die anyway, Wednesday said. Everyone turned. Harry's sister stood in the doorway, dressed for battle in black armor that seemed to drink the light. Behind her, filling the corridor, stood the Addams family. All of them. Gomez in his finest dueling clothes, sword already drawn. Morticia in flowing robes that moved like living shadow. Pugsley carrying an arsenal that would make professional armies weep. Uncle Fester crackling with enough electricity to power a small city. Grandmama with potions, bandoliers and a smile that promised horrible things. And Wednesday, eyes fixed on Harry with an intensity that could cut steel. You're not doing this alone, she said. Wednesday, don't argue. She crossed the room in 3 strides and grabbed his shoulders. I've seen it, Harry. The vision. You standing alone against something vast. But the vision didn't show the ending. It didn't show whether you survived. I know. I'm changing the vision. Her grip tightened. You're not standing alone. Not tonight. Not ever. The family flue is connected to Hogwarts now, Gomez said cheerfully, though his eyes were serious. We may have bypassed some security measures. Dumbledore, please don't be upset. I'm not upset, Dumbledore said quietly. I'm grateful. Morticia glided forward, taking Harry's face in her cool hands. Mon cher. Whatever happens tonight, you need to know, we are so proud of you. Not for your power. Not for your victories. For who you are. You're our son. Her eyes gleamed with unshed tears. Our Harry. Nothing else matters. Harry felt something break open in his chest, the wall he'd built between himself and the fear, the doubt, the desperate love he felt for everyone in this room. He'd been trying to carry this alone, trying to protect them by keeping his distance. But he wasn't alone. He'd never been alone. Okay, he said, voice rough. Let's make a plan. The plan was elegant in its simplicity. The Order would engage Voldemort's forces directly, Death Eaters, Inferi, whatever other creatures the Dark Lord had summoned. Dumbledore and Snape would handle Voldemort himself, keeping him occupied while Harry dealt with Nagini. And then, when the snake was dead, Harry would turn the Evansson fire inward. "You'll have one chance," Dumbledore warned. "If the purification fails, the court will seize the opening. They'll push through the fragment, try to claim you entirely. Then I won't fail. Harry, I won't fail." Harry met the old wizard's eyes. "I've prepared for this my whole life, even when I didn't know what I was preparing for. The Addamses raised me to face darkness. The Evanssons gave me the tools to fight it. And the court." He smiled grimly. "The court made me what I am. They just didn't expect me to use it against them." The strike force assembled as midnight approached, Order members, Aurors who had been quietly warned, the Addams family, and Harry's circle of friends. Too many people for stealth, but stealth wasn't the goal. The goal was overwhelming force. They operate in waves, arriving at the outskirts of Little Hangleton as the moon rose overhead. The graveyard was visible on the hill above, ancient tombstones, wrought iron fencing, and at its center, a circle of blazing light. "The ritual's already begun," Snape said tightly. "We're running out of time. Then we move fast." Gomez drew his sword with a flourish. "Addams family, with me. We'll clear a path." They struck the Death Eater perimeter like a thunderbolt. The Addams family's reputation preceded them, and many of the masked wizards faltered at the sight of Morticia's shadow magic, Fester's lightning, Pugsley's explosives scattering formations like confetti. Gomez dueled 3 Death Eaters simultaneously, laughing with genuine delight, his blade singing as it cut through their defenses. Wednesday fought at Harry's side, her knives finding gaps in armor with surgical precision. She didn't speak, she never spoke while fighting, but her presence was a comfort, a reminder that he wasn't walking this path alone. "Nagini." Hermione's voice cut through the chaos. "She's in the ritual circle." Harry saw her, the massive snake, coiled around the cauldron where Voldemort's new body was forming. The ritual was nearly complete, he could see the Dark Lord's shape emerging from the potion, pale and terrible and wrong. "Cover me." Harry sprinted toward the circle, Evansson fire already building in his core. The Death Eaters tried to intercept. Ron appeared from nowhere, stunning 2 before they could react. Draco engaged a third, his spells precise and brutal, nothing like the fumbling boy who'd challenged Harry to a duel months ago. Neville, quiet, uncertain Neville, held off 3 attackers with a fury that surprised everyone, including himself. Harry reached the ritual circle just as Voldemort rose from the cauldron. The Dark Lord was transformed. His pale body radiated power that made Harry's teeth ache, and his red eyes blazed with a light that wasn't entirely human. The court's blessing was evident in every line of his form, he was their avatar now, their instrument, a living conduit for their primordial darkness. "Harry Potter." Voldemort's voice echoed across the graveyard, silencing the battle around them. "How kind of you to attend your own claiming." "I'm not here to be claimed." Harry circled, putting himself between Voldemort and Nagini. "I'm here to end this." "End it?" "My dear boy, this is only the beginning." Voldemort spread his arms, dark energy crackling between his fingers. "The court has given me everything I need, power beyond anything your little tricks can match. I am death incarnate. I am the darkness that swallows light. You're a puppet on strings." Harry's voice was steady despite the fear crawling up his spine. "You think the court serves you, but it's the other way around. Every horcrux, every ritual, every bargain, they're chains, Tom. You've been a slave since you split your soul the first time. Liar." The curse that flew at Harry was nothing like ordinary magic. It was court power in its purest form, entropy, decay, the negation of existence itself. Harry barely managed to deflect it, and even the deflection cost him, his wand arm went numb, nerves screaming at the brush with oblivion. You cannot stand against me, Potter. The court's power flows through my veins. I am their chosen, their champion, their fool. Harry raised his wand again. The same court that marked me. The same power that I've been using to destroy your horcruxes. He let the Evansson light build, white fire wreathing his hand. We're both connected to them, Tom. The difference is, I know how to use that connection. He struck. Not at Voldemort, at Nagini. The snake reared, hissing in fury, but Harry was faster. The Evansson fire struck her like a thunderbolt, purification magic burning away the soul fragment that animated her unnatural life. She screamed, actually screamed, a sound no snake should be able to make, and dissolved into ash. 6 horcruxes destroyed. 1 remaining. No. Voldemort's composure shattered. He rushed at Harry, hands raised, court magic gathering for a blow that would annihilate flesh and bone alike. Dumbledore intercepted him. The 2 greatest wizards of the age clashed in a display of magic that would be remembered for generations. Spells that bent reality itself flew between them, tearing the fabric of space, making the graveyard itself groan with the stress of containing such power. Harry watched for a heartbeat, just a heartbeat, then turned inward. Now, he thought. It has to be now. He closed his eyes and reached for the door in his mind. The space between heartbeats stretched into eternity. Harry stood in a landscape that existed nowhere and everywhere, a twilight realm where the physical and spiritual merged. The door was there, the connection to the court, larger than it had ever appeared before. And waiting for him, on the other side of that door, was the fragment. It looked like him. Same dark hair, same green eyes, same lightning bolt scar. But its smile was wrong, too wide, too knowing, too full of ancient hunger. "Hello, Harry," the fragment said. "We've been waiting for this. I know. You think you can destroy us. Burn us away with your pretty fire." The fragment circled, its movements too fluid to be human. "But we're part of you now. We've been part of you since before you could remember. Can you even imagine what you'd be without us?" "I can. That's what I'm fighting for. Fighting for weakness. For normalcy." The fragment laughed. "You could be a god, Harry. We could make you a god. All you have to do is accept what you are." "I know what I am." Harry felt the Evansson light building, felt the Addams shadow rising to meet it. "I'm an Addams. I'm an Evansson. I'm a Potter. I'm the son of Gomez and Morticia, the brother of Wednesday and Pugsley. I'm the friend of people who believed in me when they had every reason not to." Pretty words. But what do they mean against power? Everything. Harry raised his hands, and light blazed from his palms, not just Evansson white, but something new. "You think the Addamses fear darkness? We are darkness. But we're darkness that chooses. Darkness that loves. Darkness that protects. You can't, I can. I'm the synthesis, remember? Light and shadow and void, all woven together in a single soul." Harry stepped forward, and the fragment retreated. "You thought that made me your perfect vessel. But it makes me your perfect destroyer." The fire roared. It wasn't just purification now, it was integration. Harry didn't burn the fragment away, he absorbed it, consumed it, made it part of himself in a way that transcended the court's contamination. The darkness became his darkness. The power became his power. And the door in his mind slammed shut. No. The court's voice, distant now, separated from him by barriers they couldn't breach. "You cannot, we are eternal, you will serve, I will never serve." Harry's voice echoed through the twilight realm, through the physical world, through dimensions that had no name. "And you will never touch me again." He opened his eyes. The graveyard had frozen. Every combatant, Death Eater and Order member, Addams and Auror, stood motionless, staring at Harry. Light radiated from his body, white and black intertwined, power that he could feel pulsing in his very bones. The scar on his forehead was gone. Not healed, gone. The flesh where it had been was smooth, unmarked, as if the wound had never existed. Voldemort screamed. The Dark Lord collapsed, clawing at his skull, red eyes bulging with agony. Without his horcruxes, without his connection to the court, his immortality was crumbling. The power they'd lent him was evaporating, leaving only the broken soul of a man who had destroyed himself in pursuit of eternity. My lord! Bellatrix Lestrange rushed toward him, ignoring the battle around her. What's happening? They're leaving him. Dumbledore's voice was quiet, awed. The court is withdrawing their support. Harry broke the connection. He's still dangerous. Snape's wand remained raised. Even diminished, he's nothing. Harry walked toward the writhing Dark Lord, each step deliberate. He's been nothing for years. Just a puppet dancing on strings he didn't know existed. Voldemort looked up, and for the first time, Harry saw fear in those red eyes. Real fear, the kind that couldn't be hidden or controlled. What did you do? Voldemort whispered. What are you? I'm Harry Addams Potter. Harry knelt, bringing his face level with Voldemort's. And I'm giving you one chance. One. Surrender. Stop fighting. Let the Ministry take you, judge you, imprison you. It's more than you deserve. I'll never, then you'll die. Harry's voice was gentle, almost kind. Not because I want to kill you. But because you won't give me any other choice. Voldemort's wand came up. Even now, even broken and abandoned, he wouldn't surrender. Couldn't surrender. His pride, his fear, his desperate denial of his own mortality, they wouldn't let him. Harry felt almost sorry for him. The curse that left Voldemort's wand was wild, unfocused, nothing like the precision attacks he'd wielded before. Harry deflected it with a thought, his new power responding as naturally as breathing. Last chance, Tom. I am Lord Voldemort. I am the greatest wizard who ever. Harry's spell was quick, clean, merciful. The killing curse, cast for the first time, used only because no other option remained, struck Voldemort in the chest, and the Dark Lord fell. Tom Riddle was finally, irrevocably dead. The aftermath was chaos. Death Eaters surrendered, fled, or were captured. Aurors swarmed the graveyard, taking statements, securing evidence, trying to understand what had just happened. And Harry stood at the center of it all, feeling the weight of what he'd done settling on his shoulders. He'd killed someone. It had been necessary. It had been merciful, even, quicker than Voldemort deserved, cleaner than the suffering he'd inflicted on others. But Harry had still taken a life, and that changed something fundamental in how he saw himself. Harry. Gomez appeared at his side, one arm wrapping around his shoulders. How are you? I don't know. Harry's voice was distant. I killed him. You ended a threat that would have destroyed the world. I still killed him. Yes. Gomez didn't try to minimize it, didn't offer empty comfort. And you'll carry that. But you don't carry it alone, Mijo. Never alone. The family gathered around him, Morticia pressing a kiss to his forehead, Wednesday standing close enough for their shoulders to touch, Pugsley unusually subdued, Uncle Fester and Grandmama hovering protectively. They didn't speak, didn't try to fill the silence with words. They just were there. Harry's friends joined them. Ron and Hermione, battered but alive. Draco, who had fought beside them despite everything, whose father was even now being led away in chains. Neville, who had surprised everyone, including himself, with his courage. The twins, who had somehow managed to crack jokes even in the middle of battle. And finally, Dumbledore. The old wizard looked exhausted, drained by his duel with Voldemort, but his eyes were bright with something that might have been pride. It's done, Dumbledore said quietly. The horcruxes are destroyed. The court's influence is broken. Voldemort is dead. Is the court defeated? Pushed back. Contained. Dumbledore hesitated. But not destroyed, Harry. The seals your family maintains still hold them at bay. They'll continue whispering, continue searching for weaknesses. This war is over, but the greater conflict continues. Forever. Perhaps. Or perhaps someday, someone will find a way to end them permanently. Dumbledore smiled slightly. If anyone could find that way, I suspect it would be you. Harry looked at the graveyard, at the bodies being removed, the wounded being tended, the Death Eaters being bound. He looked at his family, his friends, the people who had fought beside him and believed in him when belief seemed impossible. I'm 11 years old, he said. I've destroyed 7 horcruxes, killed a Dark Lord, and burned a piece of primordial evil out of my own soul. I think I've earned a summer vacation. Gomez laughed, really laughed, the sound bright and genuine in the pre-dawn air. That's my boy. Come on, everyone. Let's go home. The Hogwarts Express departed on schedule 3 days later. Harry sat in a compartment with his friends, watching the Scottish Highlands slip past. The events at Little Hangleton were already becoming legend, stories growing more elaborate with each retelling. Harry Potter, the boy who lived, had defeated Voldemort again. This time, for good. He didn't feel like a legend. He felt tired. What now? Ron asked, breaking the comfortable silence. Summer, Harry said. Time with my family. Maybe actually read the books Hermione's been recommending all year. You should have done that ages ago, Hermione said, but she was smiling. After that? I don't know. Harry considered. The court is still out there. There are probably other dark wizards, other threats. But right now. He shrugged. Right now, I just want to be a kid for a while. Is that selfish? It's human, Draco said. He sat apart from the others, not quite comfortable with their easy camaraderie, but present. Included. And you've earned it more than anyone. What about you, Malfoy? Fred asked. Summer plans. Rebuilding. Draco's voice was careful. My mother has severed ties with my father. We're figuring things out. The Malfoy name might be salvageable, if we handle things correctly. You'll handle them fine. Harry met his eyes. You've already proven you're not your father. Have I? You stood with us when it counted. You chose what was right over what was easy. Harry smiled slightly. That's what an Addams would do. Draco's expression flickered, surprise, gratitude, something that might have been the beginning of genuine warmth. Thank you, Potter. Harry. You've earned it. The train carried them south, toward London and platform 9 3/4, where families waited to welcome their children home. Harry leaned his head against the window, watching the world go by, feeling something he hadn't felt in a very long time. Peace. Not the absence of danger, there would always be danger. But the presence of something worth fighting for. Family. Friends. A future he could help shape. For now, that was enough. Platform 9 3/4 was chaotic with reunions. Harry's family had arrived in force, the entire Addams clan, drawing stares and whispers from wizards who knew them only by reputation. Morticia stood out like a shadow in daylight, elegant and deadly and utterly unconcerned with the attention. Gomez beamed at everyone, including ministry officials who looked like they wanted to arrest someone but couldn't figure out who. There he is. Pugsley spotted Harry first, shoving through the crowd. Harry. Is it true you killed Voldemort with your bare hands? I used a wand. That's less impressive. But still good. Wednesday appeared at his side, as if materialized from shadow. You look intact. Mostly. Good. I wasn't finished training you. Her expression was the same as always, flat, unreadable, utterly Wednesday. But her hand found his and squeezed, just for a moment. Harry squeezed back. "My darling." Morticia descended upon him, wrapping him in an embrace that smelled of roses and something darker. "We've been so worried. Dumbledore's letters were informative, but nothing compares to seeing you whole." "I'm fine, Mother. Better than fine, actually. You destroyed a piece of your own soul." Her eyes searched his face. "That cannot have been easy." "It wasn't." Harry took a breath. "But it needed to be done. And I'm okay. Really." Gomez clapped him on the shoulder, beaming with pride. "That's my boy. Faces the impossible, accomplishes it anyway. You're more Addams than any of us. I'm Potter too. And Evansson. A magnificent combination." Gomez spread his arms. "All three bloodlines united in one glorious package. Your ancestors must be dancing in their graves. Literally, probably, your great-great-uncle Balthazar was always fond of post-mortem jigs." Harry laughed despite everything. This was home. This was family. Around them, his friends were reuniting with their own families. Molly Weasley had swept Ron into a hug that looked like it might crush bones. Mr. Granger seemed slightly overwhelmed by the magical platform but was managing admirably. Neville's grandmother stood apart, looking at her grandson with an expression that might have been pride. And off to the side, Narcissa Malfoy waited for her son. Alone, without Lucius, but present. That had to count for something. "Ready to go home?" Morticia asked. Harry looked around one last time, at the platform, the train, the world that had tested him and found him worthy. "Yeah," he said. "I'm ready." The Addams mansion welcomed him like a living thing. The gargoyles seemed to grin wider as they passed through the gate. The shadows curled around his ankles like affectionate cats. Even the house itself seemed to settle, satisfied that its favorite son had returned. They gathered in the parlor for what Harry had come to think of as the family debriefing. Grandmama's tea was served, safe for human consumption, but only barely, and the fire crackled with green and purple flames. "The court is contained," Harry reported. "Not destroyed, but pushed back. The seal my family maintains is holding." "It always holds," Gomez said. "That's the burden of our blood. We are the chains, and the chains must never break." "Can they ever be broken? Permanently?" "Unknown." Morticia's expression was thoughtful. "The original binding was meant to be eternal. But nothing is truly eternal, mon cher. Even gods can die, given sufficient cause. So we keep watching. Keep fighting. Forever. We keep living." Wednesday's voice cut through the speculation. "We keep loving. We keep being family. That's what matters. The court is a problem, but it's not our only purpose." "Your sister is wise," Gomez said, his usual levity returning. "Morbidly wise, but wise nonetheless. The Addamses have always balanced duty with joy. We guard the darkness, yes, but we also live." "Speaking of living," Pugsley interjected, "I've designed some new explosives that I think Harry would love. Very educational. Minimal casualties." "Later, darling," Morticia said. "Let your brother rest." "Rest?" Harry shook his head. "I've been resting on the train. What I want is to spar." Wednesday's eyes lit up. "Really? I spent all year fighting professors, dark lords, and primordial evils. I need to fight someone who actually knows what they're doing." "You flatter me, little brother. I speak the truth." Harry stood, stretching. 20 minutes. Cemetery. Bring your best curses. Wednesday's smile was a knife's edge. "I always do." They walked out together, leaving the adults to exchange knowing looks. Some things never changed, and some things, changed forever, still felt exactly right. The cemetery was beautiful in the evening light. Mist curled between headstones, and the last rays of sun painted everything gold and shadow. Harry and Wednesday faced each other across a stretch of consecrated ground, wands drawn, eyes locked. "You've grown," Wednesday observed. "Had to. I felt it, you know. When you destroyed the fragment." Her expression was unreadable. "I felt something shift. Like the world had been off balance, and suddenly wasn't. I feel different." Harry considered his wand, the power humming beneath his skin. Cleaner. More whole. But also, heavier. "I killed someone, Wednesday. Even if he deserved it. He more than deserved it. I know. But it still weighs." Harry met her eyes. "Does it get easier?" "No." Wednesday's voice was soft. "It just becomes part of who you are. You learn to carry it. You don't learn to forget." "Is that wisdom or warning?" "Both." She raised her wand. "Now. Enough talking. Show me what you've learned." They dueled. It was different from their battles before Harry left for Hogwarts. Then, he'd been skilled but uncertain, holding back, not quite believing in his own abilities. Now, after a year of combat, of life-or-death struggles, of pushing himself beyond every limit he'd known, he fought like someone who had nothing left to prove. Wednesday matched him blow for blow. She'd been training too, in her own ways, and her darkness had deepened. Shadow magic flowed from her wand like living ink, responding to her will with an intimacy that spoke of long practice. She was faster than he remembered, more precise, more deadly. They pushed each other to the limits, beyond them, and when they finally called a halt, both of them were gasping, bleeding from minor wounds, grinning with savage joy. "Draw," Wednesday conceded. "Rematch tomorrow?" "Obviously." They lay on the grass between graves, looking up at stars just beginning to appear. The world was quiet, peaceful, impossibly far from the chaos of the past year. "I missed this," Harry admitted. "I missed you. I missed you too." Wednesday's hand found his, fingers interlacing. "Don't leave for so long next time." "I'll try." "Don't try. Succeed." Harry laughed, and after a moment, Wednesday made a sound that might have been laughter too. "What happens next year?" she asked. "More school. More secrets to uncover. Probably more dark wizards who need stopping." Harry sighed. "I thought defeating Voldemort would make things simpler. But there's always something else. Would you want it any other way?" "No." The answer came without hesitation. "I was built for this. Trained for this. I wouldn't know what to do with a boring life." "Good. Because boring would be unacceptable." Wednesday sat up, looking down at him with an expression that combined affection and threat in equal measure. "You're an Addams, Harry. We don't do boring. We do memorable. Is that a promise?" "It's a guarantee." Summer passed in a blur of training, family, and recovery. Harry spent hours with Gomez, refining his blade work until he could match his father's legendary speed. He studied with Morticia, learning shadow techniques that would make most wizards weep with envy. Grandmama taught him potions that Snape would have given his eye teeth to understand. Uncle Fester shared secrets of electricity and explosion that probably violated several natural laws. And he spent time with Wednesday, not training, just being. Walking through the cemetery at midnight, reading in companionable silence, exchanging observations about the world that only made sense to them. Letters arrived from Hogwarts, from friends who were having their own summers. Ron wrote about Quidditch and family chaos. Hermione sent book recommendations and research notes. Draco's letters were more formal but grew warmer as weeks passed. Neville reported on his grandmother's growing pride and his own increasing confidence. Harry responded to each one, maintaining connections that he knew would matter when September came again. The communication mirror that Dumbledore had given him buzzed occasionally with updates from the Order. The Death Eater trials were proceeding. The Ministry was reforming under pressure. Wizarding Britain was slowly, painfully, learning from its mistakes. And the court was silent. Harry checked, reaching for the place where the door had been, finding only smooth mental walls. The connection was broken, truly broken, not just contained. Whatever he'd done in that twilight realm had severed the link permanently. He was free. The night before September 1st, Harry stood at his window, looking out at the cemetery he loved. Tomorrow, he would return to Hogwarts. Second year. New challenges. New opportunities. New chances to make a difference. He didn't know what was coming. The court was still out there, pushed back but not destroyed. Other dark wizards would rise. Other threats would emerge. The world was never truly safe. But he had family. He had friends. He had a purpose that went beyond survival. Nervous? Gomez appeared behind him, a reassuring presence in the darkness. A little. Good. Nervousness means you care about what's coming. Means you'll be prepared. Gomez moved to stand beside him. I was nervous the day I met your mother. I was nervous when we took you in. I was nervous every day this year, wondering if we trained you well enough. You trained me perfectly. There's no such thing as perfect training. But we gave you everything we had, Mijo. That's all any parent can do. It was enough. Was it? Gomez's voice was quiet. You almost died. Multiple times. You killed a man. You burned part of your own soul away. Was what we gave you really enough to face all that? Harry considered the question carefully. He thought about the terror of facing Voldemort, the agony of the purification rituals, the weight of taking a life. He thought about the loneliness he'd felt, the moments when he'd doubted everything, the times when he'd wanted to give up. And he thought about the love that had pulled him through. The family waiting for him when the battle ended. The friends who had fought beside him. The purpose that had given him strength when strength seemed impossible. Yes, he said finally. It was enough. Because you didn't just teach me to fight. You taught me why to fight. And why is that? Family. Love. The people who matter. Harry turned to face his father. The court offered me power without purpose. Voldemort sought immortality without meaning. But what you gave me, what all of you gave me, was something to live for. That's what made the difference. Gomez's eyes glistened. He pulled Harry into a hug, fierce, protective, full of all the love he'd given for 11 years and would continue giving forever. That's my boy, he whispered. That's my Harry. They stood there, father and son, watching the stars wheel overhead. Tomorrow would bring new challenges. Next year would bring new threats. The world would keep turning, and darkness would keep rising. But Harry Addams Potter would be ready. He was an Addams. He was an Evansson. He was a Potter. He was loved, and he loved in return. And that made him stronger than any darkness could ever overcome. Epilogue. 1 week later Harry sat in the Hogwarts Express, watching familiar countryside roll past. His compartment was full, Ron and Hermione on one side, Draco and Neville on the other, the twins having wandered off to terrorize the trolley witch. Second year, Ron said. Think it'll be quieter than last year? Absolutely not, Hermione replied. Have you met Harry? Fair point. I don't try to find trouble, Harry protested. You don't have to try. Trouble finds you. Draco smirked. It's actually impressive. You're like a magnet for chaos. That's the Addams blood, Harry admitted. We're drawn to interesting situations. Interesting is one word for it. Neville laughed quietly. I spent most of last year terrified out of my mind. And also, somehow, having the best time of my life. That's how you know you're doing it right. Harry grinned. So. Anyone want to guess what this year's crisis will be? Ancient magical artifacts, Hermione suggested. Corrupt ministry officials, Ron offered. Angry relatives, Draco said dryly. All three, Neville predicted. Plus something nobody expects. I like the way you think. Harry leaned back, feeling the familiar pull of Hogwarts growing stronger as they approached. Whatever happens, we'll handle it. Together. Together, the others agreed. The train carried them onward, toward the castle and whatever waited within. The boy who lived was returning, but he was more than that title now. He was Harry Addams Potter, heir to 3 bloodlines, friend to outcasts and allies alike, champion of something larger than himself. The darkness would rise again. It always did. But so would he. After all, Harry thought, watching the towers of Hogwarts appear on the horizon, the best stories are the ones where the darkness wins. And Harry Addams Potter was darkness and light in equal measure. Perfectly balanced. Perfectly deadly. Perfectly loved. Exactly as an Addams should be.